dangerous this time. One of the reasons being that now Pokrovsk is under attack from 3 directions, from the southwest, south, and the east, as Russia attempts to flank and envelop the city, squeezing every route inside in the process. The plan is to stay with the drone team at their position, film their work, and see what state the embattled city is now in. The majority of this time will be underground, spent in the team's quarters located in the destroyed former apartments of those who fled. We immediately interacted with the threat above as our team's UAV signal detector picked up a drone overhead, and subsequently pulled off the road to hide under some trees nearby. These detectors, while on active parts of the front like this, can cave your skull in with notifications. But this forewarning can give you some more visibility for any soldiers and aid workers trying to complete their missions in unarmored vehicles. The drone passes. For now, it's time to keep moving. Along the route, as my eyes darted to scan the sky for movement, there would be an odd couple of drone nets, meant to catch drones if they attacked you from above. But there were so few and far in between that it was as if they were meant to give you just the chance to exhale, but not the chance to breathe. As we approached the city, passing over a railroad intersection, the burnout remains of others who had tried to make this trip past us. The Russians regularly target the route into the city, making just entering or exiting it extremely dangerous. It's time to go dark and get into the city. Fast. The men making up the team are Holy, a former farmer now pilot of a range extender, Scary, who helps prepare the drones and had my favorite patch of this trip, and Obi-Wan, who pilots the FPV drones. He told me that he first got his motor skills to fly drones from a DualShock controller from his PlayStation. He brought it to the region and uses it on his days off, most recently playing Mortal Kombat with others in the army, and is on his 5th run of Cyberpunk 2077, and is excited to play Death Stranding 2. They sleep in cycles, always keeping someone awake and aware. They can't afford to miss orders that could come at any time, or large-scale movements on the front, which they monitor using a software showing drone cameras situated along the Pokrovsk area. They work on their equipment throughout the night, making sure their batteries are charged and range extenders and communication equipment is well maintained. Much of the work done when not flying drones is constructing, preparing, and arming them for flight. Quadcopter bodies are first prepared by attaching propellers to each arm, one by one, screwing them on tight. A battery, which is charged in advance, is strapped to the top of the drone. A small antenna is placed to the back of the drone to project a video signal to the pilot, and cables are plugged and adjusted. Then the drone is loaded with explosives, which come in different variations. Some are made by crews and other drone engineers with plastic explosive and shrapnel, incendiary bombs, or converted munitions like RPG warheads, all attached by strapping them to the bottom of the drone with zip ties. Deadly arts and crafts.
Якщо належить, ти можеш тако даже близько прийти, десь листя на даже на рух. Вона поворушилася, і вона ця
if it's moving, it's
250, всі 4, 250 грам.
250 grams of CD4.
Вона відриває ногу по пояс.
It's cutting leg until
може навіть і
like
дві.
Or even 2 legs.
That's how much that could cut off.
Yeah.
Before daylight comes and drone missions begin as the whole city becomes visible for those without night vision, I was brought to the surface, every step near the sides of the building for protection. We are climbing through the ruins of an apartment building nearby to retrieve food that was stored here. If you don't bring something with you into the city, you need to find other ways to get what you need.
Canned soup, food. Fish. This will be enough for us.
Canned meat retrieved. I ended up going for the sausages wrapped in cheese, but my fixer had some of the canned meat that he almost finished. Almost. Sleep wasn't great, as I was woken more than once in the night from shelling that made me shoot up at random intervals. To be here is inherently draining. You can never truly rest. In the morning, the weather didn't fight the team, and it was clear enough to work. Many civilians wish for rainy and windy days, knowing that it will dampen the activity of enemy drones that often endanger or even target them, as is common in Kherson.
Що тако тримати, то ще може пальці отримати. Не може відірвати. Так, не може відірвати, так. Нас один був, так. Є, але просто вже без пальчика. А за одного бореться.
To get started, we have to go to the surface, prepare an FPV drone for launch, but we have to stay close to the building. Going into the open for long attracts unwanted attention. While arming the drone, they have to be fast to minimize time above ground, not wanting to give enemy drones much time to spot us. Problem is, it seems this time there is a problem with the drone holding it up. This happens more often than you think. Could be a dead wire, could be a problem with the signal, could be anything. Putting soldiers in the uncomfortable position of trying to figure out if you did something wrong or if a part is broken, out in the field.
Виключений? Да. Все, заходимо.
Back under, I watch as the team goes towards enemy lines, gliding above the landscape covered in signs of fighting and the work of other drone teams, before its connection starts to waver. Its video signal is being jammed. As drones have come to dominate the battlefield, drone jammers follow right behind, attached not only to fixed positions, but military vehicles on both sides as well, which is what the team's drone fell victim to, falling harmlessly from the sky as the signal is lost. Time to send another. While crouched down in the bush, in the distance, the sound of a quadcopter drone became clear.
Listen. Run.
Back underground, the drone flies over the city streets, to the tank traps, through the wide fields the Russians attempt to cross every day in this direction.
You see that dot right next to the tree line?
It's Russian?
It looks like it, yeah.
Трансляції там.
Yes. On it's not tower, it's another, but it's Russian soldier.
Це російський пілот шукає Мавіка.
Russian pilot lost Mavic and trying to find it. Frozen. No.
Must be a new Ukrainian technology to freeze the Russians.
Freeze the Russians.
Yeah.
They find a Russian vehicle trying to get past these fields to their position.
Movement in the tree line.
And as they are following behind their target, prepare to strike. They are then shot out of the sky by a Russian soldier trying to avoid becoming a casualty.
Щось є?
Збили походу.
Давай.
Сука. Що було? Походу збили.
Most drone missions end in failure, with 60 to 80% failing to reach their target, according to the Royal United Services Institute. But the overwhelming amount of drones flying through the air means that even if potentially 4 out of 5 don't hit their target, enough still get through that the impact is devastating enough to stop armies in their tracks. If 1 out of every 5 bullets fired eliminated an enemy soldier, your commanding officer would be very pleased. The crew seemed to be just as pleased to show me their previous work.
This is a test donation for $92.
Тобто просто біжить, нічого не думає собі і тут. Добрий день.
І потім він пішов далі?
Ні, потім він вже лежав.
Цей лежав, так?
Цей вже лежав, так.
Той, що пішов далі, там має бути в лобстера відео.
Дуже рідко бігають. В основному у нас такі от вільні полювання. Це машинка їде.
Це саме ваша робота?
Так.
Опа.
Це все мої відео.
This is his work video.
Is this all around Покровsk?
Є. Щось цікаве. А, о, теж. В 4 часа нас підняли. О, якийсь рух. Полетіть подивитися. Повний багажник.
Опа.
А це відео з іншого дрона нашого.
This is video from another side. Not from another side, from another drone.
Watching as they make impact.
When he
Yeah.
hit them.
А це вже їхні остатки.
And this is their last pieces.
And the results of more recent work by Ukrainian drone teams were ever present. scattered across the line of contact.
Вон лежить один.
So one of them pretend he's dead, but not really.
Which one is that?
I don't know.
Треба в обох пульс міряти.
We got word that Lobster, the drone pilot from our previous embed in the city, is roughly 500 meters away from our position. To check up on him and get more information, to see the condition of the city really, it was decided that we would move through the streets, over to their last known position. Drones are very active though, hunting vehicles and personnel all across the city. We need to be on our toes.
Воронка з кава. Це їм 3 каба прилетіло.
We traveled through the side roads and walking paths between destroyed apartment complexes. A majority still standing, but all carrying the scars of fighting. Windows blown out, boarded up, and then the wood boards put up after were destroyed as well. I kept spotting balconies that had been torn off the buildings by the bombing. There are more than a fair share of buildings that had taken direct hits, some taking it better than others due to where it was hit and the size of the payload, while others were not so lucky. Some were torn right in half by the glide bomb strikes, or having entire sections of the structure caving in, as was the case with this local school. The whole city is filled with rows and rows of these heavily damaged, destroyed, and burnt out homes, general public infrastructure, stores, like the remains of the store we visited earlier, the Churchill. We had to move at a hastened pace through the ruins due to the constant threat of drones, which we tried to scurry out of the view of any time we heard or saw their approach, which was often. When drones are overhead, the best thing to do is to quickly move to whatever cover is closest. Inside a building without large holes or open windows is best. Good to stick near buildings generally, but when moving around rapidly, hiding quickly under a tree and waiting for it to pass often is what you end up doing. You also must be careful not to bring trouble to other units or your own position. So staying hidden or too fast to spot is always the best option. If you can't do that, get out of there and throw yourself in whatever hole you can.
Він там, туди полетів.
After a few interactions with the drone, close enough to both hear and see them flying on the hunt a few hundred meters away, we reached the position. It was a long walk for 500 meters. We've arrived at the drone position and saw Lobster, who was okay. He seemed in high enough spirits, but had lost weight. This position was also used by drone teams defending Pokrovsk. One using what had started to dominate the drone war on this front, fiber optic FPV drones.
Це оптоволоконний дрон, так?
Так. Типу,
А це міна знизу?
так. Це міна така, типу, 60-ка, типу, маленька.
Більше не візьме?
То може і візьме, але...
Написано на 10 кілометрів.
Так, тут є різні, типу, катушки, є там на 10, є на 15. Це десятка конкретно. У нас виробники поки що не навчилися робити дуже хороші катушки, поки що вони всі
Вчимося.
обриваються. А?
Вчимося.
Ну так, вчимося. Типу. Поки що часто буває таке, що обриваються, типу. Ну, але вже стає потрошки краще.
These are FPV drones that, instead of broadcasting their video signal through a signal transmitter, instead are connected directly to the crew through an extremely long fiber optic cable that spools out of a container on top of the drone. This allows an uninterrupted signal to the drone that cannot be jammed by any jammer. You can only physically take it out by shooting it down or somehow cutting the wire, meaning less problems for the drone crews flying them, which has made them quite popular for those flying FPVs and unpopular for those dealing with them. One side effect of their ever-increasing use is that fiber optic wires don't disappear after. They drape across farm fields like a crop of their own and hang from the trees they get caught in, as is the case on the streets of Pokrovsk City. Many compare these to spider webs. To me, it looks like the world's worst fishermen came to Pokrovsk. As we returned to the surface, staying near abandoned buildings for cover, signs of life started to show itself.
Як тут зараз в Покровську вам живеться?
Доброго дня вам. Ми прийшли по ділам.
Як тут зараз
По
в
ділам в
Покровську?
магазин пішли.
Як бачите, гарно бачите.
Local civilians, some passing by in groups of 2, others huddled together surfacing, who are staying in groups for safety. One woman stops by with her bike, with enough space to carry water, as she checks on locals. At this point, staying anywhere in the city is dangerous, but so is evacuation. Still, if organized in advance, some select aid workers will still try their best. My fixer gives the contact information of one of these potential evacuators to an elderly woman living underground. It's well past the point for anyone to leave safely, with every route into and out of the city strewn with destroyed vehicles. Some of the few residents we saw pointed us in the direction of shallow graves. The local dead are often not evacuated. There are not many who would risk their lives to evacuate those who are already dead here when the living have it hard enough. Instead, they are often buried in the front yards of their former homes by their remaining neighbors. The hope is that the artillery won't kick up the gravesite during the fighting. The cross was already knocked over.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to today's program. We're going to go straight into it as we have a bunch of people waiting on us. I'm excited for the first panel in a long time, and I think it's going to be a good one. We had one person drop, which, you know, is always great the day of the panel, but it's for legitimate reasons, so you can't really get angry. Let's get straight into it. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, let's start bringing them in. Do-do-do, do-do-do. There we go. Now we can start bringing them in. Full screen.
Burns is an
Fantastic.
immoral, morally corrupt,
Isn't this beautiful?
bankrupt man.
Isn't this beautiful? Hello. Wow, you all just came in yourselves. Fantastic. Danabo's still in the bleach. How you all doing? Can I not hear you at the moment? I can't. Give me a moment. Gotta change the output. There we go. Fantastic. Starting right at 8:01. Perfect timing. Okay, now I think I can hear you all. Say something. Somebody say something.
Something.
Perfect. Okay. We have one dropped person, and I want to apologize for that, but I can't control it. A Straight Array told me straight up that she sounds like RFK at the moment, and so she doesn't feel that she can do this. You know, people. She even recorded me audio of her voice, and it did sound genuine. But you know, you never know. There could be AI software involved in order to avoid hanging out with all of us freaks, and I would not blame her. But either way, we have these 4 fantastic people. It's been a while since I've hosted a panel in the space, but you know, I got back from Ukraine, got back from Lebanon, felt like it, and these fine individuals, I think, are pillars of the area. So I think that they are the perfect ones for this type of discussion. And the diversity of their views and how much they all love each other, they're all best friends, makes it so I think it'll be an interesting discussion. We're going to start by going around and just starting with the question. Well, first introducing yourselves, of course, but starting with the question, should or should somebody not join DSA? So I'll start with, I think I'll start with Jordy.
Jordy, we can't hear you.
Jordy cannot hear me, or can I not hear Jordy?
We can't hear Jordy.
Well, you know what? Mistake on my part to throw it over to Jordy.
So first, of course,
Yeah.
I will
Can't
throw it
trust
over.
these socialists.
That's true. I'll throw it over to Soy Pill first.
Yeah, I'm not in the DSA myself. I don't align with like 100% or even, I want to say, more than 70, 60% of the DSA platform. However, I see no good reason for you not to join the DSA. I think there are plenty of good reasons if you align more with them. They're great at organizing. They do a lot of good work. A bunch of people in my audience keep telling everyone else in my audience to go do it. So I assume, there's people who table and organize and canvas, and I think that's all fine and dandy. I think the only reason you shouldn't join is if you, like me, you don't really agree with all of them. But even then, I think there's been a lot of movements, particularly from you, Dylan, where DSA candidates who have dogshit positions on Ukraine, you come in and you influence them because you are able to flex those political muscles and you're organizing yourself. So I think that even if you are 80-90% aligned and you think, wow, their Ukraine position's bad or their anti-NATO takes are bad, you should go in and try to influence them the same way Dylan does. But yeah, I don't think there's a good reason not to if you want to.
Next, we'll throw it over to Pisco.
Yeah, I mean, I have a pretty similar answer. In general, I'm not a member of the DSA because of ideological disagreements with the DSA. And so if you share kind of my views in general, I would say don't join the DSA. That said, if you think that there's some benefit that you can get either through organizing or producing good results in your community, or perhaps influencing the DSA from the inside to be more, there's a little bit of an echo feedback, just heads up, to be more
You're a little low too, by
of,
the way.
okay, be more representative of like values that I align with more, then I think that that's fine. That's going to be more contextual and case by case. I have a reason why I don't join the DSA, and it's for the top-down ideological reasons. I'm not a socialist, but if you think that you're going to be able to do good by joining the DSA, either in moderating some of their most outlandish positions or in good organizing, then I think that would be a convincing case for that individual.
Jordy, are you back with us? Unfortunate. He's left in the void. So I'll throw it over now to Wick, of course, the other panel host in the space. Though now I'm back, of course, I'm sure that the barricades are being put up and the drawbridges are being brought up.
It's a monopoly, Dylan, and it's just like a robber baron in the form of a Wick
We have to
class.
protect our interests.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so really, honestly, the DSA wants to sell you the popular parts of its agenda and smuggle in the rest. But like actually joining the DSA, it's a package deal. You don't get to, because you pay dues. You have to pay to be a member, right? And you don't get to like earmark your funds. You don't get to fund some of the healthcare plank while withholding your membership from the anti-capitalism, police abolition, NATO withdrawal, or institutional radical restructuring planks. You can't do that. Joining means strengthening all of the planks, the organization as a whole. Whatever policies the DSA supports that are good, we can just support them just as well, if not better, as liberal Democrats. And I guess a question for all of you, right? Like, because your answer seems to be why not here, but I'll just ask this. What political goal or policy requires me to join the DSA that I couldn't just accomplish as a liberal Democrat?
Okay, I'm going to throw it over at Jordy one more time. You having any success? The void. Well, I'll throw something out there, though, and I do hope that Jordy can get everything under control. I understand he doesn't live in the state of Maryland, and things like civilization and technology might be difficult for him, and so this will take some time. But I want to throw something out there before we open about why I think this panel is interesting. Number one, DSA obviously has upward momentum, and it's going to have a political impact on the next congressional session because they're in office. And so just talking about how you engage with what will now have voting power in Congress is interesting. And number two, I have a meeting this Sunday with my local DSA chapter representative, and I'm going to be making some decisions about whether or not I am going to be joining DSA because I want to have the most political effect I possibly can on the issues that I care about. And when I think about the next House session and a united Democratic caucus on the issue of something like Ukraine and stopping Russian attempts of starving the Ukrainian population or things that I care about, maybe I would want to be inside. So I'm just going to throw that out there that, is this something that is politically efficacious to be within a movement with steep critiques
of it, the steep critiques being on things like Ukraine or other issues on the agenda? Can you join it and be politically efficacious, or are you just harming the things you care about? That's my opening question, I guess.
I guess to answer that question, that gives it. Oh, he's gone, so he can't hear my answers. Oh well, whatever. It's like it's got I can fix her energy. You're going on a date with a woman, and all the red flags are coming up, right? She's wearing a MAGA hat, right? She starts talking about how, those funny people with funny hats are in control of our government. She starts talking about how she's mean to the waiter, okay? She orders some of the most expensive stuff on the menu right off and says, you're going to pay for it, right? Like all these red flags, and you sit there and you're like, well, I can fix her. You could join the DSA and spend years trying to liberalize it. You could. That's possible. But why do that? Why waste all your energy when you can simply build more liberal organizations? Like, why would we want to liberalize something when we could spend our finite resources, energy, time, money, etc., on just building more liberal organizations?
Maybe because building an organization is hard. And I assume that when people have proposed such things before, like a liberal version of the DSA, that part of the calculus for some aspiring, DSA moderation, I can fix them type person is that institution and that structure doesn't currently exist to the same extent that the DSA does. And
Hold on, but what can the DSA accomplish that I can't accomplish as a liberal Democrat right now? With an organization that already exists, it already has a great ground game.
Yes. Assuming the existence of such an organization, then yeah, you could do all that with a liberal, democratic and liberal organization.
Which exists, the Democratic Party.
Okay, so now talk to me about that. So the Democratic Party is
No. I want to answer my question. What can I, what must I join? What requires me to join the DSA that I can't just do in the Democratic Party?
You say strictly necessary? When you say required, you mean strictly necessary?
What is unique about the DSA
I say there's no
strict
necessity. That's absurd, Wick. I'm not saying no one is saying.
Why is that absurd?
The whole question is, I will explain why it's absurd. Wick, I will explain why it's absurd. You're asking, why is it strictly necessary for me to join this organization? Have you heard, I'll just ask this yes or no, anybody so far say that it's strictly necessary to join the DSA? Have you heard that?
I have not heard that, but my question
is... So that's a straw man, isn't it, Wick? It's a straw man?
It's not a straw man. I asked you a question. What is strictly necessary?
There is no strict necessity. No one argued that. That's why it's a straw man.
One moment. A little kindness to the old retiree debate host. I'd like to hear what Wick's follow-up is. I didn't get to hear it.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Oh, can we hear Jordy now?
We can hear Jordy, so let's have Wick's follow up, and then we'll have Jordy do his intro. I hate to interrupt it, but we got to bring him in here.
You're fine. Just again to reiterate my question, and I think it's an important question, is if the question of tonight, which it is why should you join should I join the DSA? I think it's perfectly fair to ask what political policy or political goal would make it necessary to join the DSA that I couldn't just do in a liberal organization which already exists.
Are you asking strictly necessary? Are you asking strictly necessary?
Yes.
Okay, no one has argued that it's strictly necessary.
No one's argued anything. We just started. I asked a question.
No, then why are you? So I said, no, it's not strictly necessary.
Disco, what he's saying is what can the DSA accomplish that the Democrats get? That's all he's trying to say. And the answer to that is DSA policy is going to differentiate or be further left than anything that you might get in the strict or the specific Democratic
can you give me an example?
Apparatus. So Medicare for all.
You're going to say something. Wait. This is what his game is. He's going to say, why can't I argue?
Specific policy examples. Sorry, there's three of you. God, it's a good old panel. I want to make sure that Jordy has some sort of intro. Sorry about that. The original question was, should I join DSA? And I gave a little blurb about I'm having a meeting with a DSA representative this weekend, and what type of mind space should somebody go when approaching that question?
Right. So, hello, I'm Jordy. I am a dues-paying member of DSA now, especially because of the conversation that I have with Dylan with some of his criticisms of the International Committee, and I thought that it was actually a really, really good position to have, and a really good position to push within the DSA, among other things. I am a member of the DSA. I'm not a big fan of the national DSA, and I'm not a big fan of. I'm not even sure why we would need a national DSA, to be honest with you. But I do think that the DSA brings up opportunities for really powerful grassroots organizing and grassroots level democratic engagement. And so I think that it is an important vector of democratic influence to foster. And it energizes people. People seem to be pretty excited about a politics that looks like you're fighting for something. And I think that those are all the healthy elements of DSA that I think should be fostered, while some of the more toxic elements like campus and tankies and shit like that should be pushed against. But I think it's worth it to push on that from the inside. So, and I was under the impression that this is a conversation largely about whether or not Dylan whether or not Dylan should be joining the DSA, not necessarily whether or not Wick should. I don't know if Wick should, but
I think it's better, of course, for the audience at home for it to be, if anybody should join DSA, and you can.
I think most people should, if you actually want to push back against the Trump administration and stuff like that. Yeah.
Hold on, why must we join the? Yeah,
I just wanted to follow up.
Must. This is the shell game, right?
I just want to make sure, Jordy, since he just got in here. What do you think about the idea that somebody could just make an organization outside of DSA? Say, I don't need to accept any bad position on Ukraine or all these other things. I can just join already existing organizations, or join or make them myself. In fact, make your own.
Yeah, I mean, fuck it. Yeah, if it's effective, if people are being mobilized under it, if it,
sure.
Yeah, why the fuck not, right? But DSA has a bunch of infrastructure that can be used. And
hallelujah,
a bunch of people that are
we have an organization that does that already. Hallelujah, we solved the problem. The Democratic Party does all of that.
Please,
it energizes voters. It gets people riled up. It opposes the Trump administration. It brings us more healthcare. The Democratic Party implemented the Affordable Care Act, which extended, again, healthcare to millions of Americans who didn't have it before.
We all agree. No one's arguing against the Affordable Care Act. No one's arguing against these policies. That's not what this debate's about. Dylan, please. I want to address the shell game.
A lot of hands-off moderation. I have to be very aggressive here. I think because there's people who both disagree and do not like each other. The first thing I would want to ask
like Wick.
about,
He's just derailing.
This is the obvious follow-up, I think, from everybody here. Yes, Democrats do things, but also Democrats are very, very historically unpopular at the moment, and they've also led to the situation we find ourselves in today. Like, they were the main opposition. Trump got elected when they were the ones putting forward candidates that represented like the general, like both party establishment, both in Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and in Harris. These were not people that came from like DSA's wing of the party. So somebody could say, we need something different than what we've had at the Democratic Party up to this point before. Maybe it's not DSA. Maybe it's, hey, we just had the PV, where the PV people donate $20. Maybe it's an organization like PV. Maybe it's other orgs. But is the Democratic Party sufficient as an entity to do everything that an activist might want to do?
Right, to address that, we need to dispense with the shell game that Wick is presenting, where he's asking questions like, must we join the DSA? Is it necessary for us to join the DSA? That's not the question before you, to see like whether it's possible to have the same sort of grassroots organization or whatever the benefit is that people who are part of the DSA are citing as something that is useful. The question isn't, is it necessary? Must someone join the DSA? The question is clearly, for some people, would it be useful to join the DSA? And then
I think for the Democratic Party, it's also useful. It's also useful for the Democratic Party. There's a bunch of people that are feeling alienated from the Democratic Party, be it for reasons that you think are justified or not justified. But you have a ton of people that feel like they're not being listened to, and you need to be able to move that energy quickly.
But what I'm saying is address that. Don't do the shell game that Wick is doing. Wick is doing the must you. Is it necessary?
No, I think the reason I'm asking, is it necessary, is because everything that you would want to accomplish under the DSA by reaching out to people who don't feel heard, by organizing people quickly to oppose Trump, you can do that. This is my argument. You can do that easier and better under the Democratic Party.
Well, why do you say easier and better? Like, what if these policies differentiate on substantial levels?
Okay, we'll have Wick finish his point, then we'll go Pisco, and then Soy Pill in that order.
Okay, you can do that easier and better on the Democratic Party because the DSA has a lot of baggage that joining it It's taking on this baggage you don't need, such as, and I'll be clear, police abolition, right? When they talk about withdrawing from NATO, and it's not just withdrawing from NATO. They want to close every single overseas military base. They want to cede global power on the world stage and just withdraw from all these areas, right?
Does the Democratic Party not have baggage for people that would be more so in line with DSA? Like we can see this with Poland right now with the people that are more so in line with DSA. Like, and you can say whatever you want about that. You can say whether or not you think it's justified. But if it is the case, like, do you not want to mobilize those people in a direction that they would be more likely to head?
If they are more in line with the DSA than the Democratic Party, no, I don't, because I don't want people to go in the direction of abolishing NATO. I don't want people to.
So this has nothing to do with like being electorally effective.
Go in the direction of making the executive and the courts subservient.
Why all these like show and
things.
dance about like, oh, you could do the same thing? Clearly, you think the DSA is bad. And no one should join it. It has nothing to do with whether or not they could do the same thing in the Democratic Party.
It's a shell game. It's like I said, this whole thing.
No, the whole point.
And
it's also on a basis of like all these things that Wick is saying is going to happen are like not things that are going to happen, and he knows that.
I do want Pisco to go. He was supposed to be next.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
so this is the point, right? Like Wick is.
Can you turn yourself up? It's really hard to hear you, man.
Okay. I'm right here. I'm right next to it.
Wick
is doing this whole. Wick is doing this whole thing where he's like, well, is it possible for this to be happening on somewhere else? And he goes, it'll be easier and more effective to do it on the Democratic Party, but it defeats itself. If it's so easy and if it would be so much more effective, why hasn't it happened yet? That's the thing that you haven't answered. And maybe there's some utility. Again, I don't join the DSA. I think that there's big ideological, barriers between me and joining the DSA. But to act as though to capture the animating spirit of the DSA, which has sort of captured the interest of young people, is so easy, so effective. It would be so obvious to do. Why hasn't it happened yet?
For a lot of reasons. One, just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it can't happen in the future, nor would it be easier in the future.
It's possible.
The DSA hasn't exactly.
It is possible.
Yes,
it's possible.
You were presenting it as an alternative.
The DSA hasn't exactly captured the hearts of voters around the world. If we look at actual election results. And let's talk about opposing MAGA.
I clearly said young people.
Can you name
all you have are straw men, and I clearly said young people.
An insurrectionist pedophile.
Wait. One person at a time. I'd like to hear Wick finish his statement about election results.
Sure. If we want to oppose MAGA, which DSA candidate has beaten MAGA on the national stage?
Who has said they have? Who said they had?
Cody's argument is that the DSA can better oppose MAGA.
My argument is that the Democrats have not captured the young population.
But you have to show that DSA
like you lost a second time to an insurrectionist pedophile.
That the DSA can do it better.
People do not feel about the Democratic Party. It's not about whether or not one side is able to do it. The thing is that you can have Democrats and you can have DSA running in places that they can win.
Which MAGA
like this is not an either or situation
by the
like
DSA on the national stage.
All you have is no one has argued. No one has argued. So all he's doing right now is he's
arguing it right now, brother.
So all he's doing is repeating the question. No one has said. Have you heard anyone on this panel, Wick, say that the DSA has defeated a MAGA candidate in the conditions that you prescribe? You've asked that question, and you know that's not a position that we held.
Why I'm pointing this out is they have said that the Democrats have failed, thus implying that the DSA could do it better. So I'm asking for evidence. Why don't you
hear Jordy out? Hear his case.
That's not what I'm saying.
That is not implied by saying.
It sounds like it's not his position. It sounds like all you have is a straw man.
On the national stage.
Well, actually, let me ask this question.
It's not an either-or situation. Listen. It's not an either-or situation. Win where you can win.
I just want to make that
win where you can win. It's not an either-or situation because that's what we're seeing today. What we're seeing today is we're seeing Democrats that can win that are winning and people that are with DSA that are winning. You want to be able to mobilize both.
Dylan, we can barely hear you.
I love you.
If you want to mute people, you gotta do it. Like we're gonna all talk about.
And so I think okay, but I want to ask specifically about DSA's odds against Trump and DSA's odds against, because when we have a candidate win in Florida, that shows that there are seats that might not be winnable, are going to be very difficult seats to win, and people who are either DSA aligned or DSA members, if they win those could be competitive elections where DSA candidates are going, even though Florida's not supposed to be competitive. At one point, we talked about it as competitive. And there's a possibility that now that AOC has rejoined DSA, we could have a DSA nominee for president in 2028. Do you guys think that DSA has enough problems today that if it wasn't to go through substantial reform, that a DSA presidential nominee or a tight DSA race in somewhere like Florida or North Carolina or Ohio could do significant damage?
We have data on this. We can show that we see what's happening right now, where Fox News is happily, gleefully, giddily inviting DSA representatives on in order to give their spiel and to be heard out, and they're hanging them around the necks of the Democrats
and you're
saying this is the
reposting
future of the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing that for a reason. Why do you think?
Let's hear Wick finish first
what's the effect it's
before
had?
we talk about Wick boosting.
Has it had an effect? Has it had an effect?
I think that it is going to have an effect. Yes, that's my intuition.
And okay, that's your intuition. Great.
It is
and
my
if
intuition.
it doesn't, are you gonna come back here and apologize? Because here, I mean, you're
No,
still
yeah,
Biden's
I'll give you
dead-ender.
right. If
You
the
still think
DSA
Biden
starts
would have won
beating
in
MAGA
2024
more than the moderates, I will apologize to you.
Oh, that's no. That's not the point that you just raised. Don't try to be sneaky. What you said is it's an albatross
because
bringing
this
these
is
DSA. No, hang on. Let me respond.
as a comparison.
Look, the very sneaky was what you just did. That wasn't the point that I was responding to. You said bringing on these DSA people on Fox News is having these deleterious effects on even moderate candidates. I'm like, what's the proof of that? You're like,
no,
I guess
that's
it's just
not
my
what
intuition.
I said. I didn't say they were having a deleterious effect on the
so then what?
moderate
So
candidates.
what's the
I
problem?
said they were having a deleterious effect on the brand.
Well,
on the brand, and what's
which
the evidence of
includes
that?
moderate candidates, right?
Sorry, how is that
Suppose, but it's more general than just the moderates, right?
You don't have shit, Wick, right? You don't have any
What do you mean I
evidence
don't
for your
have
claims.
shit?
You don't have anything.
I'm
You're
out.
like-
Again, we
you're-
have data.
You're
We have data
reposting
You're
showing
literally gesturing to Fox
historically.
News. What if Fox News says something mean?
What if Fox News has
It's
said
literally
something
like
mean?
the timid fear of Fox News
They're
saying
not
something
saying
like
something
they
mean.
do every day.
They're being very nice to the DSA. You know why they're being very nice to the DSA?
Ooh, sweeping. How they're being nice to the DSA.
Wick, I mean,
When
like,
they bring
you
on
know
a
you're full of
DSA
shit. They're being
candidate,
nice to the
they
DSA.
generally just ask them general questions and let them talk. They don't interrupt. Have you noticed?
Oh, you mean in the particular interviews, but they're not being nice to the DSA in their coverage, correct? That was a ridiculous thing you just said, right, Wick? You just said something
Because you
insanely
misunderstood
ridiculous.
what I just said. So yes.
Oh, okay. So you're just saying
this
they just
straw
have
man
to
that you've
talk.
connected. Yes, that
You're
was
bionicle,
ridiculous.
yes.
But what I actually said, right? What I actually said was pretty reasonable and backed up by evidence that we can
By science,
see
yeah.
that when they bring
interview
on
these
these
crazy
various
people, yes.
individual DSA representatives, co-chairs to be interviewed, they're almost subservient, letting them get out all their points, letting them just talk at length to explain. Sometimes they'll ask very basic questions, but they're
Why do they
pretty
wanna do this?
happy just letting them go on. Why
do they
you
want to
think
do
that
this?
is?
Why does Fox News want to do this? Why is this
Why do
in
you
Fox
think-
News?
Why do you think Fox News would do this? What's
Yeah,
some of
what
the
he asked you.
options that you think might
Just
be
to
true?
scare the American voter, to make them think that that these
What would
people
they-
are
but what
insane.
would
So
they be
anyone who's
scaring them?
associated with them is insane because it would hurt the chances of Democrats winning.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and then you repost it, right? So
To showcase this is
actually
what
like
they're
to
doing.
hurt the chances of the Democrats winning, right?
Do you think that
You
my
actually want this
repost
to occur.
of something saying, hey, this is what Fox News is doing, you should be aware that it's happening, do you think that that's helping or hurting the Democratic Party?
I mean, I don't think you're having much of an effect at all, if you ask me. Actually,
Well,
but like,
that's,
to be,
I mean,
but
look,
think
I am a
your
like what
intention is-
15K
you're-
sub
you-
channel, so true. But
No,
you know
I mean,
what
I
I
don't
mean?
think
Like,
that-
do you think it's
my
helpful
intuition
to
is-
point out that the Republicans are doing this?
Yeah, after
Yeah,
you've
I'm
done
not
it
sure
once,
that-
but
what's the
every
help?
single day and reposting like Republican clips of Abdul al-Sayed saying things like, doesn't this make them look bad, guys? Every single day.
does.
Is that really
It
uniting
makes
behind the
them look
Democratic
terrible.
Party?
He needs to get
He needs to
better
what?
comms, okay?
I mean, listen, it's making.
It sounds like you're concern trolling, though. Like, do you actually care about supporting them? Like, don't you think you should like donate money and like try to boost them up?
You should
Maybe you
vote
shouldn't.
for El Sayed. But at
Okay.
the end of the day, I have
When's
a
the
limited
last
amount of
positive
time
thing you
and
said about El
resources.
Sayed?
And if
Yeah,
I'm going
what's
to
the
give my
last
time and
positive thing you said
resources
about
to a
it?
campaign, it's going to be a campaign that I think has a good chance of winning, such as Talarico in Texas, such as Ohio, such as Iowa, right? These are
Michigan
races
is
that
the
are very
blue
close
state typically,
that
and
would
if they're
be
worried about
flipped, that
flipping
I think
it,
we
don't
just
you
have a
want
better chance of winning.
to?
You would rather get behind politicians that you think are going to win instead of actually do the work to make sure that somebody can win.
Because
you'd
my
rather get behind someone that you think is a
effectiveness
winner
of
than
my
actually do
dollar
the work
matters
to
in a
actually help
limited
someone else
system.
win.
If you could spend $1 and have the effect of $10, or spend $1 and have an effect of 50 cents, which would you spend your money? Where?
Yeah, but you're spending time critiquing the nominee, and so in some sense, you've thought about this.
So he can get better.
That's time in the critique.
It's a warning.
Oh,
it's a warning.
I see.
Saying this needs to stop.
Would you say the same thing about Hassan Piker in 2024 criticizing Kamala Harris on Gaza up until the election?
No, because Soypol, you fucking idiot, because they called him a genocide supporter, and that's just so horrible. That is just horrible, and that when you do that, that's not helping the nominee. That is not recommendation, of course, because they don't agree with Wick. And
but I didn't think my debate today was about my retweets.
That is constructive.
And I find it very interesting that you guys have pivoted away from my very simple question: is why must I join the DSA to accomplish a political?
No one wants to join the DSA.
You must. Who said you must? All you have
because
is
this is a comparison.
No one said that you
I have noted all the baggage that I have with the DSA, how they want to withdraw from NATO, they want to abolish the police, they want to abolish prisons, and I'm going to quote here. This isn't just.
Do you think that if the DSA candidates win, that they're going to be abolishing the police and abolishing?
Let me hear the last thing you're saying about abolishing prisons. Then I want to ask some follow-up questions to this so we can get everybody's responses.
Sure, but I want to finish a quote here. This is from their 2021 Democratic Socialists of America platform. They want to, and I'm going to quote here: free all people from involuntary confinement.
Who said that?
The DSA was the national platform.
Yeah, fuck that. They're idiots. Yeah, I don't know. What
exactly.
Are you say?
So if I can accomplish a policy goal without aligning myself with idiots, I'm going to.
No, but you're only doing one part of the equation.
That's the argument.
Wick, I consider you part of the coalition, and I don't think that is ever going to stop me. Like, I align with idiots all the time, so what's the problem?
I like that. That's funny.
But understand, right? Like, no one is saying is the proposition is the DSA free from criticism? Is the DSA have good policy ideas? My answer to that would be like sometimes yes, sometimes no. Critically, sometimes no. That's not the question. The question is, could there be some utility and usefulness in someone joining the DSA? Now, I wouldn't join the DSA because of my ideological disagreements. But if you have someone like Dylan who's going to push for good policy on Ukraine, good policy on international relations, would you say don't do that if you thought that he would be able to have an effect? Now, you might say,
I would say yes. I would say don't do that.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. Because he could have a better effect by joining other liberal organizations that are either already exist, such as, and I want to give you one, the Liberal Action Network, which you should join.
You just made that.
You want to do actual good work?
That's like an online tweet coalition thing.
Discord. Anywhere close. Discord. It's better than a DSA.
Dude,
no. What's the alternative to the DSA organization?
Let's grab onto that for a moment, right? So. I'll actually use a previous conversation. Me and Jordy had a conversation on tomfooleries about whether or not I should join DSA. That actually did lead to me booking this meeting with the local DSA chapter representative because I
so it didn't go so well with the anti-DSA side, I guess.
What was that? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
It must not have gone that well for the anti-DSA side if you booked a meeting with the DSA. I got wrecked
and destroyed in the free marketplace of ideas. But I was interested in having a conversation just to see how a local DSA chapter would receive somebody who is so unambiguously critical of like Megan Romer, the DSA co-chair, the international committee, and on an issue like this, saying if I'm in, I'm going to push hard on this. And in the conversation we had, some of these issues, I feel like it's in some way it's worse now than what it was in 2022. Because the last conversation we had, it was, well, this was their positions in 2022. This was their positions on some press releases. But since our conversation, Megan Romer gave an interview with the Atlantic. I believe it was the Atlantic or it was the Wall Street Journal. And in that interview, she expressed that the position of the DSA as DSA co-chair is still not to give any supplies, any assistance to the Ukrainians. And on top of not giving that assistance to the Ukrainians, that the main reason we haven't found peace is because we haven't really tried diplomacy and we need to send more diplomats.
Right.
Now, when I listened to this position, I knew DSA's position was bad. Now it's worse than Trump's. It's worse than Trump's because at least Trump's after 2 years are like, oh, what do you mean? The Russians are hard to work with. Who could have thunk it? It's ridiculous. Everybody could have told them. But DSA's position is post that still saying, oh, well, certainly if we just go
more
shake
diplomats
the correct way. And so
it
at
is the
that
worst
point,
position. I agree. Yep.
When they have the worst position on the largest war on the planet while keeping an anti-war platform, it makes it very difficult for me to stomach giving part of my pocketbook to an organization like that, even if I feel that is politically efficacious.
Well, okay. Would you say the exact same arguments for all these like DSA people who won't join the Democratic Party because of their position on Israel, because of their position on corporate donations, like any of these things that they're like litmus test wise, this is unacceptable. I don't care how much work I can do. I will never join the Democratic Party because of this level of purity testing. Or would you say, hey, those things are bad if you think they're bad and you can change those yourself, but it is completely useless to like cross your arms and say, no, I'm not going to do anything because I don't agree with 100% of their positions, especially not their worst ones. Like that seems like a zero.
Well, hold on. Soy Pill, surely you would agree that there could be an organization such as DSA that would have positions as such that no matter how good their other positions are, you would never join that organization because these
Bring up
positions
racism,
are so
yes.
bad.
Okay, not do the crazy
it's
hypotheticals.
possible,
Yes.
but I don't believe the DSA is that for me. Like as much as I don't like their worst positions, I don't think they're anywhere close.
I want to go
so
through
bad
Hitler Party?
that yeah, like it's like what if Nick Fuentes is great?
But I want to go through like Dylan just mentioned how their position is actually worse than MAGA's. Right, their position on
I'm aware their Ukraine
on the war is
position.
worse.
We agree on that.
One.
Yeah.
There's another one
You
again.
just did that. Yes, agreed. Yeah.
Right. Again, when we talk about police abolition, do you want Trump to be held accountable for his actions? Perhaps those
Absolutely,
who helped him in prison. The DSA
How are you
doesn't
do
want
that if there's no
to.
prison. How
They
there's
want
no
to free
Why
all
are you arguing
people
us on
with
the
voluntary
issues? Hey,
confinement.
Wick, we're not
That's
arguing
their
on the
thing.
issues. Hey, Wick,
This
we're not
is
arguing
so-
on the
this is
issues.
so,
You can
like,
feel
Hold on,
this.
we are arguing on the issues. These issues
No, we're
matter.
fucking
Your policy
not.
positions
No, we're
matter.
not.
These are the policy positions of the DSA. And you can pretend that they don't exist, but when you join this organization, you are
if you were to ask,
co-signing
if you were
these
to take
positions.
a random fucking DSA person, you were to ask them like what their position is on what we should be doing with prisons today, you think that they would say we need to let all of the rapists free to go rape as many people as they want to?
It's funny because when they asked Chevrolet
You think
that
that's what
question,
they would say?
she couldn't answer
wow, you
it.
just dodged the
No, she did
knows.
answer. She did
She
answer.
knows how bad
No,
it
you're
sounds
lying.
to give that answer, so she just didn't answer. She
Do you
refused.
think that's
Everyone,
a real position?
everybody knows how
Nick, that's
bad.
not
Everyone
what they-
knows how bad just prison abolitionism sounds. But if you actually listen to what she said, she did not avoid it.
She asked the
She
question.
avoided
She was
the
asked
framing of
question
actually letting
directly.
people out of the
What
prisons
do you
to go
do
rape as
with a
much as they
murderer
fucking
or a
want to.
rapist? She could not answer.
But I do actually believe that like people in the DSA, like pick a random person from DSA, that they would say that what we need to do is we need to open the gates and let everyone
rapists
just
rape, let murderers murder.
They would say this is their
really,
goal
like, you really
because they
legitimately
did
think
say
that.
this is their goal. This is in
No,
their
they did
policy
not. You
platform,
fucking
sir.
retard. No, they did not.
Okay,
I'm not. Look, I'm not. Wait. I'm not prison abolitionist. I'm not police abolitionist. But please, like, be serious. These people don't literally think I just want people to go out and rape. Like, that's not how they operate. They
don't
think
want
they have
them
an
to go out and
idealistic
rape, but
world
they want to
where you've
free
got
all
all these
people from
No,
involuntary
Their platform is literally like
they have
fucking
alternatives. They're
sloganeering
like,
and
oh,
shit,
here
bro.
is the
Like, you know that.
rehabilitation programs, and here are all the fucking the rehab for the drug users. Like, they don't think like, well,
Hey, can you show that
we
on
don't
screen,
lock
please,
up
Bill?
people who do crime. Let's
This
just
is from
let
the
them do
2021.
crime. Like, that's
I'll
not
send
how
you
it
the link to
works.
the thing
And I don't
directly.
even agree with them. Like, you got to be at least seriously engaging with their ideas.
Well, let me ask this on behalf of the
This
entire
is the
conversation.
serious idea that they put in their platform.
Let me
What do
ask
you
this
think
about
it means
this
when
agenda,
they
about
say
the
every
platform,
put a
because
slogan on their
DSA has
platform, yeah, and
largely-
if you were to ask,
One
if you were to
second.
ask
Please
anybody,
give me
even
a
the
moment.
fucking tanky
Please
types,
This
they're
isn't the
gonna be saying
fucking
that, no, we
slogan.
don't
This
want
is
to
a
just stop raping.
policy.
Okay. I did 2 mutes. I didn't want to do that. You're all so beautiful. You're all God's children, but I had to do it. When you look at DSA's agenda, they have won on this agenda largely in very, very blue urban centers, right? When these ideas that they're talking about on the DSA platform, which sometimes is very theoretical or very, let's just say, utopian in the way that they want to view like the goals to prescribe, eventually get to, you read those, and it does to a lot of people. If you read like abolish prisons, they're just gonna think, oh, let the rapist out. Like, if you want to have a long policy conversation about, well, reformative criminal justice, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But when going against MAGA in 2028, and if that's what DSA wants to do, if you go in there with anything on your website or type of messaging that could easily make it look like,
It's
Trump might
crazy,
be the,
yes.
Trump is bad, but these people want to let the rapists out. This is something that, regardless of even policy
Yes,
implementation,
yes.
You know,
is
it's
very
super
weaker
funny.
when
It's
going
super
against
funny.
MAGA in
MAGA did the
2028,
same thing in 2024. They wrote a policy prescription, Project 2025. And then when people ask them directly, are you going to do 2025? They're like, oh no, this is all just theoretical. We're not really going to, I've never heard of 2025. Blah, blah,
Politics is made of
and then they
slippery
just
slope.
get to get elected and implement Project 2025. This is just blue MAGA bullshit that the DSA
Okay,
Nice,
so
nice. Okay.
They had a
Are you-
little outline that they designed over fucking
Wick, are you
years and years
familiar
and years,
with
dude.
Zoran Mamdani's like Rikers closure like policy position?
Can you repeat that, please?
Are you familiar with Zoran Mamdani's Rikers policy, like on closing it? His policy on closing Rikers?
On closing Rikers specifically? No.
Okay,
Yeah.
so as someone who in the past has said things like, yeah, I want to abolish prisons, everyone's scaremongered because he's like, I want to close Rikers. And you look at what he's doing now, it's closing Rikers and opening smaller facilities and around New York and opening therapeutic facilities, but not let's release the prisoners into New York to go around and murder and rape and do all this shit. Like, this is just not what it means. And so you can say, I don't support this. I don't support the abolition of prison as an institution.
We're debating the DSA.
Are we talking about how the
I can't hear both of you at the same time. Like,
DSA
give
gets
Soy
it
finish
worse?
his point. He's
Like,
talked
I'm
the least
sorry,
out of
like
everybody.
you have this imagined straw man of a thing I don't even agree with, and I have to sit here and listen to you just talk about it incorrectly, and it's very frustrating that you don't even like bother. I like, how many times have you?
Have you
talked
guys
about
not
this?
read?
You haven't even.
He doesn't
Have you
give a
read?
shit. He doesn't
Have you
fucking
read
care. He wants the
anything
purchase
that's
signal.
like the book they base this on? Have you like looked up like what their imagined world is? Like I have, and it's not. Let's let them all out. It's just a lot more idealistic than I think can be accomplished. But that's not their position. It's not let all these fucking criminals go rape.
Okay,
So it's
you
ridiculous
say
that
that,
you think
but why should I
What do you
believe
mean I
you
say that?
when they
here's-
say?
because I
listen
No,
to
you should.
them.
You should.
What do you
you
mean
should
by
they
basically
say?
make
Wick,
it
If
just
this
swing
is
that you're
on
right.
their platform,
Wick, if you were good
free
faith- if you were good
all
faith-
people from
Wick, if you
involuntary
were good
confinement.
faith-
What do you think that
Wick,
means?
if you were good faith, you would have listened to what Soypill just said. And the essence of what Soypill just said is when people who have espoused these cringe
This
slogans
is
before,
insane. You
get
guys are
into-
crazy.
Wait a second. So I'm about to explain in good faith what Soypill just said to you before you just spazzed out. All right. So what he just said was, in a good faith interpretation, when these types get into power, see Mamdani, see AOC, the kind of reforms that they offer when they actually have authority isn't anything like this kind of nirvana ideal shit. To Dylan's point, obviously this shit should be off any website. It's cringe to talk about in those terms. And yeah, that's maybe one reason Dylan should, if he thinks he's going to be effective, should change those things, right? And people should change those slogans and moderate them or whatever. But you need to address what Soypill said, which is the evidence that we shouldn't be as scared is because people who have spouted these slogans off before get into positions of authority and then don't do the thing that you're saying they will
Only
certainly do.
because they can't.
Oh,
You think
really?
that Mamdani
That's-
would let the rapist go if it were up
Why
to
do you
him?
think he wants to
Exactly
do
what
that?
we're
You think that
advocating.
Mamdani would let the
Yeah.
rapist go rape if
Yes.
it were up to him?
Yeah, why? Why would he do that?
You're fucking insane.
Because he is, again, he's a member of the DSA.
Why hasn't
is
he
not?
fired all the police? Can he fire all the police? Why can't he
No.
fire the police?
No,
We
not
can fire the
until
chief.
maintain
He can be like, hey
power and
guys,
get elected.
new mandate. Oh, so it sounds like you understand these people are going to be operating within constraints, including
do you think that they
their
want to?
constituents.
Do you think that they want to? And what would be the evidence?
no.
If someone comes up to you, Pisco, and says, I want to stab you. But
Yeah,
I can't. I can't stab you
so
because the
bring
police
it
will
to
arrest
those
me, but I
examples.
want to.
That's all you got. That's all you got. Yeah, bring it to that example.
so
which is
No,
not
what, all I
what
got
you
is their
said.
policy positions and
Well,
words.
let-
Yeah.
Okay, so Wick,
so
One second, I
let's
wanna
just
grab
right
on
You
that
guys
for a
are
moment.
just in
Involuntary- two things.
It's like you
Two
believe
things.
Trump when he says no. I'm not.
You're
going to do
intellectually
that.
like
things,
MAGA.
please.
And he
Two
absolutely
things.
does it. You're blue
One
MAGA.
moment.
Wick, Trump has
You're doing
motives.
exact-
Trump has.
Okay, two things. Sorry, I had to do it again. Boy, you're talking to nobody. Okay, two questions. The first one, involuntary confinement. What does that mean? Because I'm gonna be honest, like as much as I imagine that they mean something like reformative, all of confinement will be involuntary for a rapist or a murderer. And so even under the most like passionate, like well-meaning, like, oh well, I'm sure what they mean is send the rapist to like the sheep hugging farm or like to reform their soul. Involuntary confinement sounds pretty much like don't put
It's a
them in any
euphemism.
sort of cage, don't put them in any sort of confined space. Even if that's not what they mean, that seems like a giant like bullseye to put on a candidate like AOC, who's going to be facing a lot of critique if she was to make
Wait,
a run like this
involuntary
tied to an
confinement-
organization. No?
Involuntary confinement is, I mean, that just sounds like a euphemism for prison, that they want to use like nice words for shit and remake these institutions, but with rainbows and hugs and shit. That's kind of what I take from it. But that's not the question.
It
right?
doesn't
The question
sound
is
like that at
not
all,
whether,
though, really. I mean, it might
wait,
if
involuntary
you're
confinement
in these spaces, you might be able to have that in the back of your mind. But anybody who's not in DSA is going to hear involuntary confinement and think
I
any
agree.
sort of type of incarceration.
There's two different things, but I think the most important, if we're going to be talking about whether or not people should be joining DSA, it should be on the basis of infrastructure. It should be on the basis of like electoral strategy. It should be on the basis of winning. It should be on the basis of what it can do. Shut the fuck up. Wait, shut the fuck up. You keep this going out for a second. All right. Use your listening skills. It shouldn't be on the basis of like what the national platform puts on their fucking website. Because if you join DSA, you're joining a local chapter that are going to be doing things that are specific to the local politics, and every chapter is going to be different. And most people are not caucused. Most DSA members are not caucused. Most DSA members are going to be people that join because of Mamdani or AOC or Bernie or whatever. Most of these people, if they were to look at what's on the website platform, they're going to roll their eyes. Most DSA members are going to roll their eyes at that shit. And like, I am frustrated by the national DSA for putting up a fucking platform on their website as if they're representative of the members of DSA when they're not. I find that shit fucking annoying. But if we're talking about whether or not you should join DSA, let's talk about it in terms of like what DSA is.
How do they decide
not
the national platform?
What you can paint a DSA as if you were to pretend to be a fucking moron like Wick, who's just like too dumb to think critically. It's like, if I imagine that I'm fucking stupid and can't think critically, and I look at these things on the website, that's not good.
You can't answer single questions, direct questions.
Go ahead, Wick. I was talking, but now I'm not.
You said in your little spiel there, your little rant, right? Your little psychotic rant, that you said it's about winning. So I'm going to ask you again for the fourth time. Where has the DSA won nationally against?
Again, you completely misinterpreted. Great. It's like you know nothing about electoral strategy here. You just want to virtue
signal. It's the fourth time you've dodged this question. I'm going to ask you a fifth time.
That's not the question.
Yes, it is.
Wick.
Where has the DSA won nationally?
There's a false assumption in your question.
MAGA.
So you didn't listen. What Jordy said was, if you're going to join this organization, it should be for electoral reasons. Did you hear him make a conditional statement?
Did he say winning?
Yes or no? He said if
you join the DSA?
Wait.
Winning?
As part of a
winning
conditional
entail beating MAGA in national races? Yes or no?
As part of a conditional statement, Jordy said, if you're joining these organizations, it should be because A, B, C, D. Nowhere in what he just said then did he say a DSA member has won a national election, by which I assume you mean the presidency.
Say that because
he did not say that.
But when he
then
said,
why are you attacking the comment?
Make the position that I think that a DSA member running nationally
he said, if you want to join the DSA,
let me get Wick's statement.
One of those
I just want to, as a response to Pisco's statement, I can't hear both of you at the same time. Nobody can hear anything.
It's pretty embarrassing.
We're going to have Wick go, then we'll have Jordy go, and then I'll throw Soy in there out of sympathy for Soy.
And you guys can roll back the tape. Yeah, you guys can roll back the tape.
Then I have some
questions.
Are we
good? Okay, sure. Yeah, we can roll back the tape. In his little spiel there, Jordy said that winning was an important part. If you want to join the DSA, it should be based on winning. And again, if we want to, the question of the night is, should I join the DSA? Well, if you want to win, I think it's a perfectly fair question to ask, okay, is the DSA winning? Or can the DSA win more than moderates or the current Democratic Party? And I think the reason he won't answer this question that I asked, which is where has the DSA won nationally against MAGA, is because he knows the answer is
bad faith or not, I'd still like to hear it.
None. MAGA has BTFO'd them every fucking time.
So
they have won no
is
time.
Being bad faith,
Trump,
right?
MAGA has beat the DSA on every front.
All he's doing is virtue signaling. That's all he has.
It's not virtue signaling. We are getting to the heart of the question. You keep dodging.
Nowhere in what Jordy just said did he imply. In fact, he specifically repudiated the notion that DSA he expects or even would want to run that as a national strategy. And notwithstanding his explicit repudiation, you're ascribing that belief to him because you're bad faith, right?
Is winning important? Yes or no?
I believe it's important, yeah.
Okay, so if a organization has not demonstrated the ability to win on a national stage, and you have a competing organization
Has Liberal Action
that
Network
has
demonstrated? Wait, all right, we'll just
organization
you know you're cooked.
to join.
You know you're cooked. You know where I'm about to go. You're about to be cooked. So has Liberal Action Network demonstrated that it can win on a national scale? Yes or no?
It hasn't run in a race. It hasn't lost ever yet.
Oh, wait a second. So you shouldn't join it, right?
Join, yeah, because they haven't demonstrated effectiveness. We shouldn't join, right?
Fucking cooked. All you have are slogans and virtue signals.
I think it is fair to say, hey, until the Liberal Action Network can showcase that they're able to
no one to join.
I'm not
I'd like to hear Wick
That's
finish.
fair.
I'd like to hear
fair.
about the Liberal Action Network.
But DSA has existed for how long?
I don't fucking know.
Roughly like 70,
Years.
80 years. Like since I think
70,
Harry
80
founded
years.
it.
And they haven't beaten,
meaningfully
and,
since
well,
like
let's just
2016.
restrict
There was,
it to
like,
the
very,
MAGA
very few
era.
people until
So they've
2016.
existed since 2016, and they haven't beat MAGA once. Not fucking once on a national stage. And if winning
They haven't
matters
run a
to you,
candidate.
I
The
can
same
point
thing,
to a
you just- they
competing
haven't run a
organization,
national
the
candidate.
Democratic
They have not
Party,
run a national
which
candidate.
has
Wick,
beat MAGA.
The same response.
Which has
The
beat
same
MAGA
response.
on the national stage,
The
on
Liberal
the
Action
Senate
Network has?
stage, on
The
the
Liberal
local
Action
stage.
Network?
It's
The
beat
Liberal
it
Action
on
Network?
the federal stage.
The Liberal
It's
Action Network, which you just invented yesterday, that won on a national stage. Wick,
Did I say Liberal Action Network or did I say Democratic Party? Which one?
You said that you should rather join the Liberal Action Network than the.
Yes,
the,
correct.
Yes.
You did say that.
Because
Yes.
I think that the
Yeah,
Liberal
you're-
Action Network does not
But
have
they haven't
dog shit
proven themselves on a
policies that
national
require
stage.
us to release rapists into the wild.
Oh, so now you're changing your argument. So now you realize you're
No,
cooked.
these are
your
two
logic was
arguments that
flawed,
are happening
and now
in
you're
parallel.
cooked.
I know it's hard.
Oh, and
to
you're
keep up
oscillating
with more
between
than
them because
one
you're cooked.
idea or thought at a time.
Not
or to
as
hold
easy when
one
you don't
more
have a
idea or
hug box
thought at a
panel where
time
you're
in
just
your head.
talking shit
I
about
know it's
Hassan
difficult,
Piker, is it?
But let's try and let's see if we can do it. Okay.
Let's
the
throw it
argument
over.
here.
I'm sorry, Wick, but I do want to make sure there's some people that are not getting some time to talk, and I feel like I understand. I want to just throw out there quickly. Originally, Wick's answer was Democratic Party, and then when we talked about other organizations, he suggested the Liberal Action Network. As I see that he is trying to build it up, I think that was his.
Yeah, but the
his
DSA
intention.
would. Yeah, but the DSA would say we should just run as Democrats, and that's been their strategy. And so there's nothing inconsistent. Now, listen, I would, on all else equal, support a non-DSA candidate if the policy platforms are like aligned, in my view, and because I don't believe in socialism, I think these like are cringe associations. But that's not the question. The question is, should you or should you not join the DSA? My view on that is I wouldn't. But if you can do some good, and if you can move this organization to a more moderate place or a less cringy place, if someone like Jordy or someone like fucking Dylan Burns can get them to be based on Ukraine and based on like not saying these weird slogans, why is that bad, right? Why can't this operate?
I'll answer your question.
How is that not
Do you
beneficial
think
to
that's
the
realistic,
Democratic
Wick? That could be achieved?
No, it's possible, but if we want to use our time effectively, if we want to use our resources effectively, if we want to be the most effective with what limited resources we have, then there are far better options than trying to fix the organizational equivalent of a guy who punches the drywall, right? You can look at these things and see the Democratic Party would be far, far easier to achieve any goal or policy aim that you want to achieve that isn't like fucking crazy, right?
Where's the DSA
now, look,
equivalent?
If you are someone who wants to abolish the police for real, then fine.
Didn't you say that you would vote for Tiffany over
But
Hong?
I don't want you in my Democratic Party if you're that kind of person. So
Didn't you say that you would vote for an election denier over Hong?
over Hong, yes.
No, you did.
And you know what?
did say that,
You're
yeah.
welcome because
No, you don't
I
give a shit.
say
You don't give a shit.
You saved us. You saved us.
You understand, Jordy?
I would
don't
like
give a
to
shit about
no,
the
wait, I
Democratic
just
Party at all. You
shut
don't
this
give a
off
shit
a
about
moment. I'm
the-
sorry.
You understand that, right?
I will mute
That
everybody.
you
I need to
supported
hear.
Hong,
I
you
need to
supported
know.
Hong.
I need to hear.
You
Wick.
understand that, correct?
I need to hear how Wick saves Wisconsin. I'm too fascinated.
Yes.
I was in Ukraine, so I think I missed this.
Yes. So in the run-up to the primary in Wisconsin, Hong looked inevitable. Okay. Hong was up by 22, 25 points in all the polls. She had that on lock. We had a lot of conversations about if or when Hong wins the primary, should we support her? Me and other liberal creators, Mr. Mooten being one of them, took a strong stance and said, fuck no, we should not. This lit a fire into the asses of Democrats and liberals within the state of Wisconsin who said, oh shit, if people like, and it wasn't, to be clear, me specifically, but people like James Carville, people like Bill Maher, people like Wick, people like Mr. Mooten, people like all these other liberals, a lot of us were saying, we will not under any circumstances.
It was Tony Evers. Why are you fronting?
We need to find hold on, you can't let me answer a question to save your life, man. Like,
wait,
we need
what
to
did
find
Ja Rule think, though?
an alternative.
Did he help?
So they went and they got Crowley and they boosted him up, and thank God we won. It was close, but we won. And now we have a shot in Wisconsin. If Hong had won, MAGA would win in Wisconsin.
Yeah, because you vote for that.
And again, you're welcome. You're welcome. You can thank me later.
This is
Jordy.
completely tangential and just fucking weird to what I said.
You didn't listen at all because I think you're retarded. I think you're mentally broken. You don't understand concepts.
Yes.
You don't understand second order effects. You don't understand
second order effects of you voting for
rhetoric.
an election denier. You said that you would vote for an election denier.
And what happened because of
that?
that?
Socialist. You said that you would vote for someone who would rig the election.
No, you said that when you thought Hong would win. You didn't say that because you thought it would help Hong lose.
What was the second order consequence of that?
That's not why you said it.
Let me ask the question.
Hold on.
Let me ask the
Pisco,
question
no, this is
directly.
important.
Wick, this will allow you to take the platform for a second. Wick,
the governor of Wisconsin who went out and promoted Crowley?
I really want to ask this, Wick. It'll just answer your questions for you. If Hong had won the primary, would you have voted for you if you were a voter in the state?
No, I would not.
Well, why is that? Is
you would have voted for?
Is the risk of having an election denier running a swing
for
state not significant enough to motivate for you to vote for anybody else?
Can you repeat that question? Sorry.
Is the seriousness of a election denier who wanted to overturn the election results running a swing state in 2028 not a significant enough risk to say that it doesn't really matter? Like
it was just, and again,
anybody.
I think that the risk of putting my backing and my party's backing behind Hong would have lost us seats in other races. So again, I will sacrifice one election to save 10 elections.
That's Hong's toxic influence would be tied to the party in a way that would bring its popularity down. That would then make Sherrod Brown or Roy Cooper or somebody who could win.
Yes.
How would that work?
Likely to win.
Based on what?
Well, how would they tie them? Just say that they're both candidates, or that because these people don't hang out, right? So would it just be they're both in the same party and that would be enough?
Yes, party brand matters, right? The Democratic brand matters. And we can see this when we look at different individual parties or policies, I should say. When they're run without a D next to their name, the policy does pretty well. But as soon as you put the D next to their name in certain states, because the Democratic Party brand is toxic in some ways, right?
And
because of
led
people like Jordy being tied to that, right? And no one wants to be in a party with Jordy.
Wick, that's why the party brand is bad.
You don't think that putting this D logo next to a position of voting for Tiffany over Hong, you don't think that would be harmful for the Democratic Party? You don't think that would harm the Democratic brand to vote for someone who would be rigging elections?
Jordy,
the Democratic brand.
Would I have voted for Tiffany?
You said you would.
No.
You said you would.
I would vote for the
okay, you said you would. No, you did the coward's way out because I'll tell you why.
You said that you would rather that Tiffany won.
Yes, correct. To be clear, to be honest to Wick,
no, I would simply
because
not
he's a coward. Because Wick is a coward, he didn't say he would vote for Tiffany. No, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why exactly he said that.
I want to clarify the position. Wick, is your position that you would not support Hong, or that you would have voted against her in the general?
No, I would not support her.
Once MAGA, he said
you would rather that Tiffany won.
Not voted at all.
But he didn't want the clip of him saying, I would vote for a Republican. That's the only reason he didn't say that he would vote.
He went around and he made my argument. He made my argument, which wasn't, again, only mine or solely mine. He made my argument
that MAGA should win.
And it worked. Motherfuckers, it worked.
That wasn't your intention when you made the statement.
It was my intention. Why you done it otherwise?
You were resigned to lose.
I don't want to be too aggressive on this, but I got to ask Wick this question. Hong's last polling data that came out right after the election was she had a popularity rating of, I think, 22 to 25%. That is.
Well, I don't know if it's popularity, but she was ahead in the polls, 22.
Well, I meant that she was only at 22% of the state that would say that they liked her. That the vast majority of people in the state, 59% said they didn't like Hong. That is like atrocious polling. It also is roughly the same as the Democratic Party. So do you think that, like, honestly, that wouldn't have had an effect since they're both just unpopular anyway?
An effect on what specifically?
Well,
Just
if
to
they're both
understand.
unpopular,
The
how would
party
she make them
brand.
more unpopular by hurting their brand?
Well, hold on. Do you think that we can't go down from 22%? Do you think that's our floor?
Yeah, but the question that was asked of you
28%, I should say?
presupposes
I don't think it is. I
some
think it
level
is.
of parity
it was
in the
more of a
popularity
question of,
rating.
like, it seems like the risk to reputational damage might not be as significant if they're already both very unpopular as the risk to the democracy itself by allowing a election denier to control a swing state. That would be my concern.
That's fair. And look, I'm not saying that it isn't a valid concern, but I made the calculation. You could disagree with my calculation, but I made the calculation that by refusing to put my weight, clout, and support behind Hong,
It would
that
have
it
that
would send a
effect. It would
signal
have
to
that
the
effect.
electorate that they
Oh!
cannot vote
How
for this person.
convenient.
They cannot.
And you also made a calculation
And they
that if Joe Biden stayed in the race in 2024, he would have won. And so
Yeah, he
what
probably
use are
would
your
have.
calculations, Wick? He probably would have, he said. And
Yeah,
so
he probably would
based
have.
on that, against all of the mountain of evidence we have, I respect
You mean like how
Kamala
Hong was
Harris.
up 22
I love
points?
Kamala Harris to this day.
Or how El
because she
Sayed was
saved
up
us.
15 points? You mean that kind of thing?
She saved us. She saved us from having another 6 Senate seats, lost to Republicans, and losing fucking New Jersey. And Wick
disagree.
wants to promise you, based on his history of prognoses, that if Hong would have lost in a hypothetical matchup with a general, that would have had these cascading electoral benefits.
you
I
understand
don't
if
trust
Hong got
your
hold on.
prognoses, Wick. I don't trust
If
them.
Hong
You
got
still hang on to
elected
the
in the
Biden
primary-
shit. It's cooked.
If Pisco, let me ask you a question. If
Yeah.
Hong got elected in primary, would she have had a better chance or a worse chance than Crowley getting
Than
elected
Crowley?
in the general?
Much less. I preferred
Yes.
Crowley to win.
So,
I preferred. Hey,
therefore,
Wick. I
Hong
preferred Crowley
would
to
have
win.
given the seat effectively to MAGA.
That's not the
what?
question. I preferred Crowley to win.
would have
Wick.
lost.
That doesn't
He would have
follow
lost.
at all.
Hey,
100%.
Wick, I prefer
Crowley
Crowley to
might lose.
win. But you said if Hong would have won, you wanted the
primary.
Republican to win. And yes, that's correct. And you would have wanted Tom Tiffany to win.
No,
and
I
the
said I
reason
would
you
not
said
have
I
voted
would
for
sit
him.
out. That is what you said. Now, I didn't say that you would vote. The
No, it
reason
would
you-
be
to
better for
honest,
the party. Like what I
Yeah,
want
that's right.
is
That's what you want. You want what's best for the
That's what
party,
you
Wick. Why
wanted.
are you dodging?
Yes. So there's a reason. There's a very simple reason why Wick refused to say, notwithstanding his preference, that he would vote. And that reason is he didn't ever want to say, I would vote for a Republican, even if he
No,
acknowledges
it's because
the
I'll
lesser
never
of
vote
two
for
evils.
Republican. They cross a red line for me.
But you'd rather
even
them
if it
win.
were
You
Hitler.
would rather
wait,
them
wait,
win,
wait. If
though.
it were Hitler who was a Democrat, you wouldn't vote for the Republican to save us against Hitler? Are you an anti-Semite?
A MAGA. I would never vote for MAGA, to be clear. I want to make
Oh,
clarity on
but
that.
even if it were
So
on
what
the
is it
other
that
side.
you like don't like about MAGA? You keep saying that you're like against MAGA. We have to beat them
Sure,
at
they're
all costs. But then,
authoritarian.
you know, someone
They
who
want
says
to,
that
take away
they
the
would
rights
rig
of
the
people I
election.
care about.
You would
They
want
are
that person to win.
anti-Semitic. They're Islamophobic. All these things are the same reasons I oppose the DSA, by the way.
Yeah, ICE has people being thrown into fucking camps.
Sure, we
right
should
now
abolish
because
ICE.
that DSA is equivalent to MAGA.
Hold on. We should abolish ICE. I want to abolish ICE.
Yeah, of course.
MAGA
But you're
was the
gonna
question.
make
That's
that a
not the
moral
question. That's not
equivalence
the question.
to DSA.
Yes, the DSA wants to abolish prisons.
They want to let
which
the
is,
rapists go out
again,
and rape your fucking brain
pretty
dead.
much the worst.
Okay,
You're pretty much brain dead.
I need to pause Wick on
Okay,
this.
you're
'cause he
pretty
keeps
much
bringing it up.
a fucking
Wick,
retard, okay?
Wick, I
How's
forgot
the
when
medication
your birthday
doing,
was
by the way?
recently. I'm going to buy you Our Prison's Obsolete by Angela Davis because you can read this and you can understand that, yes, as shitty as this is, in my opinion, it's an idealistic position. The idea that you genuinely believe, Zoran Mamdani says, damn, if I had it my way, I would just let rapists and murderers go rape and murder. That's my want and prescription because that's
Whether
better
they
than locking them up.
intend
You
that
are insane.
to be
Listen to me,
effect
Wick.
or
This is
not,
not
that is the
their
effect.
position. No, that's not what they want. They want reform. They want rehabilitation. And assuming they got to a place where all of their perfect things existed and these people still wanted to rape and murder, you know what they'd fucking do? They'd lock them up. They wouldn't be like, you know what? Just let them rape and murder. There's nothing we can do about it because we're just principally opposed to the concept
That's
of
what
not
they
letting them rape and murder. That's
No,
not what they
dude,
want.
I'm
Read the fucking
literally
book,
a
Wick.
douchebag member
It's
of
so-
DSA
it's
and
just-
a
Every time you say this, I just bring up their policy and show it to my people, right?
I'm literally
Can I
a
ask
fucking
the-
dues-paying member of DSA and a Marxist in Oregon. in Portland, Oregon, okay? If you think that I've met a single person who says that they would want the rapist to go out and rape, you're fucking insane.
I think you lie.
Why would they lie? Wick, when you brought up 2025 and you said, look, Project 2025, Trump lied about it because you know why he lied? Do you know why he lied, Wick? He lied because those positions are unpopular. He did not want to run on things like all of the reforms, all of the tax cuts, all of the abolishing of judges and filling in loyalists, right? But he wants to do that, right? We know he wants to do that because that helps him. It makes sense to lie because it's electorally good. Why would Zohran Mamdani want to release murderers into the wild? Why would he want this?
He doesn't now because this is a start.
He doesn't. He doesn't.
Why would he want
to? He doesn't fucking want this. None of them want that.
Why the fuck would anyone want to?
Hold on. Because they believe that involuntary confinement is worse. And if they have to, they don't want to, but they think the alternative is worse. And I know this because they say it in their policy
than people getting stabbed.
Okay.
Locking up a guy that's stabbed.
If you think that there is another policy that they secretly hold that's better.
No, you think that. You think they have a secret policy.
It's not secret. I'll show it again on screen.
All right. How many people in DSA do you think, if you were to ask every single person in DSA, how many people would say exactly what you just said?
None, because there are a lot of them are mask on, bitch.
If they were
Chevrolet has said it. Chevrolet has tweeted out. I mean,
the majority of DSA,
police.
what do you think that they would say? What percentage of DSA do you think would say in a secret room where they're only talking to each other? What percentage of DSA do you think would say that they want rapists to go out and rape?
No. The question is,
no, but that's not a percent, is it? Give me a percent.
Would end involuntary confinement. That's
Give me a percent. Give me a percent.
What percent do you think it is that would end involuntary confinement if they could?
0.
None?
Quick.
Well, that's not
0.
true.
Not even
How
one person.
does the national policy of the DSA get implemented? Do you know? Or get decided?
What I'm asking you is, if you were to ask every single person in DSA,
are you going to answer the question?
They're in a room. Maybe they think that you're a tanky or whatever the fuck, that you're one of the good ones or some shit. Sure. If every single one of them, if you were to ask them, how many of them would want to just open up all the prisons and let people roam free, all the rapists can go out and rape or whatever the fuck, what percentage of them do you think would say, yes, that's what I want?
Well, enough voted on it to put it on their national platform.
That's what they voted. Enough voted on that.
To put it on there to, again.
You're fucking cooked, dude. You're cooked.
Okay, you keep
You're
saying
looking for whatever reason that you can fucking
show it on my screen every time you say this. I just show what the national policy says.
Yeah.
Every time you do this, in my audience,
of course, you're going to run away. You're going to run away from the actual point.
We all disagree. So Wick, you agree? Do you agree that we all disagree with that policy as written?
I don't think he does. I don't think Jordy does.
You think that I want people to go around and rape, dude? I literally said that I don't even think that the national platform should exist.
Mask on to get horrific radical policies.
Okay, assume he's not lying. Assume he's not lying.
I think Jordy's assume he's not lying.
Assume he's not lying. All right. Given that these policies are cringe and shouldn't have been posted and should be reformed, now what? Because think about like the Democratic Party itself. The Democratic Party itself, you know, in the 19th century, in the early 20th century, you know, it's kind of a sordid past. You have like racist shit, pro-slavery stuff. Like it is the case that people can join. And I'm not saying I would join the DSA. Again, I want to underline, I would not join the DSA. But it is the case that someone can be effective in moderating a party, changing its outlook, or somehow making it more palatable. And the examples we have of DSA members who come into power, AOC, Mamdani, etc., we're not seeing the craziest expressions of this ideology. I don't think we are. And given that, why should we treat them all as like, you know, these horrible, I don't even know what to say, like basically fascists? Is that's kind of what you want us to do?
They're entryists.
Yeah.
Right?
Why should we treat them that way if what we're seeing isn't really in line with our expectations, given what you're sort of selling?
But it is in line with my expectations. I expect that the early stages of this, when they first get into small bits of power, like the mayor of New York City, right, and they get these things, what they will do is they will mask on for a long time, and they will hold the door open for their more extreme buddies to kind of get in. And we saw this happen with Bernie Sanders, and we're seeing this happen with Mamdani, right? Where he, again, endorsed Chevrolet, right? This is exactly as expected. This isn't something that I'm surprised about. This is how they would do it. If they were going to engage in entryism, this is how they would play it. And they would get more and more power and more trust until they got enough power and enough positions of power to actually implement the things that they say on their national policy platform.
What would it take?
They would do.
The question is as follows. What would it take to convince you that this isn't really the threat that you're portraying it to be? What would convince you of that?
I think that if I were to see the fact that they were all changing their policy positions over years and years and years, then okay, this wouldn't happen. What would it take to show you that they are, though? What would need to happen?
If they take office and start proposing the measures that are complained of, correct?
Hold on. Do you think that if they perhaps endorsed someone who had a history of their organization saying things like our goal is to destroy the right?
Do
you think that would be evidence of anything at all?
Why, Wick?
Do you think that would be evidence of anything at all?
Not based on the track record we have.
Not based on the track record at all. So them endorsing someone like Chevrolet,
so now you're just
the CUAD
look at this shit.
Has again made a statement saying that their goal is to destroy Western civilization.
You're trying to run over the conversation because you know you're cooked.
I'm not running over the conversation.
Yes, you absolutely are.
I'm making points. I'm providing evidence.
I want to respond. No, you're not. No. First of all, you're not providing evidence. You're asking a question. You're like, why aren't you afraid given these endorsements? And I have a response to that. You're not letting me get it out. And I'll get it out right now. The reason is we have people like AOC who have previously said prison abolition shit. Cringe. Fucking stupid. We have people like Mamdani who have said the same exact thing. And notwithstanding that, when they've gotten to office, what, is Mamdani now the most popular figure among Democrats? He is the most popular figure among Democrats. So there's a track record. There's a minimally demonstrative track record of these people not doing what you're saying. And so given that, does the best evidence, and this is the question, does the best evidence indicate that I'm correct, or does the best evidence indicate that you're correct?
I think the best evidence that we have is their stated goals. I think that is a better set of evidence.
Why is that? Why is the national platform, which famously, if you were familiar with the DSA at all, is constantly in contention? All these little factions of the DSA are always fucking fighting with each other. You can look at like the multi-faction chart of the DSA. They all hate each other. Why is that stated platform more indicative than the actual DSA candidates that win and then try to implement policy
within the DSA? That's how they get their platform. They democratically decide, and you may have dissenters and things like that.
Who's voting?
But they have a democratic a coalition that gets together that makes a vote on these policies. What should be our policies? And then they vote on it. And I think that the fact that these policies won that vote are something that should give you pause. And my whole argument tonight is if Dylan wants to be the most effective he can at getting what he wants to have accomplished, he need not tie himself to these dog shit positions, which even he has said are worse than mine.
He doesn't. Wait, he doesn't.
And he can just join the liberal.
Why does he have to tie himself to those positions?
He has a Ukrainian flag. So my homeboy has a Ukrainian flag.
That's the whole argument.
And you have
from
Ukraine.
From that,
he's not tying
basic truth. The whole night, man.
No. So he has a Ukrainian flag behind him. He's one of his major issues. Everyone knows this is Ukraine advocacy. He is not committing himself to a given position. He's expressed to you what his desire would be in joining the DSA, which is to change their position when it comes to Ukrainian support and solidarity. That's what he's expressed to you. And you're like, he needn't do this. He should go to some other organization. And then it's like, well,
yes, because that would be more effective. If you want to be most effective for Ukraine, that's what you should do instead of the DSA. Yes.
Why would it be more effective to change people who think differently as opposed to people who already agree with him?
I think that it's a much less big lift to take people who are already mostly in agreement with you and kind of light a fire under their asses to get even more involved. Yes, I think it's easier to get someone who mostly agrees with you to take action than it is to get someone who fundamentally opposes you to take action towards your goal. I think that's just true. You disagree with that.
You find this with people that are elected from DSA that do have positions that are supportive of Ukraine. I think the thing that you find is that it's not about the IC or the NPC or anything like that. But if you were to poll like most people in DSA, that they would be aligned behind Ukraine. And so pushing for representation of that on the national platform would be the angle that he would want to do because it would be popular within the DSA. Just because there's infighting with specifically caucused members, and most members are not caucused, by the way. Like this is actually like an attainable goal. And it would be pretty effective. The idea that, and by the way, like the DSA is not
would
like
it be
this
more or less
top-down,
effective than getting
where,
more
like,
support?
I'm sorry, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. The DSA is not this top-down organization where like the party platform is put out by the NPC and then everyone just gets in line and just repeats it. That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all.
If you're a
when people join the
member,
DSA, they're part of the local DSA chapter that are actually doing political work on the ground. Shut the fuck up, dude. You have listening problems.
You have talking problems.
That's not how it works. That's not how it works. That might be how it works for like how you think about
things. Hold on. When you pay your dues,
that's not how
do you get to earmark where they go?
Did we not pay taxes because taxes go to things you don't like, Wick?
Hold on.
I didn't hear you. I had a TTS.
Yeah, fair enough. Do you get to earmark where your membership dues go towards in the DSA?
Yes, you do. You get to earmark. Why are you asking stupid questions?
Because the argument is, if you are giving money to the DSA, you are, like it or not, funding these national policy positions.
That's everything.
I'm funding them to do the hard labor of putting things on their fucking website.
Wick,
to try to do the organization with the stated goals
to go to
that they have on their national policy position. That's what they're doing.
Do you not pay your taxes? Do you not donate to candidates unless you have a 100% agreement with them? This is such a silly argument.
No,
like, of course.
But there is a point where if I have some substantive disagreements with them, I don't donate. Yes.
Right. No one's saying you should join the DSA. You don't like most of the DSA stuff, but Dylan might have enough overlap where it might make sense, or anyone else who might want to join them. So it's not about what you
they're not going away. They're not going away, right, Wick? Wick, they're not going away, right?
Dylan, do you agree with abolishing NATO?
Right now.
Oh my God! What is this shit?
Do you, Did none of you research this beforehand? Did none of you look up the DSA national platform?
You're doing a virtue signal right now, as though
it's not a virtue signal. These are actual
yes, it absolutely is. Because all of us right here, none of us are saying that NATO should be abolished. You haven't heard that from any one of us, and so you're asking a stupid fucking question.
But the DSA is saying that, and we're arguing whether or not you should join the DSA. Are you stupid?
No, that's
are you fucking stupid?
Dylan,
the DSA is saying that.
That was baked.
The DSA is saying it.
Wick, that's baked into the rationale that Dylan has provided as to why to join.
When I asked Dylan, does he think or agree with abolishing NATO? We're talking about whether or not Dylan should join the DSA. It's worth discussing. It's not a virtue signal. It's worth discussing whether he's willing to support that position.
You know he doesn't.
As a package
you know
deal.
He doesn't. Hey, Wick, you know he doesn't. So you asked that just a virtue signal. When he gave you a rationale, he was the one who explained how horrible the policy is on Ukraine. So you asking that question has no other purpose but to virtue signal and talk shit.
That's
the only reason you did it.
Reminding him of how much he disagrees.
He knows about that.
That's the premise of this panel, you dipshit, you dumb bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? That's the premise of the panel.
Yes, whether he should join the DSA. Keep up, retard.
For what?
Okay?
For what?
Look, at the end of the day, in order to convince something of someone, you have to remind them what it is that they either like about it or dislike. You have not answered one single direct question this whole night. You fucking
Dylan, did you forget about the DSA? Hey, Dylan, I'm sorry. Yo, Wick is right.
Hey, more people, by the way, because you're embarrassing yourselves tonight. You've done such a piss poor job at putting forth your position. You couldn't even answer the simple question.
What question? What did we answer?
Policy position is it necessary to join the DSA to accomplish?
Nothing. It's not strictly. No. We answered. Wick. I just answered.
At the opening bell.
Wick. I just answered that question. Wick. So Wick, Wick just said there's a question you didn't answer. The question is, I asked what policy you need for DSA, and I said
yes, because that matters.
It's not strictly necessary. No.
Yes, it matters.
It matters if it's
the argument.
What pattern do you need the Democratic Party for?
Where should we put our resources? Where should we put our time? Where should we put our backing? Where should we put our
is necessary to join the Democratic Party?
And I think that if you have to decide between the DSA and the Democratic Party, which I believe you do, you should do it into the Democratic Party.
Wick, what policy is necessary to join the Democratic Party?
That's not my argument. I think that you don't have to. But the question isn't, should you join the Democratic Party? The question is, should you join the DSA? And my argument is that any policy that you could put forward,
the reason that was so delicious, Wick, the reason that Soy Pill's question was so delicious is it showed your reasoning for the bare virtue signal that it was, because no one, of course, is positing that there's some necessary goal that can only be achieved through DSA. That's a straw man, and it's been answered now multiple times. And Soy Pill's question beautifully illustrated your fallacious reasoning
by joining the DSA. And this is why we're arguing
that's part of the calculus.
Abolishing NATO, abolishing police, abolishing prisons, and abolishing the executive and abolishing the courts to make them subservient towards Congress, which is basically taking checks and balances and fucking crushing them. We haven't even gotten to that part. So this is the basic argument that if you tried, you could probably follow, but you've decided to go hard on me tonight or whatever for whatever reason. And so whatever reason you're deciding
this is what you do every time.
But we can obviously look that if there is no policy position that necessitates joining the DSA, we have to look, okay, well, what baggage are you taking on when you join the DSA? And then we list all the baggage, and I'm saying this baggage is way worse than the Democratic Party's, so you should join the Democratic Party instead. That's the argument.
Okay, so first of all, you can be a member of the DSA and the Democratic Party concurrently, correct?
I don't think that you should. I don't think that we should allow the DSA
you're
members
acting
in
as
our
though
board.
you should join the Democratic Party instead, but you can be a member of both, right?
I don't think that you could be a member in good standing with both. I think that if you are a member of the Democratic Party,
AOC is not a Democrat in good standing.
If you're a member of the Democratic Party,
is not a Democrat in good standing.
If you're a member of the Democratic Party and a member of the DSA, you will either side with the DSA more than the Democratic Party, or side with the Democratic Party more than the DSA, in which case you should leave whichever one you side with.
He determines who's in good standing, right? Because there's no
DSA is an organization
clearinghouse.
Democratic Party, by the way.
And just to be clear, you can be a member of both in good standing, I guess. Whatever it means to be a Democrat in good standing. I mean, RFK Jr. was running as a fucking Democrat in the primary in 2024. Was he a member in good standing? Yeah. What would it mean to be a member of good standing? You have no clue what you're talking about. That's not how the Democratic Party is run.
Hold on, why wasn't RFK Jr. a member in good standing?
That notion doesn't apply. What do you mean to be a member in good standing?
I mean someone who, again, for the most part, agrees with, follows, and advocates
standard,
for
right?
policies,
so being in good standing, all that means is it's circular, right? You understand that? So it's circular. What Wick is doing is circular. He's defining being in good standing as not being DSA. Also true, by the way, that some DSA members have better voting records than the more moderate Democrats that you would align yourself with. Just saying, in terms of the agenda supporting like Biden stuff. But putting that aside, Wick, you just did a circular thing there, right? Because you're saying being in good standing is whether or not, I agree that they're in line with our values. And of course, you're going to definitionally say the DSA is not in line with your values.
What do you think the Democratic values should be? What is the values of a Democrat? What are the values of a Democrat?
Democracy, maybe. Democracy, maybe.
Are you asking me what I would want?
What would you name the top 3 Democratic values that you think?
And then after that, we have questions, and somebody wants to call in to ask a question. Also, for those in chat, I like money. Donate enough money, I might ask your question. I'm learning the Wick grind. Continue.
So my top values, what I would want to see represented in the Democratic Party right now are protection of the Constitution of the United States of America and our liberal democracy. Number 2, anti-corruption efforts. And 3, punishing the MAGA traitors who have infected our system. Those are my top 3
Those
issues.
are in my top 3 policies, and I don't think I should join. I don't think I would be effective in that just because I align with those specific 3 values. They're not my top 3, and I think that would be a waste of my time. So I'm not.
Well, what are your top 3 values, Soypil?
I haven't thought about it enough. I'm a lazy voter.
Well, you should think about that. You should decide. And
no, my top 3 are probably going to be climate change, higher progressive taxes, and healthcare. And Israel. Jew.
Of course, Israel.
So higher progressive taxes, and you want healthcare, and you want what was the third one?
Climate change. Climate change to be significantly addressed as a radical.
You have to ask yourself, okay, which can be more effective in implementing policy that would get me closer to those goals? Should it be
those 3? Unironically, the DSA. Because those people have more radical positions on those 3. But despite that, I won't join the DSA because I don't support, like what you said, the more radical ideas enough to want to join and associate myself with them. But again, you're asking.
Do you think it's possible within the Democratic Party to get better health care for Americans?
Is it possible? Yes. Will
Do you
they
think
will they
it's
go far
possible
enough?
within the Democratic Party
I don't believe they're taking enough strides
combat
right now.
climate
I think
change?
It's impossible.
Not
It's not even
significantly.
possible. What a ridiculous! It's the same shell game of absolute necessity, strict necessity, and you're saying, well, if someone concludes that it's possible to go with the Democratic Party,
Well,
then
the
that's what they
second
should go
question,
with.
the follow-up to that is, which is more likely to happen within the Democratic Party or the
climate change,
DSA?
probably
Right. So
Both,
like,
right?
here's the
Or
thing.
both.
I would
both.
join.
Right.
Like, think about it this way, Wick. I would join the DSA to try to organize for a candidate that I thought had a radical policy platform on climate change, because I thought they were going to push the conversation in such a way that would be more where I'm aligned. I don't think Democrats are anywhere fucking close to what I want done on climate change. It's tax credits. It's, let's do clean energy in 10, 15 years. I think we're all going to fucking die. We're going to have millions of climate refugees. We need to be doing this 20 years ago, right? So if I thought I could do that through the DSA, I would, because the Democrats are not doing it the way I want to. However, I wouldn't join the DSA to do the prison abolition candidate if
you
that
don't
was
have
their
to join the
primary
DSA.
goal.
Well, like,
right.
can I just
So
say
what I'm
really
saying
quickly,
is,
because, like,
wait, hold on. Let me finish. So the
go
instrumentation, the way that you could do this is the fact that they have that canvassing platform. They have a group of like-minded people that are going to go for that candidate that I might want. And that might be why I want to donate to the DSA. It might be why I would want to work with them there. And other candidates I might not want to do that with. But I know the Democrats don't have the apparatus for those kind of candidates because they're going to support the less radical one. So that might be a good reason to join is, hey, here's the more radical candidate that the DSA is backing, and they have an infrastructure to do it.
Well, then
whether it's local,
then my
whether it's
question
national.
to you would be, do you think it is worth backing someone in the DSA who also shares those radical positions that you say would make you never join? And that's a calculation that I think that you should, again, side on the Democratic side.
In a general or in a primary?
When we talk about things like the Constitution, you understand that the DSA's stated goal is to rewrite the Constitution, to destroy it.
Destroy the Constitution?
Yeah, to destroy it. They want to get rid of the executive branch. They want to get rid of the courts.
So yeah,
they want to
so
put it
I
as
don't agree.
subservient.
Let me respond to you,
Congress.
Wick. I know what you're referencing. I'm obviously not committed to those portions of their agenda.
Yeah, I think that's worse than
Part of
just
the reason
being
why I think
kind of
it's-
mid on climate change. That's my argument.
Yeah, so okay, you can take that view that it's kind of mid, but of course the question.
Well, you agree with me though, right?
So as between constitutional protection and climate change protection, I think in the immediate term, constitutional protection is more important. I'll just give you that. But that's of course not Soy Pill's, the question that you presented to Soy Pill. Soy Pill is not being asked to opine on the overall platforms between base lib and a radical lib and DSA. My guess is Soy Pill would more align with the base lib and the radical lib than he would with the DSA member. The question is there some utility perhaps in having some influence with these people, such that someone like Dylan Burns or someone who maybe is more amenable to their policy agenda should get involved with them? And
I think
just
any
don't see a
utility
reason that
would
should be one prescription.
Any utility is just better use. Any resources you spend building that utility or achieving that utility is just better used to the Democratic Party or other liberal organizations. It's just better. It's more effective. You get more for your buck. More bang for your buck. You heard that expression
The
before?
Democratic Party
you
is
get
like a
more
default
bang for
of
your
different
buck within the Democratic Party than you do within these other organizations.
Just real quick, the Democratic Party
That's funny to say
isn't
within
a
DSC
single
is
thing,
bankrupt.
right? The Democratic Party is
and yet
a set of formal
and yet they're still
institutions. It's
beating MAGA's
a
ass
vague
and beating
thing.
the DSA as well.
I'm not
crazy, huh?
No one is saying. Wait. You're so virtuous. This is crazy.
What do you mean?
Address what
I'm talking to.
so
There
what
are
I'm
three of
saying,
you.
I'm
Each
not
of you have three different
talking to
points.
the Democratic Party.
I addressed
Hey,
one.
I'm the one.
You
I'm
say,
endorsing
"Oh,
every
you didn't say
Democratic
that."
candidate. You're the one who said.
I can't hear you both at the same time. I want
Wick
Pisco to quickly finish, 10, 15 seconds
Yep.
if you can, and I want to get Tom in here because
Oh, he
Tom's in to
can.
ask a few questions, but I don't want to keep him. I want to make sure that he can say what he wants to say and get out of here and get back to what game is he playing? What game? This is really important that I know. What game is it? Factorio, of course. Factorio.
Cool. So Wick is doing this thing well, you better put your energy towards the Democratic Party versus DSA, as though they're the same kind of organization. The Democratic Party is not an organization as such. It's a vague thing of formal institutions, different candidates, people who loosely align on ideology. It's not an organization qua organization, right? So they're just not comparable. It'd be saying should I join the DSA or eat an apple, right? Should I join the DSA or what does it mean to join the Democratic Party other than register that way?
Organization that has, again, a lot of infrastructure get out the vote apparatus. It has a ton of infrastructure in states. The DNC is an organization.
Organization qua organization.
That runs the Democratic Party. It's an organization.
There's the DNC. There's a DCCC. There's a bunch of like committees and formal structures. There's the politicians,
which work
right?
as an organization within the Democratic Party. Yes,
it's not a singular thing, right? It's a gestalt. It's like
an apparatus,
a big collection of things. No, when you say apparatus, it's implying
yes, it's a collection of different organizations. But again, colloquially, it's an organization.
No, okay. So then, who's the head of the Democratic Party? Who's the Democratic Party? Head of the Democratic Party. Who is it?
Who is the head of the Democratic Party?
Yes.
I think right now it's probably Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries.
Wait, why?
Because they're the ones in positions of power in the. I think they're the minority leadership in the House and the Senate.
So because they're high-ranking in
Congress, do you disagree with that?
You
disagree that they are the titular heads of the party right now?
No, yeah, I do disagree with that. I don't even know what it would mean to be the head of the Democratic Party. The problem
to be
is
responsible for implementing legislation, to be responsible for implementing and deciding where funds go and where our support goes. They're the people that people listen to. So when they say, "Hey, the DNC is going to back this candidate." This is why a lot of the DSA types are mad at Chuck Schumer because Chuck Schumer is backing candidates that they don't like.
So Chuck Schumer is deciding what the DNC supports.
And he's able to do that because he is the titular head of the party right now.
So Chuck Schumer is deciding who the DNC supports in elections and primary contests.
He has large amounts of influence on it. Yes.
Okay, but like you understand, right? The Democratic Party is like it's an abstract
is a leader
thing. It's
the Democratic Party.
It's not like the Chamber of Commerce. It's not like the NRA. It's not like the DSA, right? You get me?
Structured differently, yes, but it is still an organization with titular heads that have sometimes in-faction fighting, but they have leaders, influencers, gatekeepers, auditors. They have infrastructure. All these things are again fall under the umbrella of the Democratic Party. Why are you fighting me on this? Is it just true?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're lost. Like it's not like the DSA in that
whatever.
sense.
Okay, I'm just lost because I just answered all the questions.
Last thing, I promise. How would I go about joining the Democratic Party? Tell me the process by which I join the Democratic Party right now.
To join the Democratic Party, you have to register with your state.
Oh, so all it means to join the Democratic Party is to register as a Democrat, correct?
Yes, but being a good member is different than simply saying I'm registered as a Democrat.
Oh, so it sounds like just being a Democrat is like calling yourself a Democrat, and that's your own definition.
No, I don't think that someone just calling themselves a Democrat is enough to make them an actual Democrat.
What else defines you as a Democrat?
Wait, Piso. Can we like cut the weird rhetoric game? All you need to say is WIC. What is the equivalent of DSA organizing on a local level that you could do the Democratic Party? Because the Democratic Party, as Pisco is describing, is a big thing that means your ideology, it means how you vote. But is there a Democrat, young Democrats? Is there a DNC organization that you could join locally? So like, I want to put my money and my time in my
college Democrats.
There's
we know that.
Democrats, right? Well, I know you know that because it involved Hassan. But would you know about that? Would you know about that if it didn't involve Hassan? Like, what is the alternative that you were proposing?
Knowing or not knowing about the existence of an organization does not mean the organization does or does not exist.
But surely, if you're telling someone not to join the DSA, you should.
I can't name every single organization that falls under the umbrella of the Democratic Party. I can't name every single one. Right? I can't do that, but I know they exist.
And by the way, would you advocate people join the College Democrats of America right now? Yes or no?
Right now, no, because I think they've been subverted.
So what are they supposed to join actually? So what is it actually they should join?
Organizations, perhaps.
Let me
I don't
get
know
there.
them
I
off
want
the
to
top
ask.
of my head, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. What is this weirdness?
Let me throw a few organizations out before we throw it over to Tom. Would it be something like a local Democratic Central Committee, a local Democratic Party club that people would join when they have representatives come by?
I don't know the names specifically, but there are definitely there definitely exists local infrastructure that you can participate in. And if you do go, like your local council, your local government, most of the people there are pretty old. Okay, they're like fucking 60, 70, 80, right? But they exist, and they're out there doing the work.
We're young and hot and doing big shit. What about the DSA?
The DSA are busy destroying America. They're saying we need to abolish capitalism and let the rapists out.
Let's go from that over to Tom Foolery, who showed some interest in coming on here and expressing some of his thoughts. So, Tom, do you have any questions you wanted to throw at the panel before I go through my list of questions since we've gone through much of the ringer now?
Yeah. So I'll start off by saying that I do agree that like the DNC being a Democrat is not like a group of values. Obviously, the party switch is an obvious example of the fact that, you know, the parties change based on what's going on at the time. And, you know, if Republicans take on some policy positions, the Democrats have to take on other policy positions to get back to some sort of 50-50 hold over the population. The DSA, though, is a values-based organization, which requires agreement to those values. And if you look on their website, I agree that like the platform that they put out, which talks about, you know, abolishing the Senate and crap like that. Obviously, not everybody agrees with that. We heard all the candidates be pretty clear that they don't all agree with that. But on the website, under Constitution and bylaws, it literally says under Article 3 for members that members shall be open to every person who subscribes to the principles of the organization. And under bylaws, it says for membership, applicants for membership in the organization shall agree with the principles of the organization and pay dues. Those are the only two requirements. So if you were thinking about joining within the Constitution, it says that their purpose is, says we are socialists because we reject an economic order based on private profit and alienated labor, which means that they want the workers owned to the means of production, obviously. And then it also says we are socialists because we share a vision of humane social order based on popular control of resources and production, economic planning, and equitable distribution. So those are like obvious socialist, very like plain socialist ideals that if you don't agree with those,
Yeah, they're socialist.
that is their purpose of the organization.
Socialist
It's a socialist organization.
Yeah. What is the
Correct.
big O here?
Well, so hold on. First off, Pisca, you've literally argued with me twice. I've seen you argue with tons of people saying that maybe they mean something different by socialist. It doesn't mean that they're actual socialists. Maybe they mean something totally different.
Out of all the debates that I've seen people talking about this, I haven't seen a single person define something coherently at all. But
Yeah,
the statement was that if you don't agree with the ideals of it and the purpose of the actual organization, which is very different from the DNC.
So let me. I want to hear the end of Tom's question again, so it's clear, because I don't think it's particularly clear what the question attached to it was.
I was saying that if you don't agree with the principles and the goal of the actual organization, why would you join the organization instead of just supporting the candidates that you like outside of the organization?
Yeah, wait, Tom, you're aware that plenty of people join this organization who believe socialism is like, well, you know, I'm sure you've heard Pisco bring this up. They believe socialism is Nordic model, and they join because they're like, here's a bunch of cool young people organizing, and like they don't read the fucking Constitution. They're like, oh, it means that. I had to read the terms and services when I signed up, and I have to agree with all of them, or else they'll kick me out.
iTunes terms and conditions.
Yeah, it's not necessary that you're like a literal, you know, I want to abolish capitalism socialist to join it. Although I would assume that most of the people in there probably want that, and it's not necessary for you.
Well, the thing is that most of the people.
Sure, but the people here know though. The people here know that though. So if the people here know that,
I don't think
they join an organization where they disagree with the purpose, not the.
Dylan just gave you a reason, right?
So they know the purpose.
Dylan just gave you a potential reason. I wouldn't, but Dylan said potentially so that he can try to change from within their strategy on Ukraine. That would be a motivating reason for him, notwithstanding, I don't know, his position on whatever socialist ideal that is being espoused in the principles that you're referencing.
And also just look at the look at all these different caucuses and like socialism is not this just like one Marxist Leninist type tanky shit or whatever the fuck. Socialism is a really, really vague term that's been around for a really, really long time, but prior to Marx or anything like that, it just has to do with the composition of who is in charge of the management and operation of the means of production in a general sense. Like socialism does not mean that like you have this centralization of power. Socialism can literally just mean a more democracy within the economic sphere. That's literally it. Like socialism has always been.
Socialism can be co-op?
vague term.
Co-op is socialism?
Let me hear the last sentence
just
from
read-
Jordy. I
hold
want to
on,
let him finish his philosophy on socialism.
That's the most.
quickly.
Hold on, I just want to make this clear.
Let me,
That's the most
I would like to
retarded
hear him
definition
finish
of
his sentence
socialism I've
before
heard in my
somebody follows
fucking
another
life.
sentence, please. I would really appreciate it. Jordy, last sentence, please.
Yeah, socialism is a really, really vague term, and if you look at any of these different caucuses, each one is going to give you a different interpretation of what they think is socialist and what they think ought to happen in the economic sphere. Most people in DSA are like social democrats. Most people in DSA are like very vaguely socialist, like not like Marxist Leninists. Marxist Leninists are like a minority.
I agree with that. But that I don't know why you're saying that when I literally just read, they literally say the statement, we are socialists because, and then the statement that they want to end alienated labor. They want to have the public in charge of production. I just read, so we don't have this like vague conception of why they call themselves socialists. So what was the problem?
You're not addressing what Jordy just said, which is
the reason he's doing this is to avoid answering any direct
I can tell you the reason why I'm doing it, you dumb fuck.
Just to be clear.
I can tell you the reason why I'm doing it, you dumb
to engage directly
No,
with
I can
any
literally tell you the reason why I'm doing it is
He's
because every single person. Wick, what is socialism?
What is socialism? You tell me.
I asked you.
But your definition was. Your definition was.
What is socialism?
You're the one
Tell me the charges. Why don't you tell me the charges?
Your definition was socialism.
I wanted to hear the answer on why
when
you were
want
saying
more
that.
democracy in capitalism, and I reject that definition. So
In the market, is the
again,
market
In virtue of
necessarily
what you
capitalist?
reject it? You reject it
You don't
because
know what
it's like
socialism
not.
do you know
why
what?
do you reject
Again,
it?
give me the
definition you
definition of
reject.
socialism that you have.
Okay, you're asking more questions. You said that.
Yes,
you
I
reject
am. I
whatever
wanna know
Jordan
what
said.
he thinks
And
socialism
on
is.
what basis do you reject it? You reject something.
Yeah, so
Why do
like,
you reject
You're
it?
the one
Jordy, answer
advocating
why-
it.
why-
What is it that you're doing? Because again,
you gotta be able to
socialism,
define
I feel, is in opposition.
I would like to hear
mostly
Jordy's answer
capitalism.
to it.
And I think that capitalism has been the most successful material ideology for the world out of
Just the perfect
any other
lib,
ideology.
I don't know what capitalism
you're
is
such a
either. Wow, that's
perfect, pure
beautiful.
lib.
Yeah,
Yes,
you don't
I
know
am a
what
liberal.
capitalism is either.
That's
You don't know
true. I
socialism
am a
or
liberal.
capitalism
That
is.
is
You're
true.
literally
No, I'm just
just
saying,
diverse
it's very. Why are you saying I think capitalism is the most beautiful thing that God created? Adam Smith, I fucking jerk off to.
God
him.
didn't
Why are you
create it.
doing that shit instead of addressing what Jordy said? You're just like taking
Jordy
the time
hadn't said
to just
anything.
Do a
He hasn't said
monologue
any
about how you're so
substance.
amazing.
Chew on there.
Then let's give
Hold on,
Jordy an
can I
opportunity.
hear him
Let's
as
give
well?
Answer to the question.
their
I want to
democracy.
Jordy's
give him a
answer to
moment.
the question.
Let's give Jordy
Can
an
I get
opportunity
Jordy's
to answer the
answer to the
question. Then,
question,
if he hasn't
please.
said anything, then
What
he
is
should be
what
able
is
to define it.
socialism? Be specific.
The thing that we call capitalism, on the one hand, is the disproportionate ownership and operation of the means of production by private entities. Right? That's the thing that we're calling capitalism. It's a very, very vague term in and of its own right. Socialism is where there's a disproportionate amount of democratic ownership and operation of the means of production, whether that be through democracy, whether it be through if these are social programs or if they're whatever. It's a really, really general term that just appeals to democracy and economy. That's it.
So the DSA
It's not even
calls
saying
for-
all of the economy is
I wanted to
operated
hear
through
you answer why
the
you were
central
responding.
planning or whatever the fuck. It's just
He
democracy.
didn't answer.
So
hold
the
on.
DSA calls for public
You
ownership
didn't let
of
him answer
America's
my
largest
question, though. You've
corporations.
got
Which corporations?
He hasn't
I'm sorry, I was
answered
asking
my
two different
question at all.
questions. What's your question now, Tom?
Yes, my question before was I was asking why was that your response when I just read exactly what they meant by socialism, and then you said that socialism could mean a bunch of different things, but I'm saying they literally told us what they mean by socialism.
That's what
Because
you're
you
trying to understand
confused
what
the
gender you
national
respond.
DSA platform with the fact that there's a bunch of smaller DSA orgs that all fucking fight each other constantly on what it means to be a socialist, and plenty of people.
It's literally for somebody to join a charter.
Let me
That's
answer
what
because
we're
the thing
talking
that you
about.
read,
We're
the thing that
talking
you
about
read,
this
is
is
like
join a
alien.
Tom, I ask, go and join any DSA, your local DSA, just as like a meme, and you'll know that they don't fucking make you read this out and put your hand on the Bible.
That's
They
not
don't
what I
make you
said.
read the
Well,
terms
even
of
besides
service.
that, just let me answer Tom.
Let me answer Tom.
I didn't say
Just let me answer Tom, or else his head's gonna
Tom.
pop, dude. You can see it start to fucking bolt out.
Okay, I got a follow-up question on this. I think this will help with this question. I've seen in DSA circles, and I've heard by talking to people in DSA, that there have been disagreements about the question of candidate control. What I mean by that statement, candidate control, is the idea that some candidates, while being card-carrying members of DSA and sometimes endorsed by DSA, have done things that have not been preferred by DSA national leadership, certain caucuses. Sometimes it's a majority of DSA members, you might be able to disagree. Sometimes it's just a majority of caucus members, the ones who actually like represent what makes up the voting organizations in DSA. Either way, there seems to be a internal disagreement about whether or not DSA should assert itself to take its vision of its political agenda and more forcefully with these candidates make sure that they apply to that when they go and run for office. So they would take their position on a foreign policy issue, or they would take their position on an economic issue. If we're talking about their definition of socialism or their position on Ukraine, if they were to develop more candidate control going on with current leadership, this could create, I think, divisions and problems in the future. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I do. And the DSA did too, because they recognized this problem. And what they did is they set out a criteria that people needed. If they want an endorsement from DSA, these are a set of criteria that they have defined that you need to accomplish. And they write it out here, and I'll just read it out for you. Have a demonstrated history of leadership in their chapter, participation in DSA's internal life, and attending DSA events. Commit to uphold DSA's national policy platform and DSA's national priorities, campaigns, and initiatives. View themselves as socialist organizers first and legislators second, which is fucking wild. Openly and proudly identify with DSA and socialism, including by expressly encouraging people to join DSA, identifying publicly as a socialist or democratic socialist, aligning their branding, messaging, and or color scheme with DSA, commit to grow their DSA chapter and develop DSA leadership through their campaign, demonstrate interest in receiving a national endorsement, and commit to caucusing with fellow elected DSA endorsees and socialists in office committees where applicable. That is
They get an
their
endorsement from national DSA. Yeah, not an endorsement from DSA in general.
That is the criteria for DSA's national endorsement.
So what to
Or
that?
the national, yeah, but you can be endorsed by the local
Just a
chapter.
national endorsement.
Yes, but if we're talking about the nationals.
Yeah, so who gives a fuck?
People who are thinking of whether or not they
Shut
should
up.
join
All right. The thing that I just like
Well,
really,
if the
really
majority
quickly,
of the candidates aren't endorsed by the national,
really quickly
it
for
doesn't
Tom,
matter.
because I don't want to like just leave the loose end. The thing that I'm getting at is that the definition that you gave from DSA is completely within the definition that I gave here. It's just that when you say these things, people have all of these like crazy ideas for what it would actually mean to end alienation and stuff like that. It's just all it is that increased democratic participation in the economy.
It's like the Bible, right? You have
That means
Bible
nothing.
verse, it gives
That
you-
means nothing. What you said
it's like
is
the
No, because you're
Bible.
fucking
It's like-
bitch. You're a dumb bitch. That's why it means nothing to you.
There's nothing
wait,
there.
so
you
to
just
explain what he's
made this
saying,
vague
to
hand gesture, pretend that you solved the problem
No,
or
he
answered
didn't.
the
Wait,
question.
why
This
don't
is the
you be
definition
good
you
faith?
throughout all of history, you dumb fuck.
Why
You
don't
keep
be a little
using
bit
words
good
like
faith?
dumb
Why
fuck
don't
that
you be a
apply
little
directly
good
Because you're
faith?
dumb.
man.
Because you're a dumb fuck.
Why don't
Because you
be a
don't know
little
what
good faith,
socialism
Wick?
means.
Wick. Why
You
don't you
literally
be a
can't
little
tell
good
me.
faith? And you didn't offer one either.
Hold on. Do you think that
Give me the definition of socialism. What does
First of all,
socialism mean?
why would I
Tell
give
me
someone
wrong.
good
What's
faith?
the definition
You're
of
saying he's
socialism?
wrong. You're saying he's wrong. Wick,
why
you're
would
saying he's
I ever
wrong.
accept the
You're
answer
saying he's
that
wrong.
Socialism is when there's more democracy.
You're saying
In
he's
economy.
wrong, so provide
In
the
economy.
definition that's
what's the
not in
definition?
accord with.
Socialism is when you have public control of companies, means of production, these things.
Oh,
So,
Isn't that
for
what
example,
Jordan
like the
said?
DSA says, and the national
like what I
DSA
said.
agrees
Do you
with
mean
me,
in general, or do
they
you mean
want
like
to,
all?
their position,
That
their
would be his
public
definition.
policy position is public ownership of America's largest corporations. So I'm going to ask you, which corporations should the
I'm
government...
sorry, are you giving me a definition of
This is
socialism now, or just
atopical.
reading
This
the
is
fucking top
atopical.
of it?
Wait.
It's
This is so
atopical.
so look
We're
at what Wick
talking
just
about what
look
is
at what Wick
socialism.
just did.
The
Wick
DSA,
so
who
Wick
identifies
just did
themselves as
something
socialists,
very
has
sneaky,
this as a
and I saw
socialist
exactly
position.
what he did. It was this is how sneaky Wick is. So this is a conversation about what
Sneaky
socialism
by
is.
trying to address the actual point.
So
It's
no.
crazy.
It's like,
I
can't
can
hear
break
both
down
at the same time.
exactly
Let me
what
hear
just
about
happened.
Wick's sneakiness, and then we can have Wick respond to the
Okay.
sneakiness.
Sneak.
Okay, thank you.
Correct. So Tom raised a concern. He said, look, this charter says they have to commit themselves to these principles. And what Jordy said in response was, well, it seems like these principles are up to the interpretation of people. And based on my experience, they interpret it kind of differently. And this is kind of like a vague notion of what socialism is. People have different interpretations of it. Wick responds and says, wait, that's not true socialism. He provides a definition of socialism that is like very similar to what Jordy said. And then instead
It's
of
not
reconciling with the
similar
fact
at
that he
all.
totally failed failed. Then instead of reconciling the fact that he totally failed, wait, let me finish your sneakiness. You can respond.
How are they similar?
You both said public ownership of the means of production was a core part of what you just said.
No,
that's what that is.
Said,
yes,
his entirety of his
yes,
definition.
Yes. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish. You can respond. Wait. I'm almost at the sneakiness part, right? When it became evident that the definitions in material sense were at least largely overlapped, and it wasn't clear why we should accept one or the other, Wick, instead of reconciling with that, he brought in some other policy issue to talk about, to virtue signal about. That's exactly what the fuck happened.
They don't overlap. They don't overlap because it literally starts off by saying that they reject private profit, and then also says popular control of production, and also against alienated labor. Like all
same
of
response from Jordy.
Private
same
profit.
response from Jordy.
You're not the same thing.
It's not.
They did not.
You're
say
saying
the
it's
same
just
thing.
a little bit less private profit. Not that they're against it, but they just want a little bit less.
No, his response to you, Tom, and you're not getting it. So why don't you listen for a second? His response was, people are going to interpret that differently.
Holy shit, dude.
People are going to interpret that. People are going to. So you're not listening. You're not listening to Jordy's response to that. You're like,
I did
look at all
listen.
this horrible. You're not listening. You're not listening. So this is how I know you're not listening, because Jordy's response on that is, listen,
enough of the meta.
So interpreting that statement, you can get a bunch of different people telling you a bunch of different bullshit, and it could be AOC talking some bullshit. It could be Tanky's talking some bullshit. It could be someone in between talking some bullshit. And why do you disagree with that? So what's your basis?
You don't listen, bro. You don't listen. What the fuck? You don't listen. Why don't you listen?
Tell you what he said.
Why don't you listen, Pisco? Why won't you fucking listen? You're retarded. You won't listen. Okay, I literally said they said that we reject private profit. That the rejection of private profit does not mean just a little bit less private profit. It means the rejection of private profit. It means the rejection of alienated labor. It doesn't mean just a little bit less.
Is that consistent with AOC? Is that consistent with AOC and Bernie?
What does that mean?
Is that consistent with them? So are those views?
What does that mean?
So, for example, AOC is a member of the DSA, correct?
Hold on. Only
is
just
she a member
recently,
of the DSA?
She renewed her membership.
Yes.
So let's not.
Yes. Okay. So
this seems to be the current charter, right?
So she currently is, right? So is she in line with the current charter?
When you say the charter, you're talking about the bylaws?
The thing that you keep reading.
Bylaws that you're reading, whatever this is.
Yeah. No.
She's in line with it, right?
No. What do you mean in line with it? Like her policy prescriptions?
Is she upholding this part that you say is a necessary precondition to be a DSA person?
No, I don't think she's fighting against
and yet she has the endorsement. And yet she has the endorsement, right?
Announced as
of her charter.
And yet she's a DSA candidate, right? So how can that be, Tom?
I agreed with all of this at the beginning. Right? You don't listen. You don't listen. I said all this at the beginning. I said all this at the beginning. You don't listen, Pisco. You don't fucking listen. Wrong about what, Pisco? What am I wrong about?
I'll tell you why.
What am I wrong about?
You said this is necessary to be a part of the DSA as I've interpreted, and AOC is not in line with this, and yet she's a member. And so your conclusion that this
I didn't say that they had to be part. I didn't say that they're making them agree to these things. I literally said at the fucking beginning, you don't listen, Pisco.
So why are you reading it?
Why don't you just fucking listen? Why don't you stop being a dumb fucking just listen, Pisco?
Tom, what's your issue,
bro?
Tom, then what's your issue with the things that you're reading, these bylaws?
As I said, is that as I said from the beginning, is that the reason that I just read it to him is because he was saying that you could interpret it in all these different ways. I'm saying, well, no, you can't. It literally says the rejection of.
How is that any? How can you square the circle of that in AOC?
He said it would be just a little bit less. Why are you pivoting? Don't stop.
That's not a pivot. You're saying
we're not talking about whether or not they can be members.
You're saying we're not talking about whether or not they
can be members.
AOC is interpreting this in a different way, right?
Which one are we talking about? Are we talking about whether or not they can be members according to these, or are we talking about whether or not they can interpret these terms differently? Which one are we talking about?
Well, clearly both are possible, right? These members are not upholding these bylaws.
I'm saying you cannot. I'm not saying that they have to.
Okay, so what are you saying then?
As I said that.
I got to use the restroom. I'll be back.
What's the fear? So what's this big fear? Like, I found a part of a contract that no one gives a fuck about, and apparently the candidates don't care either. What's the problem? What's the issue?
I literally said from the fucking beginning. I literally said, Jordy said you can interpret these things differently. I will repeat it again. Jordy said you can interpret these things differently. I'm saying, though, you can't. The rejection of is not just a little bit less. The rejection of is not a little bit less. Tell me the rejection of
On
is a
your
little bit.
interpretation. Assuming your interpretation
no.
is
Yes or
correct.
no? No. Yes or no? Yes or no? Is the rejection of a little bit less? Yes or no? Yes or no?
So what's the
I
prescription?
don't think that
the
those
prescription
sentences.
is here?
I don't believe that those.
No, you're not going to answer. You're not going to answer.
To answer
You're
your
gonna
question.
keep-
No,
you're
to
gonna
answer
keep
your
I'm literally
question,
answering.
I
I'm literally
don't.
answering. Bro, your little brain's gonna pop, dude. Take a breath. Take a breath.
Don't answer.
I'm making
The point is, regardless
I'm just
of
making
let's say
fun of
that-
Pisco.
No, Tom, let's say the language.
Oh
is
yeah,
completely-
spite. Yeah, that's what I got.
No. Let's say the language is completely unambiguous. It's just that if you join us, you have to reject the American economic system as it currently stands in the year 2026. And then there's a bunch of members who don't do that. What would it matter that is in their bylaw or in their?
Oh my goodness! Are you going to keep pivot? How many times do you want me to say this? I'll say it 10 times right now. If that'll make you stop asking the same question.
Do it 10 times.
I'm not
Would be
saying
enough.
they have to agree to these in order to be a member. I'm not saying they have to agree to these in order to be a member.
So why
I'm
does
not
it
saying they have
matter?
to agree to these in order to be a member. Wait.
why does
How
it
many times do
matter?
you want me to answer this? You
So why
just
does
asked me
it
that. Can you
matter?
repeat the answer I gave you the last time you asked
said
me
you
that?
don't have to
Repeat
agree
the answer
to
I
them
gave.
to be a member.
Repeat
right?
the answer I gave you last time you asked me
don't-
why it matters. Repeat the
Why does it
answer that I
matter?
gave to you the last
You
two
said,
times you asked.
because
does it
Jordan
matter?
said you
Repeat
could
the-
interpret these differently, and then that's what these members are doing.
Yes.
They're like, well, I don't necessarily either have read this, or if I have read it, I don't think that's what socialism means, and that's not what I agree with.
Or
So
they
who
haven't read
cares?
it. Yes, or they haven't
Who
read it.
cares? So why are you
Wait,
bringing it up?
Or you come up
Why
with
are
a
you bringing it up?
petition where you have to
Can we
like
build a-
wholesale like
let's-
give
let's
a
build
certain
off of that.
economy.
Okay,
like,
I said
that.
back.
Have you
I
been
literally
having
said
fun?
I would
Have
get
you
idea
been having
that
fun
like
teasing all these
somebody
guys,
else
Tom? Are you
owning your labor, the idea of somebody else owning your labor being alienating just by definition, the idea that owning that as a socialist is insane to you?
No, I agree that's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. So it's literally just saying to
disagree
be
with
part of the
these-
democratic socialist, you have to be a socialist.
Yes.
Then what's the problem?
See?
And what's the problem? They're
What do you mean?
socialists,
What's
yes.
the problem?
They're
That's
socialists.
Holy shit! How many? Oh, holy shit! You guys are actually fucking retarded. This is why you guys. This is why you guys have so many problems. with this. Holy shit! You guys are fucking retarded. Okay, so as I said, I will keep fucking repeating the same fucking shit over and over. If
Maybe
you
it'll stick this
disagree with
time.
the goals of the actual fucking platform, why the fuck would you pay dues to help them achieve goals that you actually disagree with, just to change one little thing when the major
There's
things that
some
they want
answers.
you
Yeah,
don't
there's some
fucking
answers.
agree with?
So here's some answers. So answer number one.
Oh, we
you
get to
interpret
answers now.
Yeah. Answer number one. Someone might. Okay, the answer number one. Someone might join the DSA, notwithstanding the divergence here, because they interpret what you just read differently. Answer number two, because notwithstanding significant disagreement, there's sufficient alignment and a motivation to change the aspects that are worst, such that or participation is.
Jordy just agreed that
they.
they don't interpret it differently. He just agreed that makes them a socialist. That they don't want to alienate labor. That they reject these things. Like he just agreed.
I'm giving you.
Makes them a
I'm
socialist.
giving you
like, it's not
motivations.
stop
I'm giving
them.
you. I'm giving you motivations
agreed
for
to it.
why. Yeah, you did. He said basically, if you interpret it your way, you're just
No, that
saying
was my
socialists are
point.
socialists. Okay.
Yes,
Okay, fine.
yes. That was my point.
They're
You guys are
socialists.
saying,
They're-
oh, they could
so you
interpret it
asked-
differently. They could just be regular sock
Hey,
dems.
Tom,
They could just
hey,
be
Tom,
regular
Tom,
sock
Tom,
dems, guys. They
Tom,
could be regular sock
Oh, you
dems.
gotta chill the
So
fuck out, bro.
Tommy, you're asking the question. You're asking basically, why would someone who's not a socialist join a socialist party? Right? You're basically asking that. Yeah.
Yes, obviously, yes.
Okay.
Thank you
One
for
reason-
simplifying it for a 5-year-old.
Okay. Well, you could have just led with that. And one reason might be
I did.
because-
I literally did.
Okay.
We're
Bro,
gonna
shut
play
the
this
fuck up.
back.
If you want
What
him
I
to
literally
answer, you
did.
keep
Yes,
saying you
that's
want him to
literally
answer,
what I
then you
led
start
with.
screaming when he
So
starts
one
talking.
reason-
Shut the fuck
I don't
up.
want him to answer. I didn't ask him anything.
up,
He's
bro.
just jumping it, but he can go.
Oh, so you don't want me to answer that question?
I asked Jordy a question, and then I asked Soypel a question. But each time I ask anybody a question, you jump in anyway. So go ahead. It's fine.
All right, I'll
What
just
do you
answer it.
wanna
Then they
ask
can
me, bro? What the
answer.
fuck?
Yeah, okay. So the reason why someone who's not a socialist, on your view of what socialism is because they might have a different view of what socialism is, and they might find no contradiction. So that's one reason. In other words, the aligned or sort of specified ideology, at least as their interpretation is, isn't at odds with what they believe. Say, for example, the labor movements in various different countries, which have called themselves socialists. So that's one explanation. Another is, notwithstanding being not a socialist, they might think that there's some utilitarian aim to be gained by joining the organization. As the example given by Dylan at the top of this call was, maybe I should join the DSA, and he's considering it to move the them on foreign policy issues and to make them less cringe. That might be another motivating reason to do it. A third might be because you're kind of cynical and you want their organizational help, and so you join even though you don't like believe with their ideals because you just want the organizational help. Those are all three perfectly understandable.
And Pisco might have suggest for Wick should join to destroy them from within, subvert them, and turn them into a liberal organization.
Again,
correct.
I think that we can have more of an effect by helping destroy you from without.
We can't subvert the Democratic Party. They already agree with us, right?
It's easier for me just to kneel on your neck from without.
Tom, did you have any thoughts on those answers?
Interesting choice of words.
The thing that I asked was that if you don't agree with the overall project, why would you join just to change small things that don't? If you're not in agreement with the overall,
I didn't know Ukraine was a small thing. Now. Ukraine's a small thing now. Ukraine is a small thing. Well, I want you to say it. Ukraine is a small thing.
It is in terms of their overall platform. Yes, it is a small thing in terms of their overall platform.
It's not to Dylan. It's not to Dylan. It's not to Dylan.
It's not to Dylan. It's not to Dylan, but the fact that the idea that they're going to be the ones that actually make some sort of big change in this, when you don't even think that they're going to make some big changes in the Democratic
Dylan
Party.
has gotten DSA candidates to change the Ukrainian position. He's literally done this. That's why I even bring it up.
Wait, okay. So he did that without joining the DSA? That's fucking crazy.
And he might even be able to have more leeway by joining the DSA.
That actually gets to the question. This is one of the questions I wanted to ask, because there seemed to be a lot of back and forth over candidates like AOC and the organization and the kind of tug and pull, because these organizations and these candidates don't have all the times flowery relationships. They want more from each other. AOC as a political actor wants more resources, and DSA as an ideologically based organization wants her to take positions and push policies that are in line with their agenda. And so when the areas are aligned with, there's not going to be friction. But outside of that, there might be. AOC has a very good record voting wise on Ukraine. Not everybody on the IC and not everybody in DSA leadership is going to be particularly thrilled about that. And so my question, I guess, would be is, do you think when you're someone like AOC or Mondami, you have the space to move DSA, or is DSA going to end up moving them, or do they even have any interest in these organizations moving to begin with?
Yeah, well, I think when you look at the DSA membership, like most people that are joining because of people like Bernie Sanders, Mamdani, AOC, et cetera. And so like they already have that power. They already have the power to move people. Just by virtue of the fact that most people that are joining are directly influenced by these people, right?
Because I wonder, because if somebody says the DSA co-chair, Megan Romer, says this about Ukraine, obviously I disagree with that. But then if AOC and Mondami and many of the most popular DSA candidates or DSA aligned candidates are saying something else, well,
with Romer,
that's another example.
He puts it in a strange position, like PR wise. Puts DSA
if it's Romer in particular, I don't. Romer's fucking insane, dude. Romer's like Red Star Caucus, but I wouldn't have any faith in her. But when it comes to
Tom and Wick, do you know what Red Star Caucus is?
The Red Star Caucus? I don't know the specific names. I know they have a Marxist-Leninist caucus. I know that they have one that's less Marxist-Leninist. I don't know the specific names of all the caucuses in there. I couldn't list them out.
The reason I ask is because I just want to further illustrate that there's like a bunch of different factions that are constantly arguing with each other, and they don't all agree on the same things. And like you can join and not be in favor of some of the things. You could join and be in favor of some of the others.
I would say that Red Star Caucus are basically like red fascists to me. Like I am not. I hate these people. And that is not a minority opinion either. Tons of people in DSA do not like people in Red Star Caucus or other caucuses.
This is another conversation, because when it comes to the caucus structure and changing, earlier, Jordy, there was a conversation of, well, the majority, I think you said that the majority of DSA members would support Ukraine, is something you said?
I think if you would poll them, yeah, and also that I said that the majority of members are not caucus members at all, and also when it comes to caucus members, the techies are.
What does support mean?
Well, I would just to follow up on the caucus number. I've had conversations with those in different caucuses, those who are pro-Ukraine, those on the edges and such, and the general consensus seems to be. Now, this is what I'm saying. People can take it at face value or not. That if there was a vote tomorrow in DSA or at the next committee when they have like the yearly meeting and they talk about what's going to actually be on the agenda, what's on the platform, if there was to be a vote on the idea that we should give support to Ukraine, we should not abandon them, The numbers that I've been given is that there might be like 25 to 30% of the vote, caucus-wise. That they will not be able to get a majority. And the question isn't even about would the majority of dues-paying members support Ukraine. It's that the caucuses themselves don't support Ukraine. And so you might talk about like mountain caucus and some newer caucuses that do, but you probably would not be able to pass that from internally right now, any statement in support of Ukraine.
No, I mean you would have to be arguing with the caucuses, which is what they do all the time. And there's actually tons of it's all like published too. You can like read the arguments back and forth from these guys. It's pretty interesting. But yeah, most people are not caucus members. But when it comes to the caucus members, especially when it has people that are closer to like the MPC, for example, the caucus members that are part of the MPC, I would not imagine that that they would have sufficient like positions on Ukraine, probably because it's just the blanket, anti-imperialist campus sort of influence, I guess.
Okay, I know this is a little bit of a I want to know what you mean by support Ukraine. Like when you say that if you pulled the DSA members, whether they would not
be giving a position of saying that that the DSA position from their perspective should be one that is in favor of making any positive statement about what the military industrial complex should be aligned
military aid to Ukraine directly? What it means giving military aid to support Ukraine directly in their war effort.
Oh, I just told you. I don't think that they would give any positive statements on what they think the military industrial complex should do. I don't think that they would give any affirmative position on that, even if they are in line with like they want Ukraine to win.
Yeah, well, that's disqualifying if they're not willing to do the bare minimum.
Disqualifying for you, but literally, you would rather vote petitioning on. So, like, you're literally disqualified from giving a shit about them.
The hot air they want, it doesn't matter. They're not actually doing anything. They're not actually.
Just signal your own audience and go vote for petitioning them.
This is so funny, right? So for Wick, it's disqualifying on an issue. And listen, I will always support as a main issue of mine in the primary context Ukraine support. I think it's essential, and I think it's really important. But you just said it's disqualifying for you that they don't support Ukraine, and yet
specifically support Ukraine by advocating and approving weapon transfers, weapon sales, all that.
So
right?
one thing to notice, there's often this critique of certain people in other circles ideologically who say, "Oh, you're a one-party voter on Gaza. That's fucked up." Now you're advocating to be like a one issue voter.
Do you think that's my one issue?
No.
You said it's disqualifying.
That was sufficient. You said it's disqualifying. So it's just one little point to chew on. But even put that aside. Okay, granted, because I think it's a very important issue. I agree with you, Wick, on that. If that's a very important issue, and if the DSA are not going to be like destroyed, like they're not going to be destroyed, they're around, why would it not behoove this very important issue to have someone like Dylan Burns, if he feels there's enough ideological coherence, for him to go in there and try to change that position? What's so wrong with that if it's so important?
Because I think he could do more good elsewhere and putting his efforts elsewhere. And I think that any advocacy that he has will be weighed down by the other positions that the DSA holds that he will be tied to because he is a member of the DSA.
What do you mean on like Twitter posts? Like people would say like mean Twitter posts about him?
No, I think that when he goes up to a politician and says, "Hey, I think you should take this position seriously," and they're like, "Oh, you're a DSA member? Isn't this the people who believe X, Y, and Z? I don't want to associate with someone who believes X, Y, and Z." Why do you think?
What is it, like 41% of like registered Democrats associate with like a Democratic Socialist? Like, and you're acting like it's like
you think toxic. That 41%.
You can say that you think it should be more toxic, but it's not.
You think that 41% of Democrats are Democratic Socialists? Is that your claim?
30%.
They identify as Democratic Socialists. Yeah.
Do you think that they are Democratic Socialists?
Yeah.
What do you mean are? What do you mean? Like
you think 41% of Democrats are Democratic Socialists?
I'm sorry, we define socialism the same.
They identify themselves. They identify themselves as such. So when you say they are that, Wick,
and they are calling.
No, you don't know what socialism is.
Wick, chill. Hey, Wick. So when they
chill, I'm answering his fucking question.
Are they really? So are they really? You ask, are they really Democratic Socialists? Are you asking whether they identify as Democratic Socialists on your view, or something else? Like, what are you asking with respect to whether they're really Democratic Socialists?
Do they support policies that Democratic Socialists would advocate for?
That's circular because they think they're Democratic Socialists.
It's circular.
Okay.
Like,
are you a
Actual
capitalist?
Democratic socialist, not someone who's LARPing as a democratic socialist or is LARPing for a Nordic model. These words have actual meanings, and we have to look
Yeah,
at
now we're
it's
doing
not
the
all that vague what a
objective- now we're
socialist
doing
is.
the- no,
it's
no,
not
now
all
we're doing
that
the
vague.
objective
It's
meaning
not vague
stuff.
what a
So
socialist
now he's
is.
like,
It's
there's
not
an
all that vague.
objective meaning to these
Yes, it
terms.
is.
Yes, there is an
Like a
objective
platonic
meaning to what a
form.
socialist
Oh, there.
means. Yes.
So what do you?
Yes.
So what do you mean by objective meaning here? What is
It
objective
means, well,
meaning?
we can look at what the DSA itself defines, and Tom read
God.
those out. They want to.
Everybody knows what socialism is. It's not that fucking hard.
So
I'm sorry. Do you think I'm lying to you? I'm literally a fucking Marxist, and I'm telling you that to your face. Like
Marxists
socialism has
lie, bro.
always
I
had
know
vague-
that Marxists
has always
are
been defined
consistently
vaguely.
pretending like it's
and
vague.
you define it vaguely.
Yes,
you just
they
don't
always
understand the
pretend.
words.
No, it's not vague. It's things
Yes,
that
it
you
is,
literally disagree
dude.
with. If you want the majority of the market,
So
Yeah,
is
so
AOC a
only
socialist?
labor is
So here's the
alienating.
question. Here's the question you guys are about to get cooked. So
You guys are just-
Tom, is
this is so
AOC a
fucking
socialist?
annoying, dude.
Tom,
You
is
don't
AOC
even
a
know what I
socialist?
said.
Is AOC a socialist?
What? Well,
I
answer
have
if
no
you
idea.
answer what
Wait,
Tom
wait.
just
no
said.
idea.
Tom,
But she says she is.
answer the question. Is
She
AOC
says
a
she-
socialist?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Why
okay.
not?
So Wick, is AOC a socialist?
I have no idea.
Oh my god.
Oh, you have no idea. So that's so interesting
Look,
because
I want to be
if
clear
these
with you.
people-
I'm busy beefing with Mehdi Hassan on the timeline, who's very mad that I'm having Shadow Watts on my show, and that's honestly at this point like more productive for my time than dealing with you guys. So that's what I'm doing. Just to be clear.
Okay. Well, just
Fuck
dodge
you,
the
dude.
bullet.
So you're being insulting to Dylan right now because you're getting
No, I'm
blown
giving
the
him
fuck out.
content. I hope
Because you're
he's
getting
getting a
blown
lot
the
of
fuck out.
that
Now
was
you're
content.
being disrespectful to
I'm being
Dylan's time.
disrespectful to you because
I
this
can.
is
No,
disrespectful
so you're
to me,
saying
yes.
I don't
That's
care.
true.
I
I'm
don't care about this
disrespecting you right now. I'm being
conversation, and
disrespectful to me.
it's because I'm
That's
tweeting.
what's happening.
Go fuck yourself. That is just so disgraceful. It is unbecoming of you. You would never accept this if it was on your panel, Wick. You would say it was disrespectful. You would kick them from your panel, and you would never apply. And yet you feel no compunction about
I don't know if I
disrespecting
kick them.
Dylan
Are
from
they
this
making
panel.
me money?
You absolutely would. It's disgraceful that you come on and you're invited as a guest.
I don't
and
feel
I don't give a
disgraced.
shit what these people are saying. You're disrespecting
Well, because we've
Dylan
gone
all of our
around and
time.
around for an hour and a half. And
So why don't you say,
were
hey, it's time to
unable
leave?
engage with
Why don't
any
you
of my
say, I
points.
don't want to be
You
engaged
were unable
anymore
to
and just
engage with
leave?
any of my questions. I gave you a lot
You
of
would
my
not-
time.
What question did we not engage with?
Okay, the very first one that I asked, which is what policy position or
None.
political goal
None. It was answered.
do I
None. It was
need
answered.
to join
None.
the DSA?
It was answered. None.
Yeah, and you
it
said
was
the same with the
answered.
Democratic
None.
Party.
Flesh.
Didn't-
And the fact that you
Yeah,
called
you said the
calling
same
it
with the
a
Democratic
shell
Party.
game, you kept dodging, and
We
then
answered it.
I asked
None.
Jordy,
Hey,
what-
dipshit. Hey, dipshit.
Again,
I said none, right? You hear that answer?
See, why would I respect someone who won't let me finish a fucking sentence?
Yeah. So we answered that question, didn't we? We said none.
Not to my, not actually.
Can I? Well,
Not-
let's ask
What do
a
you mean
new
not
question.
actually? That's not an
Honestly,
answer?
Let's ask a new question.
What
I
is
think.
wrong with you?
Let's not spiral anymore, and let's make sure on earlier questions that we've kind of rung through the ringer on. There was a answer from Jordy earlier, which I thought was interesting, which is if there was a vote on supporting Ukraine, even after I think maybe some effort, that there would likely never be a point where they would say, due to the state of affairs as they stand, we should send over some air defense systems or something to help them, not.
With the current people that are the caucus members in the NBC. That is one thing. Moving people on, like, who would be elected into the NBC is a totally other thing.
So that's interesting to me because when I think about people like Megan Romer, or these people seem to be, while they're facing public kerfluffles and like bad interviews for in parts of like bad policy positions like this, they do seem to not be in danger of exactly losing their positions in the immediate future. And I do wonder, considering that the war is happening right now, it's not like I can wait 4 or 5 more years for DSA to figure out, what's going on in Ukraine. They've had half a decade. I think that's plus 12 years before that to figure it out. So I think that's plenty of enough time. Would it be more effective for me to join the organization in a sympathetic caucus and try to push people over time, or to redouble my efforts outside of an organization with something like Track Ukraine or anything for any other person on issues like this, whether it be criminal justice or to pressure the organization outside of the organization?
So this would be a question of strategy when it comes to like if you're going to put pressure on like the IC, or you're going to put pressure on people that are these caucus members of the NPC or whatever, that's a question of strategy. And I think I think that
you have to
with
figure that
research,
out.
you would be closer. Yeah, you would be closer to answering that. But either way, I think it's worth it. I think it would be worth it to do from within DSA or outside of DSA, putting pressure on that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I think you could be, Dylan, planting the seeds right now of like, hey, your guys' position of non-intervention and war is always bad is
actually, let me double down a little bit.
And you cannot like solve Ukraine by just sending more diplomats. You can plant those seeds by being in the org right now, theoretically, but you can also, doesn't mean you have to stop doing track Ukraine. It doesn't mean like it's not a zero. It is a zero-sum game, but there's not like a either or. It's not like a 100% here, 100%
also,
there.
Dylan's in a really powerful position as it is. Like you're someone that's been on the front line. You're someone that's been on the front line. You're someone who has seen what this war is. You're not talking from fucking theory books and shit like that. Like you would have a lot of like social capital, a lot of sway, and I think that kind of pressure I think is really, really important to have applying pressure within DSA. I would advocate for you to do it because I think that it would be especially powerful.
Can I ask you?
Oh,
yeah, huge credibility. Yeah.
Can I ask you, Dylan?
Thanks, Mike, for joining us.
Right, Dylan.
Yeah.
Do you worry that associating with the DSA will make it harder for you to advocate in non-DSA circles for Ukraine? Do you worry that might tarnish?
I don't know, because like for me, I'm already, there are like certain Ukrainian ultranationalists who already don't really like me because I'm a queer, or like other like things that I can't, like, are outside of my control, or the fact that when I interview Ukrainian nationalists, like, so when it's all over, you're gonna go back to bashing the homos, and like that's the video I published there. It creates some tension because I want to press that button because I think these are issues that should be addressed. So I'm not fearful of that, particularly because of how the PV operation went, where we were able to pressure PV into completely changing the way they brought, and pressure is the correct word, their candidates within a week. And that was by me not only making public statements and having streams and like coordinating with other people and having like, Track Ukraine have a website and be a serious political entity, but it was also by me going in the PV server and talking with membership about what would it mean to you if PV decided that they wouldn't take the anti-war position on the largest war on the planet. Could you be in an organization like that? Playing, for me, that's serious politics. That's, we're not playing around. We're going to talk about the future of the organization. And so for me, I don't know if that's the best way to go about it again and again and again with other organizations like DSA, from inside, from outside. But for me, I just need to get to the end. If we have to drag them kicking and screaming, if it means that people lose their committee positions, if it means that an organization sinks, I would like the largest war in the world to end, and that means bulldozing over some people in certain circumstances, or they come along. PV,
sure, my positive argument.
I don't know if DSA, even if I brought the most passionate, well-meaning, good-intentioned arguments, would be willing to take the aesthetic blow, and I do think part of it is aesthetic blow of saying send a weapon anywhere, period, because they like the bullet point of saying end all wars, even though you could just say that and not actually take actions to end them. And that's currently DSA's position.
I think your intuition is correct here, and I would just kind of like piggyback off that. Like, there are many people within the DSA right now who would strenuously oppose you much more than an organization such as PV would, right? Progressive Victory. Like, they would push back, fight you tooth and nail. And you've already seen, I would bet you would have already seen some DSA members take goes at you for your position at Ukraine, right? Like, I think
just like any DSA member. Where do you watch these
guys? Can I please finish one point without you autistically interrupting me? Thank you. Okay.
Go ahead.
Regardless. So
I'm going to ask you the same thing again, though.
I'm going to ignore you again.
Fair for it.
Okay. So again, I think that your time, effort, and resources and your credibility and clout, which you have, I agree with you. I agree with Pisco. I agree with Soy Pill. I agree with everyone that you have a gravitas on this subject that many lack. And I think that your time, resources, and effort would be better spent trying to get people on the center left or even the center right in order to get closer to your position and help end the Ukraine war than working with the DSA.
The center left and center right, already support Ukraine. I mean, like, listen, I've been going hard a little bit on Wick, and
look, Pisco, I'm annoyed at you, but I still love you at the end of the day. But I
love you. I love you too. And listen, I really do like Wick, but it frustrates me because it's clear that what Dylan is trying to do is convince people who think differently, right, and who don't already agree with him. Now, that might be from the inside. It might also not be. Dylan might say, you know what? Wick is right about this ideological baggage. Fuck, I don't want to be a member of the DSA because of that baggage. So that works on me. But I just think let Dylan cook. And if he thinks it's in the best interest of his policy issue to push them on this, then it makes sense. And that doesn't need to interfere with his other efforts, Track Ukraine, based Track Ukraine. But if there's some other organization, that's fine.
Yeah, but Wick, also think about what are these bad positions that like associated with the DSA like have that baggage. It's one of them is their like a lack of support of NATO. One of them is their lack of support of Ukraine. And if Dylan comes and says, I'm part of the DSA, and people who have these connotations say, well, wait, but don't you have dog shit opinions on Ukraine? Dylan's like, no, actually I have one of the best positions in Ukraine and I'm trying to influence from within. That baggage doesn't work on him because he has that reputation, because he has these orgs, right? So if you want to if you're just a random person joining, maybe you don't want that, but you can also distinguish yourself from those things. Someone might come up to you right now, Wick, and say, Wick, you're a Democrat? You support genocide? You want to kill Gazans? And you would say, no, I don't support that. Yeah. In fact, I think we should do everything in our power to moderate Israel or something, right? But you would never say, the baggage of the current Democratic's, party's policy position on Israel is so much that I should leave the Democratic Party, right?
Well, because the Democratic Party position isn't actually to genocide Gaza. And the difference here is the DSA's policy position is actually to close all U.S. foreign bases and to leave NATO. That's the difference. It's a fact-based difference. And people say that there's baggage in the Democratic Party with Israel, but I just reject them. I think they're wrong. I think they're incorrect.
Well, that's
whereas I can look at the DSA's actual policies and iterate these policies, and that has a different weight than what some dumb fuck online thinks the Democrats believe.
So Soypill's point is, though, that like Dylan's not going to be confused with one of these pro-Russian imperialist dogs, one of these like tanky types, because he has a track record to show it. And so the baggage is less effective on someone like Dylan Burns.
But the baggage of the Ukraine war isn't the only baggage that comes with the DSA. And while he might be easily able to say and demonstrate that on this topic, I have demonstrated I am sufficiently outside of the DSA's mainstream that I will be taken seriously, he's going to have to demonstrate that he also doesn't believe in ending involuntary incarceration. He is also going to have to demonstrate he doesn't want to destroy the U.S. Constitution and remake it.
Yeah, Fox News is going to have some tough questions for him.
All of that, and it's just work he does not have to do.
But just let him. But like the thing is, maybe that is a thing that he can't go and support the organization for those reasons. Maybe that will be outcome determinative for him. But I would just say, if he were to join the DSA for those reasons, let him cook. Let him give him the grace, and don't like ostracize him necessirly.
Do you think I'm going to ostracize him if he joins the DSA?
Well, listen, I'm
probably
mean it, but you said something like, won't this affect like your relationship with other like liberal or candidates or something? And that kind of
very
Hassan type language with.
Personally, I've met him personally. We've had beef in the past, right? We've had beef, but we quashed that beef. And I, in person, apologize for the beef that I had with him, right? We made amends. Now, will I be disappointed in his choice if he chooses to join the DSA? Yes. Will I think he's making the wrong choice? Yes. Will I disassociate with him? No. However, I think that for the reasons that I am not the only liberal that exists, despite the name of my awesome title, The Last Liberal, right? That's clickbait. There are other liberals who would not give him that grace that I do. And I want Dylan to be the most offensive advocate for Ukraine.
Would those liberals change their position on Ukraine?
And that should be done within the confines of the Democratic Party. And I think he should stay far, far away from the DSA for all the reasons I've laid out.
To give Wick some credit, I want to give Wick
he does not need.
I want to give Wick some credit here, even though I'm not supposed to be biased as a moderator, but this isn't hippy-dippy. There are no rules. If I'm in Ukraine, that country does not view socialism with a particularly positive reputation.
Sure.
And saying that I am a foreign socialist from where if they look up the organization and they look up Ukraine, these are the things that are going to come up. I do to some degree wonder if that could, apply to go film and embed with the unit on the front line. They're like, why would we want to bring somebody who's working to end support for Ukraine? Why would we want to do? And they could misconstrue what my position is. I'm in Maryland also. This is not, I would say, DSA strong country. This is Libtown from the start to the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I also worry about like what people will assume that, oh, Dylan, you have positions like Dara Lisa when it comes to Ukraine, or you have positions like X, Y, and Z. So I do think that there is some reputational stink when it comes to the specific areas I would be working in. I mean, I hear a lot from even like Ukrainian leftists complaints that like American leftists are just too disconnected from what war is, to the point where, they only understand war as something you do to other people. They don't understand it as something done to them. But also that's something I'd like to communicate to them.
But I don't know that it's ever like a common thing that happens anywhere at all, though, right? Like if somebody tried to join like, what is it called, like Patriot Front, to try to make them more pro like LGBTQ or something like.
Yeah, then the reputational risk would be dispositive there, right? The reputational risk would be dispositive there, and that's something that Dylan is going to have to contend with. And I just
that's also why it's a meaningful sort of question about whether or not there's like a separate organization that can have influence and apply pressure from external to DSA, et cetera, right? Like I think that it would be, ideal to have somebody who had, the experiences that Dylan has had, and like be able to talk on these things that's within DSA, that is able to apply pressure from within DSA, because I think that would be really powerful from that perspective. But then also, if you're on the front lines and you're a gay socialist Twitch streamer.
And it's
that might not
his
be
work, then maybe,
right. Then that's like a meaningful question for you. Yeah, for sure.
I would want to know, like, Dylan, ultimately, it does come down to, if you were to do this, if you were to join the DSA, something that I don't do because I don't have enough alignment with them. If you don't have enough alignment either, it might be the case that they view this as a cynical power play to, change them from within, and you don't really align with them. Like, it really depends on your politics. And this whole argument is about, like, do you align enough with them that it makes sense? And how much work can you do internally? Like, are you even still a member of PV when you did all this PV stuff? Or are you just someone who associates with them and works with them, right? Like, no matter what, ultimately your goal is to change them on the Ukraine thing with this stuff. That might involve becoming a member, and that's a calculation you have to make.
Well, for
members, like all these members are so like ideologically opposed to each other already.
Hold on. I just want to clarify. Dylan, is your goal to convince DSA to be more pro-Ukraine, or is your goal to end the Ukraine war?
The second is my priority, and I think the first one might help. Maybe
obviously
it might exactly. That's why I'm bringing that up. Like, it would be a mistake to say your goal is to convince the DSA to support Ukraine more. Right? That's not his actual goal. His actual goal is to end the Ukraine war. And I think that going down that route would be a mistake, because it would waste resources and time. Time is a resource.
The
war is going to continue while he tries his best to fight with the DSA to change their things, when he could be going out now with the liberal, democratic,
who already think that.
Who already agree.
Yeah, who already agree. Think about
it.
And this is a bad thing. Think about the fact that Ilhan Omar was someone who voted to not put the sanctions on Russia, right? Like, he might have the ability with DSA clout to say to these candidates who listen to DSA members, hey, these 1 or 2 House votes that are the difference between aid to Ukraine, hey, you should be in pro-Ukraine, because just being anti-war is not enough. You need to be able to send weapons, because diplomats are not, you can't send 20 diplomats over. This is not going to end the war. It literally might be his time that makes the difference for 1 or 2 of these votes, for 1 or 2 of these House candidates, and they might only listen if he's a DSA member, right? Is that
that is what Wick is saying. Well, that is what Wick is saying, though, is he's talking about like time and resources. And then even on top of that, like the overall goal of the movement. So like even earlier when you mentioned, you know, the Democrat Party still voting in favor of funding for Israel, where somebody may disagree with funding for Israel. If the overall platform of the Democratic Party is to make sure that there's an existence of Israel, and that's like the main goal of the party, yeah, it would make sense that people wouldn't want to associate with him. But if instead the goal is like a bunch of other liberal values, and then they just disagree with like one or two votes that the Democrat Party votes in favor of, which everybody's going to be in disagreement with some things that the majority of the party votes in favor of, then like it doesn't make sense that you would disassociate based on that when you agree with the overall goal. But then joining another group where you do disagree with the overall goal of the group, but then you want to change one other thing within that group, that's where I think it doesn't make sense to invest resources and time.
I have to use the restroom.
Do you think that the DSA is having the popularity of DSA is having an impact on positions that Democrats are taking in local elections or campaigns? Do you think that like the rhetoric and the things that they say and the things that they're trying to get elected on are shifting because of the influence of DSA?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Okay, then there you go.
This isn't one of those things, though, because every time somebody asks them about like Russia, Ukraine, or something like that,
well,
they say,
that's the point.
I'm running on free healthcare, and.
But that's the point, though, right? Like pushing DSA on the issue of Ukraine makes it more unanimous, and also pushes the Overton window further towards Ukraine, and actually has a meaningful impact politically. Like it does. It's not like tangential to it. Like I don't know. That seems kind of straightforward with everything.
Why should he put? Why should he put resources?
So does MAGA.
Like, if the goal is to convince people on Ukraine, presumably he's convincing people who disagree. And so I don't understand the refrain, which is like, oh, okay, you should invest the time in these liberal organizations, which they're doing great work, and I think he should invest his time with all these different organizations or Young Democrats or whatever that is for other purposes. But specifically for the goal with moving people, I think that presupposes some like friction or some lack of agreement with his position already. And so I just don't understand, with respect to that goal, why it would be more efficient to try to convince people who already agree with him. That's what I don't understand.
Well, I just feel like it would apply to literally any other group, like joining TPUSA and trying to push them to be more pro-funding for Ukraine, where they're against funding. Like it just doesn't. I feel like in any other scenario, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But for some reason, we would say that it does.
Yeah. So if Dylan takes the view that there's too much policy incoherence, that there's too much negative effect in general with this organization, that it would just be like in conflict with some other goals, yeah, don't join TPUSA or a MAGA group to change their mind on this one thing if for other reasons it causes some like issue or some like lack of coherence. But Dylan seems to be open that like there isn't this like massive chasm between DSA values and his values, or at least not sufficient or the same as hypothetical TPUSA Dylan Burns. But that would be funny if he did join.
If you want clarification, I mean, like for me, like the DSA chapter would be Metro DSA. My mother was a homeless resident in DC. I care a lot about fighting poverty. I care a lot about like things like housing and affordability issues and the issues that people are facing with DSA candidates speak to more forcefully and more aggressively, even if they were also speaking to from liberal candidates. That would make, at least in a way that does attract me more. But it's just like the foreign policy positions are just so. Here's just one example. 2 weeks ago, they released a statement on the blockade of Cuba, and DSA referred to the blockade as genocidal. And what confused me about that is I don't know how somebody could view a blockade as genocidal, but not view the mass hunting of civilians, mass displacement of civilians, propagandists talking about using starvation as the weapon of war, the deliberate trying to erase of the Ukrainian identity. None of that is genocidal. Nothing is ever used in that language.
Of course it is, yeah.
And so if I was to join, and this is something that's interesting, if I was to join and completely fail, would there be a usefulness to just create a vote in DSA, or have there be a vote in DSA on support for Ukraine to create conversation? Then the media would maybe be, hey, there was a vote in DSA about supporting Ukraine. It failed. And then Wall Street Journal has to write about it. CNN has to write about it. Axios has to write about it. Every single major outlet has to write about it. And then Megan Romer isn't just going to be asked in an Atlantic piece about it. She's going to be asked by every journalist that she interacts with about it.
Do you agree with the DSA's position?
And that's pressure.
Darlisa didn't get asked about Ukraine really much at all until there was more attention brought. I won't say what org did it, but by some attention brought on the issue. And then all of a sudden, she's getting the most Ukraine questions she's ever gotten in her entire life because there's more attention on it. If something like that happened in DSA, I feel like that would be a grenade times 10. Like in comparison, the force definitely planned out over a year.
That would be.
It could be much more
pressure, right? Like, I'm saying, like you in that room posing that question. Like I'm trying to think of you in that room posing that question. Shut up. Like, you in that room posing that question to them.
All those
Wick, shut the fuck up.
Is not going to be
shut the fuck up. Wick, shut the fuck up. You in that room posing that question to them is such a poignant, strong question that whether or not it has a negative effect on them, that is pressure, and that is going to have a big impact. And I think that kind of thing is worth it, even if it stirs up shit.
When your pressure fails, usually has bad consequences for what you're trying to advocate for. And let me ask you this, Dylan, right? If you go in, you're advocating for Ukraine, and then Hassan comes out and says, nah, fuck this guy. Who do you think the DSA is going to side with, you or Hassan?
Hassan.
Yes, exactly. So I think that given that Hassan has huge amounts of clout, power, and influence within the DSA, this just answers your question for you. As long as Hassan and the DSA are working together, you cannot effectively advocate for Ukraine within the DSA.
But you just
are you seeing
Hassan is an example of someone who had a fuck ton of pressure and actually put out a fucking apology because of the pressure that he got.
Well, you would be able to affect more change within the charter, because obviously the charter is obviously going to be where he's actually have influence, not within the national DSA. Like the all of the charters would have that influence.
And tons of people in DSA
the national DSA.
And like
we're looping
argument about any other org, like, oh well, someone else will have more power than you, so you shouldn't even try. Like, what? I don't understand that.
Because we have
why would you
limited
see that to
time,
Hassan,
resources.
then?
That's it.
Oh, by the way, I will also throw out there,
resources.
Hassan has made efforts to avoid mentioning Track Ukraine, like on his stream, and so I've made my efforts to avoid much of mentioning him on mine. So it's like it's perfect. It's and like he'll they're gonna make a Track Taiwan next. Like, so I've seen him say things to avoid like mentioning Track Ukraine while not mentioning it. So to me, if he stays over there and I stay over there and I keep focusing on this, great. Hassan can't have a conversation on Ukraine. When he talks about it, he seems nervous. And I'm not saying that to be like mean, just to say that like I can tell he's outside of his wheelhouse.
Sure.
And the majority of the conversations he's had with Ukraine has been with non-Ukrainians who might have taught in Ukraine like a year before the war, like people who are completely disconnected with current reality. So while there is a risk of Hassan coming out and saying, screw Dylan, because he supports Ukraine. That's not something that's new to me, by the way, having Hassan say that about me. But also, on the other hand, if he wants to make the conversation about Ukraine, he tends not to do good in those conversations. I've never seen him have that conversation and pick people up. People, I didn't like Hassan before, but now that he's against, he's expressing the need to stop Dylan from changing their position on Ukraine or pushing more support for Ukraine. Now I'm with. So I just don't think it would really be a focus for him. I honestly don't.
I became a tier 3 sub when he called you a war tourist, Dylan. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. It wouldn't be a focus for him, but it doesn't need to be for him to just shut it down. He would not directly engage with it. He wouldn't need to.
So the issue is, though, you agree the DSA is like not going away anytime soon. So it
hold on. I don't know if that's true. I think that if we can substantively demonstrate to enough people over a long enough time that 2 conditions. 1, the Democratic Party is effective at winning elections and passing policy, which we're doing in the midterms. We are on track to do that. This is something that we are going to do. And 2, that the DSA is substantively less effective at beating MAGA, which is going to happen when we have these races and we have DSA or DSA-backed candidates up against other things. They're going to perform
that was already shown.
Poorly, right?
Wick, your entire gambit initially was that was already self-evident, that they were already shown to be electorally inferior, and yet they exist. Aren't
we have
you in
to
a massive
remind
contradiction?
people of that fact because they have in the
Oh,
recent. Yes, you have to again.
forgot for
Repetition
some
matters. You remind people. That's how people learn by repeated exposure, repeated lessons given again and again and again until they get it through their thick
it's a
skull.
just so story.
Right, like
This-
losing to an
Anything
insurrectionist
I say-
pedophile twice.
Bro, you've never
Right.
won once. We are, look, the Democrats have flipped 30 seats, taken from MAGA 30 seats, and you laugh because the DSA have taken
I
none.
laugh because people don't
motherfucker.
trust the Democrats
You
right
are
now. That,
MAGA's
like,
lapdog.
people's
You're
trust
the
for the Democrats
strongest
are going down.
soldier.
It's
You've
probably
never won
pretty clear
against
why.
Trump once. Not
Wait,
once,
you
motherfucker.
advocated,
Not
you
once.
advocated for MAGA to win
Not
in a
fucking
vote,
once.
dude.
And I need you
forgot
to
for some
sit
reason,
with
right?
that. I need to sit with
You said
how
you have to
ineffective,
teach people. People forgot
how
for some reason.
impotent,
Why did they forget?
How feckless you have been. You have not ever
People
been
feel
able
away
to
about the
flip
Democratic Party.
a
Are you
national
gonna
seat
contend with that?
from red to blue. And
you gonna
motherfucker,
contend
without
with
even
how people
trying,
feel about
the
the Democratic
moderate
Party?
Democrats
No, you're
have
not going
flipped
to.
30.
That's the cope that you exist in.
It's not
You're
a
not gonna contend
cope.
with that
It's
at all.
30 fucking
No, you're
seats
just gonna
that we
say
didn't have.
everybody else
You may
is wrong,
call
everyone else is wrong, you'll
electoralism a
see one
cope,
day,
but
they'll
I
see
call
one
it
day. Yeah, you'll just do that over and
affordability.
over.
I call it money in your pocket. I call it healthcare. I call it access
wanna elect this
to
guy.
Why are you
better
on the stump?
conditions.
Wick, why are
what
you on the
do
stump?
is you
This
sit
is not
there
a stump
and you in your
speech.
smug little castle and you sniff your own farts and you do nothing. You do nothing. You
Okay.
accomplish
I think
nothing.
that-
You get nothing done.
I think-
nothing is accomplished. Not one thing, not one seat, not one victory. Whereas I'm doing the work, getting out there, supporting local candidates, raising money for local candidates. We didn't even try. 2 weeks ago, we ran $7,000 without even trying. $7,000 for people in Ohio and Texas. That's what we did. What have you done,
Don't
motherfucker?
elect this guy, dude.
What have you done, motherfucker?
I
What have
think
you done, motherfucker?
Obviously, there. Hold on. There obviously are like the more DSA candidates are getting elected right now. They're getting more influence within the party.
Yeah, you're beating
I do think
Democrats,
like
you're
that.
not
There's.
beating
It
MAGA.
seems like the majority of the people who are. The majority of the people who are talking about this recently seem to believe that the DSA is not going to like continue this trend. I'm not one of those people. I do think that it's likely. The one path that I see it being less likely is John Ossoff wins the presidency. He seems to be somebody who's open to denouncing people like Hassan Piker and the farther left groups and making a clear distinction between those two. But there's also, the more in between Democrats who are not going to make clear distinctions. And if that's the case, yeah, I see the DSA continuing to rise for sure.
Okay, I
Well,
think
guys, I think we've come to some resolution.
I was going to say we've come to some resolution, and there is somebody else asking to come on the program, somebody who is not allowed on Twitch, and so I
can
was
end my Twitch.
going to open up an avenue, but I was going to end the Twitch stream and give people a chance to jump first, of course, so that people who don't want to be here don't have to be here. People want to stay can stay. Thank you all for
Hell
coming.
yeah.
I really appreciate it. I'm genuinely gonna be taking a lot of your words into consideration as I make a decision. For me, it's purely a strategic decision. Of course I have values that align with DSA when it comes to wanting a war on poverty. But then there are other values that I don't. Obviously, with Ukraine being the most blaring. I have a lot of reverence for the Constitution, things like that. But at the end of the day, I got a lot of
Based.
value out of this, so I do appreciate it. And honestly, the insult counter was legendary today. I mean, I lost count.
I love you,
actually
Wick.
lost
Hey,
count.
listen, these fights, I really do appreciate Wick's passion, and in all honesty, it's good to have some passion, and I appreciate the conversation.
Let's
Yeah, I love
How's
you.
it going, guys?
let's go back around the room, and then people can jump who want to jump before we bring in somebody else, and people can
Yeah,
give their
closing
ending statements
statements,
You
before
want closing statements? Okay.
we bring in Mr. Band. So let's start with Jordy. We'll start at the top. Back to our original question, and if there's anything else you want to say as well with outros and such.
Well, as far as the original question goes, the reason why I joined DSA in the first place was to try and push out the more toxic elements and then advocate for elements that I think are more productive and something that I think should be invested in, which is in particular a grassroots structure of getting involved in politics. I think is really, really important. And I think it's one of the things where Democrats are lacking quite a bit.
and I think it's beneficial to have a avenue for people that are alienated from the Democratic Party that are able to help get people elected. Otherwise. Or get involved in the democratic process in general. Having an avenue for that is really, really important, especially right now. My name is Jordy Liebeck on all platforms, or liebeck.io for the website.
Thank you very much for coming. I really do appreciate it, and being one of the reasons that inspired the conversation in the first place. Going to throw it over to Pisco.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I wouldn't join the DSA. Listen, I don't align with them and on major issues. And so for me, I don't want to deal with that fucking shit. But that might be a different response for people who have a particular desire to, like, you know, organize in the way the DSA does, or if they want to affect change within the DSA. And I certainly wouldn't like ostracize someone who joined the DSA. I think the DSA have people and candidates that they support who I think do great things. And sometimes I will prefer their candidates. And so I think this is a more like individualized calculation. And so even though I wouldn't join the DSA, and I don't consider myself a socialist or a member of the DSA, if Dylan calculated that it was in his interest or the interest of the organization to convince people to be more based on Ukraine, more based on NATO, I think that's fine. And I would give him that space to make that decision. I agree with Jordy and with Wick and with Soypill that Dylan Burns will have a lot of cachet. He has a track record, and he will be, I think, influential. And just being disruptive in that sense may have a beneficial effect. That said, right, maybe it will have some sort of negative effect in Ukraine for his correspondence and for his kind of advocacy. And so that's something that he has to come to a decision on. Ultimately, though, what I don't like are the kind of memes that are like, okay, well, because they believe in socialism, they're necessarily not a part of the coalition, or they necessarily are going to institute this, like, you know, free rapists meme kind of deal. I just don't think that that should be a reason to, like, undermine either supporting these people in general elections where it's preferable, or even in primaries where it's preferable. As for the membership of the organization itself, yeah, I'm not so big on that. I wouldn't do it, but yeah, I think that's up to each person. And I certainly am not going to say that just because you join DSA, like, you're not a real Democrat. You can be a member of the Democratic Party and a member of the DSA. And so, you know, it takes all to make a world go around. Thank you, Pisco Liddy.
Thank you so much for coming on, Pisco. Appreciate it as always. I'm happy you're still in the space, happy you're still out there doing this, and doing better than you were like a few years ago. I've seen you're on the right trajectory growth wise, so it's awesome to see that.
Thanks, man.
Soypill.
Yeah, like I said, like, if you're just a random person, you're not Dylan, and you're interested in joining the DSA, if you're like me, you don't want to join because you don't have enough overlap. But if you do have enough overlap and they're an avenue for which you can canvass and do good work and organize for a candidate you care about who's more radical than the, you know, average Democrat, then do it. I think Dylan has the opportunity to affect change from within, but I'm also very open to the idea that, hey, you know, maybe these people just reject him outright. Maybe his time is wasted. That's entirely possible depending on how radical they are. And I think it's worth giving it a shot. But if it doesn't pan out, I wouldn't also be that surprised. You've got a lot of different factions in the DSA, and some of them are reasonable and some of them aren't. Ultimately, I think when we criticize the DSA, we should understand what our actual problems with them are, and not that they want to let rapists rape. Thank you. I'm the Soyville.
Thank you, Soy. I appreciate it as always. Nice hat, and I appreciate that it was spinning continuously for the whole debate.
Yeah, and I appreciate you reminding everyone that you did it first.
I did do it first. I did it first under fire, as one should.
Yeah, this is stolen valor, basically.
Yeah, that's my uniform. I don't want you to steal it. I'll throw it over to Tom. I know you didn't give an opening statement, but you're here, so why not?
Yeah, I wasn't part of the panel, but I appreciate you letting me jump on and ask my questions. I don't feel like the questions were answered because Pisco wanted to answer them for everybody else, but I'm glad to hear y'all's closing statements that you do agree with me. I tried from the beginning to make the caveats, to make clear that I am not Wick. I disagreed with Wick and what he was saying and separated myself from Wick, but people continued arguing with me as though I was Wick instead of me. But I do kind of agree with everything else that was said from Pisco and Soypill right now. Those were the points that I was making as well. So glad we all agree.
All hosts look the same to me. Sorry.
Where can people find you?
A Tomfoolery Show, youtube.com/Tomfoolery Show.
He has a great stream. You should really follow Tom. I am very entertained often when he reviews stuff. So kudos to Tom. He does a good job.
Absolutely. And if it wasn't for Tom's panel, this panel wouldn't exist in the first place. People got to remember.
True.
Throwing it over to Wick.
Sure. So I'll just be brief as I can. I do think, yes, obviously it is someone's individual choice what organizations they choose to align themselves with or not align with themselves with. But it's also my choice to advocate for what I think is the best course of action, the best use of time, what would have the best effect in Dylan's stated goals, which is to end the war in Ukraine. I'm assuming in a positive position as possible for Ukraine, right? That path gets harder through the DSA. It is easier without the DSA. And that's my whole point. Rather than going on all the reasons the DSA is bad, I'll just remind you, we have actual midterms coming up. Chris Thomas, who is running for state senator in Pennsylvania, the 24th district. Look, in 2022, the Republican won by 4 points. But we are in such a good year this year, right? The wind is at our backs. Chris Thomas has a real chance. He's focused on healthcare. He's focused on affordability. He's focused on education. And if you want to give to him, I can try to put a link to my description of a place you can go and give some money and support these local candidates. Pennsylvania has a chance of becoming a Democratic trifecta. And if it becomes a Democratic trifecta, we are able to pass legislation that we otherwise could not. And that's going to be great for Pennsylvanians as a whole. And so I encourage you, there's dozens of these races all throughout the country of state legislative, state electorates, right, where you can do a lot of good under the Democratic Party, right? Find out. If you don't know the names of the organizations or name of the candidates, doesn't mean they don't exist.
Don't ask quick.
They're out there. So go do it. I love you guys. Thank you for hosting.
Thank you all for coming on. And if anybody wants to directly donate to Ukraine without the whims of anybody's debate and culture war, you can donate to Prolitska, which is one of the best Ukraine evacuation groups. I've seen their guys go into literal hell to get people out from the front, and they're like taping their trucks together in order to keep them going. So if you guys at home listen, you could donate $5, $10, $15. These guys work on pennies on the dime. So I mean, it really is. It'd be good if you guys donated at home. Okay.
Dylan, can you link that in the chat? I'll post it in the description. So
sure, I can give you their name. You can like look them up. It's really
we do stuff.
Prolitska.
All right, guys.
Also,
see you later.
Right, bye, everybody.
while I still have all your
Appreciate you guys.
While I have all your chats here, I'm releasing an article on Lebanon soon, very soon. Hope people to check out. Oh, and they all jump.
Look,
we're gonna
all the people that
I don't think our special guest is
disagree
going to
with are
disagree
gone.
with me much, but
okay, we're gonna have somebody else come on, but I do not believe we can have them on Prolitz. 1 second. We can have them on Twitch, so I'm gonna have to end the Twitch stream. So if you're watching on Twitch and want to keep watching, you're gonna have to go through to my YouTube channel or of any of the other people that are advertising this. Let's go.
I am curious what he thought of the show overall, though. I don't know if he watched, but yeah,
I don't know how much he watched.
Yeah.
I don't.
Guess we're gonna find out. Oh, I guess while we're waiting, also, gang, the reason I was beefing with Mehdi Hassan is he's very mad that on the 24th, me, Destiny, and Shannon Watts are going to sit down for a conversation on my channel, right? And Mehdi Hassan is calling it disgusting. And I think that's funny. So, yeah.
Why does he call it disgusting?
Because, hold on, let me read the tweet. View activity, view codes. This is insane. I'm sorry, he calls it insane. Shannon Watts has literally zero principles or moral consistency. Hassan Piker equals bad, but Destiny equals totally fine. That's what he says.
My goodness. They don't seem very nice.
Very angry.
Okay. Let's end the Twitch stream. I'll see you guys on YouTube. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Okay, that's gone. 3 years it's been, hasn't it? How many years has he been banned? Has it been banned?
It's been a while.
Something like
Probably
that.
been about 3 years. Yeah.
Okay. I should be no longer live on Twitch, but let me double check so I don't lose my job. No, I do
That's
not
important.
lose my job. Okay, yeah, I think we're good. I think we're still good on YouTube. Yeah, okay. We should be good to go. Where is he? There he is.
In the waiting room. If you guys wanted, if he's just wanting to like talk to you about this, I don't mind dropping off.
You can be here. You can drop either way. I'm
Okay.
fine, Tom.
I'm staying because I'm curious.
Well, yeah, I'm here for
Baldness
content.
does
So.
not offend me.
How we doing, guys?
Doing okay. We just
Hair
finished a
doesn't-
3-hour panel, so we're energetic, of course.
I feel like sometimes in anime they power scale like side characters too fast. And I just want to say it was kind of crazy watching Wick completely fucking destroy all 3 of those spineless retarded fucks in a debate where they were screaming the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my entire life, the entire conversation. That was pretty insane. So good job, Wick, number 1.
Thank you.
Number 2, like all conversations involving anything having to do with liberalism and leftism, literally nothing of value got discussed. I'll admit there was like a 45-minute segment in the middle I had to skip because I started listening late. So I listened to the first hour and then like the last, I think like kind of 30 minutes. I missed the answer to this question. What is it that you actually need to join the DSA for that the normal Democratic Party can't offer? I didn't hear any 3 of the retarded fucks, Soy Pill, the Jordy dipshit, and then the Spine Co guy or whatever. Nobody had an answer to that. Was there ever an answer given to that? Did I miss it in 30 minutes I didn't listen to, or?
The answer that I remember had to do with like infrastructure, like canvassing apparatus, stuff like that.
The Democrats don't canvass? There are no canvassing operations for the Democratic Party. The DSA is the biggest one, is the only one. Is like, what does that mean? It would have been nice to push them on that. None of them have answered that, by the way, because apparently none of them know fucking anything about how any politics.
Well, we did.
By the way, Wick, don't know if you knew this, but when he asked you who are the leaders of the Democratic Party, you gave the 2 correct answers. If you go to the DCCC site, it's literally on the fucking site. I don't know, Bisco just doesn't know how to. And you were like, how do you join the Democratic Party? He asked, and you're like, well, you register in the state, depending on what state you're in. That was the correct answer, and he acted like you didn't know the answer to that, but that was absolutely correct. So just yeah, it's beyond fucking stupid. How there's not a single answer to any question asked here. Holy shit.
I don't know all the organizations that fall under the umbrella of the DCCC or the Democratic Party as a whole, but I know that they exist, right? I know that they are there because I have participated throughout my life in different organizations at different levels, usually just small time levels like canvassing and things like that. But like the fact that they point to organizing as something the DSA is uniquely able to do, that's just not true. It's just an incorrect answer. If you think the Democrats should be better in that, that's fair, but then you work within the Democratic Party in order to make them better than that. And it doesn't come with the baggage that the DSA comes with. All the bullshit that they have on their national platform, you just don't get that with the Democrats.
Sure, unless you agree with it. In which case, fine, then join the DSA. If somebody's like, oh, I'm a socialist or whatever, then yeah, you should join the DSA. I think you're more aligned with their views and you would be with an ordinary Democratic Party view. But it's crazy to me that nobody could answer that question. And for some reason, it's like unfair to point out their, like the national level charter. They just act like it's a random thing that doesn't represent anybody. You're telling me the Democratic Socialists, the Democratic Socialist thing that talks about workplace democracy and they vote on all their shit, that somehow the charter represents that Yordi dumbfuck said 0% of people agree with it, then who the fuck passed it? This sounds like the least democratic organization I've ever heard in my entire life. If 0 people believe it, this guy, does he know where his dues are going? Like, where the fuck does he actually pay dues to? He said he was part of the national level DSA, right? He was part of the national thing and not just his local chapter?
He's a DSA card-carrying member.
Yeah, but I think you can do like the state ones, and then you can do the national, like the national DSA. Where does he think the dues go to if none of the members agree? Like it's funny because you're listening to literal, like it sounds like the Project 2025 shit of like, well, nobody agrees with this, nobody supports it, Trump doesn't even know what it is, we don't know anything about this thing at all, it's just like random shit that doesn't represent anything. And it's like, okay, so like the entire debate was literally them saying you're supposed to take the DSA seriously, not literally. Like that's what it sounded like. It's like, what the fuck are we? It's so crazy to me.
Can I ask you a question? When I think about like political efficaciousness, because that's really all I care about. I think I care less about like reputational damage to me or to other. I care much more about like political efficaciousness. DSA has a canvassing operation. DSA has phone banking operations. DSA has a budget. DSA has elected candidates.
All smaller than the Democratic Party, by the way. Every
all
single one of those
smaller than the
things
Democratic Party, but having an impact. And if we think about best case scenario for Democrats, maybe 2, 3, 4 votes won't matter. But when we have people in the House of Representatives right now who won't vote for sanctions on the Democratic Party side of the aisle, talking about Ilhan Omar here, And there's a possibility we could be getting 2 new members who also won't do that from the state of New York. That's now 3 members. There seems to have to be some way to get those who are being elected in these waves, largely not on Ukraine. It doesn't become an issue unless it's made an issue. There has to be some way to make sure that these people vote in favor of legislation. Is that better outside of the organization?
Why do you assume that?
What do I assume?
There's a way to get them to change. These people fucking hate Eastern Europeans. Why would you ever? This is like joining the KKK to try to get them to like black people. I don't understand why you would ever assume that you could do that.
I think you could do it because politicians are suits. Ultimately, they'll bend if they have consequences for themselves that outweigh the positives, or if
but the DSA, they have like the abolition of NATO as part of their platform. Like they don't call out Ukraine at all. These people hate Eastern Europeans and they hate all forms of U.S. interventionism. They see Ukraine as an extension of that. You're not just asking them to like slightly change. It's not like a lobbyist saying like, I think you could have maybe a little bit of a better position on something. You're saying you want a fundamental change in the ideology of what the DSA is.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be easy. And I think that the likelihood would be that it would not change, at least the idea of like putting forward a vote and they vote for now support Ukraine. I don't think that would necessarily succeed. I do think, or at least anytime in the near future, I do think that there is a usefulness to bringing as much physical attention as possible, either within the organization, outside of the organization, to the fact that DSA can't really be classified as anti-war because they're not willing to do what's necessary to end the war in Ukraine. And I think that
but they already all know that. They don't care about that. You're not bringing anything to their attention that they don't already know. They're opposed to American wars, or when they say that they're opposed to war, they believe that wars start because of American interventionism. So all of them will say, and I'm sure you've heard the things themselves. Of course, we're opposed to the war in Ukraine. We're really regretful that Russia felt so threatened by NATO that they had to go and start it. Like that's the answer to everything. You saw what the DSA co-chair said, that they should have just sent more diplomats. Like this is like, you're not just trying to change an edge position. This is like a big thing that like people who are part of this organization believe in.
When I think about organizational leadership, absolutely. When I think about many of the caucus members, absolutely. When I think about DSA aligned candidates, that doesn't seem to be the case universally. I was able to get candidates with no public pressure campaign who were DSA aligned to sign the Track Ukraine pledge. Probably one of the cases that was most productive was Salam Bati in Virginia's first, who ended up getting in second in that as a DSA candidate running in the Delmarva area. There, of course, was some other candidates like who's running in New Hampshire right now. I'm trying to remember her name, running against Chris Pappas. But that's somebody who was very supportive of Ukraine, wanted to work with us to talk
were you
to
able
children
to do this
that are being
without joining
kidnapped
the DSA?
by the Russians. What was that?
Were you able to do this without joining the DSA?
Yeah, I was able to do this without joining the DSA.
Then that answers your question.
I do wonder, though, if
I made
it could
that
be
point
more
earlier. What charters were they a part of?
And I would be able to cause more, attention on it within the organization.
I think that a lot of the people, there are enough people within the organization that would oppose you, right? That would oppose you doing this. That is just the juice ain't worth the squeeze. As you admitted, you can affect change from outside the organization within people who are nominees within the members. I would encourage you to keep doing that if you like. But I think that the best use of resources and time that you have would be outside of the DSA and in the Democratic Party as a whole. So yeah. Yeah, I feel like if Ukraine was the single motivating issue, I think you would have a better time joining the Republican Party and just trying to work the Ukraine angle from there. Because at least ideologically, they wouldn't necessarily be in opposition to that. At least like the older like neocons are. And then depending on where you're at, I mean, you've got a bunch of people supporting the fucking Iran war. Like I don't know how the fuck they
that's what I say.
support a war against
you
Russia.
Probably have a better chance joining TPUSA because they actually have the ear of the president, and you could actually like get in with them and encourage him to be more in favor of Ukraine funding and like. But yeah, I think the issue is that like, especially when you're debating like a lot of these people are just like newscasters, right? So like Pisco and Soipel, these guys don't know anything about like politics. They just like cover kind of like news stories and then they'll read a little bit about headlines. But when they're talking about things like the DSA, the reason why they can't give an answer to anything that the Soipel is asking is because to what Wick is asking is because it requires you to engage with them on a political level. And these guys have no mind for it. They don't understand what the DSA stands for or what their positions are. The DSA is fundamentally, and you can go and read it on their website. You can hear a lot of the candidates echo back these same ideas. The DSA is opposed, it's oppositional to all forms of American imperialism, and that definitely includes NATO. A lot of them just outwardly state it. Go read how strong the language they use on Israel-Palestine is, and then compare that to Russia-Ukraine, where all they ever say is we should have more diplomats and peacekeepers. So I mean, like again, if your goal is to like join and push them, I mean, you can, but like
This is like usually the opposite reason given. Like if somebody's like, what organization should you join? You would look for the one that's the most ideologically in line with you and the one that's pushing for the things that you believe in the most, not one that's like completely out of step with you, but maybe you can join it and try to change them from the inside in like a subversive way while they're also trying to join the Democratic Party and fight them in a subversive way. It's just like,
if I was trying to join the Republican Party right now in order to push them, they would view it, I think everybody involved would see it as ingenuine because I've never been a Republican, that I haven't like espoused any of the values that modern Republicans espouse. Whereas joining DSA, I think it's half and half, where some people will see me as too much of a libtard in order to like be taken seriously, too pro-Ukraine. They'll view it as war hockey. Others might take me in good manner. I mean, I've talked to members of caucuses who seem to be much more willing to actually work to introduce said resolution. And so if there are people who are working to do that, I mean, I can ask them to do that outside the org and give attention to it, but I always feel like I'm going to be able to both know the processes of what's going on, be involved in certain discussions I otherwise wouldn't be able to, and have more of a voice here and pushing it along and bringing attention to it if I was within the apparatus. When it came to PV, I didn't have to join PV in order to get them over the line to agree to all the things we needed them to agree to on Ukraine. But if I needed to, despite the fact that I'm not going to agree with everything on their website, like I would do it because that's just what's politically efficacious.
That's
you understand just real quick, just as a reality check, real quick. You understand that like the leadership, that if you were to poll DSA leadership, that the majority of them are going to believe that Euromaidan was a CIA-backed coup. You're aware of that, right?
I'm absolutely aware that DSA leadership have, in my opinion, a worse position on the war than Trump.
No, wait. Just very specifically, that the majority of the DSA leadership, if not all of them, will say that that Euromaidan was a CIA-backed coup.
Yeah, they'll say lies about the war. I wouldn't be surprised if they would say things like that. That sounds like something I would hear from their type of person. Yes.
Okay, and they all hit on the Azov battalion talking points, that it's a neo-Nazi country. They're all going to talk endlessly about Bandera and how horrible the association is with him. They're going to talk about how Boris Johnson had a peace proposal, but Zelensky is like more hawkish than people realize. And like all of these talking points are going to be rife in these socialist type, these commie type communities. I just can't ever, again, it's the equivalent to me. Sometimes I just don't think people realize like how politically far apart they are. I would never join the...
to like make friends with everybody, or I mean, even doing any of this.
It's not about making friends with them. It's like
creating the conversation in and of itself is an end. Creating the conversation, the organization cannot balance itself. Its position on Ukraine is indefensible in a way that any time that the conversation of Ukraine comes up, anytime.
Wait, that's not true though. That it's super defensible from their political ideology. It's super 100% defensible.
It's defensible in a struggle session. It isn't defensible in front of the entire country or in Democratic primaries. If they want to win primaries, they cannot win this conversation. The conversation has to happen.
What primaries has the Ukrainian war spent like time in center stage on? I think AIPAC is a trillion times more.
We need to make it prime and center stage. For example, when the polling that I've seen, the Democratic Party base love Ukraine like unreservedly and hate the Russians unreservedly. Over 90% of Democratic Party members and Democratic Party primary voters overwhelmingly support Ukraine. It's like a one-party state. Might as well be fucking North Korea on the issue. So if that's their position, why do you think Dara Liza doesn't want to talk about Ukraine? Why do you think Claire Valdez doesn't want to talk about Ukraine? Why do you think they avoid the topic like it's the devil? They avoid the topic like it's the devil because they know that in the Democratic Party primary, you ain't going to convince voters on that issue. So you need to make a conversation to make DSA uncomfortable. You have to.
It's because Americans don't care about foreign policy, so they won't care about it. They don't really care about Israel-Palestine. The AIPAC thing is all just like a motivating thing to do the populism meme on, because Jews and Zionists are the easy guys who are the big boogeyman of everything. But like most people couldn't tell you what from the river to the sea, what river and what sea are they even talking about? They couldn't tell you why we're supposed to support a one state over a two state now, or what the holding point is for that. Hassan didn't even know what the Western Wall was 1 year ago, which is impossible for a guy who that said he studied Israel-Palestine his whole life. They're not actually motivated by Israel-Palestine. To look at Israel-Palestine and say, well, they're really motivated on this issue, so they must be able to be motivated on Ukraine-Russia, fundamentally misunderstands why Israel-Palestine is taking the center stage and AIPAC funding is taking the center stage for these people. Like, it's because they're able to use it to motivate their base against like the big populist boogeyman. But you're talking about changing them on a position, on a hate the West position. This is a fundamental part of the DSA, is a hatred for Western hegemony and Western imperialism. And Ukraine to them like resembles that, and Russia resembles like in opposition to that. Like a lot of these people probably supported Bashar al-Assad. These people are not going to be people who are going to be warm to the idea that we should be supporting Ukraine more. The only support they're going to have is like more diplomats. That's what the coach said every time she goes on a show to talk about it.
My goal in and of itself isn't just change DSA's position, right? If the calculation was making sure that my money, if I was even a DSA member or outside of the DSA, is going to the most moral thing, that's not my objective. Is to end the war in Ukraine. Now, there's a few ways that you could do. You could look at DSA as one of many devices to end the war in Ukraine. One way to look at it is trying to change the position. I see that as the least likely scenario, and the amount of time it would take if you were to succeed in such a thing, the war might be over by then. We're talking about something that might take 3, 4, 5 years, and bad behavior they might even repeat with other wars. But something I've noticed every single time when I'm in conversation with candidates that are aligned with DSA or not aligned with DSA, but like around DSA adjacent, or they're anybody that is in that universe who doesn't approach the issue of Ukraine, they can't defend the position, they can't talk about the position, they can't be on the position. While we're talking about the leadership, yes, they might believe it. 95% of Democratic primary voters support Ukraine. And so if you want to win Democratic primaries in order to be the Democratic nominee for the entire, if the view is it's an entryist model, for the entire strategy to work, you got to make sure those voters don't sniff something and say, what the fuck, and then push you away and then go with the more moderate option. And if they from a mile away can see that your position is one that will ethnically cleanse millions of Ukrainians, then I think that's going to be a problem for candidates. And that's why candidates that otherwise tried to avoid the topic entirely, candidates that told me straight up, we don't want to talk about Ukraine. 2 months later, they're talking about Ukraine on the campaign trail. Why? Because the possibility of us making it a hand grenade in the campaign was enough.
I think that if you wanted to get them to change their positions on it, it would be so much easier to just push the Democratic nominee to adopt a strong position on it. And then you'll see if the DSA changes accordingly, if that's where the Democratic Party is at. It should be relatively easy to get any Democratic primary person to adopt a very pro-Ukrainian position. And then if it is as popular as you say it is, then the DSA person should match it. That would be, and that's like such an easier thing to do.
And to piggyback off that, what a nominee's position is does not matter nearly as much as what an elected representative's position actually is. And I think that, again, Democratic Party candidates have a far greater chance of winning these races, these battles. And so if you can align with them, if you can persuade them to make it a bigger part of their bigger part of their platform once they get elected, it's just going to be much more effective, right, than just convincing nominees in primaries. That's just my intuition.
Well, I think that there is something to be said about approaching candidates that are pro-Ukraine. Of course, those are the people that we love. We want people who are pro-Ukraine. We want to show people talking about, supporting Ukraine. Yes. Those are people we would love to highlight. I also know that if a candidate commits to something on the campaign trail, if I think, for example, I was of the belief that there were certain candidates that were going to win the primaries because the moderate option put forward was not that good. They either didn't have the sauce, they couldn't, their apparatus was shit, any of these reasons. And so I knew, or had a good inclination, that the candidate that was more DSA aligned was going to win. And so how do I approach that? Do I approach that from, well, let's try to pump up the, if I see that as something that's going to happen, then my goal should be to move that person into supporting Ukraine, either through genuine movement or through compliance due to fear of backlash. Either's fine. Either way could end the war.
I worry, though, that by in those situations where in a primary, the moderate is not likely to win and the DSA candidate is more likely to win, like we saw in Florida, right? I think that just happened in Florida. I think, unfortunately, at that point, the Republican's probably going to win in the general, right? So your advocacy would be better spent there.
I mean, if the question is like, do I think Francesca?
Because again,
I've supported
just the dichotomy I want to make clear here.
The answer to that question is no, because I don't think she could win. And my political philosophy, first and foremost, is winning. We have to win. So I understand that. But if these candidates are going to win in blue districts where the Republicans have no chance, I think that there has to be substantial effort made to make them either comply on the issue of Ukraine because of party whip action combined with public backlash, combined with the need to actually be reelected, or through a genuine sea change in their policy position. And my only statement is that I think that by having people inside DSA who are making noise about it, it makes it much easier. Because if the line is, oh, they're divided inside DSA on the issue, or, oh, this keeps becoming an issue again in the press because they keep having these votes inside the organization and their candidates keep getting called out outside the organization. A two-pronged operation is just much more likely to be effective, at least in my mind.
I mean, my position on this is I just don't think you understand what the DSA ideology is. I don't think you understand how fundamental an ask you're making of them. This is the equivalent of joining the KKK and asking them to like soften their views on Jews and black people. This is like it's an integral part you will never, ever, ever get. And like, you can ask for any marker for success and we can put a bet on it and I'll donate the money to Ukraine if I win, or even like, there's no world where you are going to convince meaningfully any part of the DSA out of its beliefs. The best chance you would have is convincing people to leave the DSA, because it's integral to the DSA that they are oppositional to things like NATO and American imperialism and anything related to like Western sphere of influence type power. They're always going to be opposed to that.
Even necessarily just change their mind. My goal is for them to just not be an issue to end the war. That's my goal. And so if they even held,
they don't want to end the war. No, that's not true. They want to end the war. What do you mean? They want Ukraine to surrender. They all feel that way. They're like, Ukraine should just give up.
I want to
reach a deal with
actually
Russia.
end the war, right? And that's my goal. They can believe whatever they want, but if they believe everything in their soul, but they vote the right way, then I don't care. Like, I have an LBJ view of politics, a strong enough hand in a statement like you'll lose your fucking seat next election. That's how politics is supposed to be done to some extent when it comes to issues as fundamental as this, where the voting margins are going to be so tight if there is going to be a bill next House session.
Well, if that is your belief, that if they don't vote the way you want, that they're going to lose their seat, that you'll withdraw their support, why not just withdraw your support now, because they don't have that position, and ensure and do what you need to do to ensure that moderates win, or at least just progressives, non-DSA candidates, and then throw your weight against the DSA to ensure that they don't get power. I would posit to you that opposing the DSA publicly and loudly, making it less likely for them to win, would do more for your goal than trying to win them over or trying to coerce them.
Every time I make a critique of Megan Romer, the International Committee, DSA's prescribed positions, an embarrassing interview on it, there are people both outside of DSA who points to it and says, this is why they can't be trusted. They're anti-democratic. They're not internationalists. They're willing to talk about they'll talk about ethnic cleansing here, but ignore it here. And I'll see these critiques outside, and then inside, I'll see DSA members saying, yes, I'm a DSA member, but I support Ukraine. I'm a DSA member, but XYZ, XYZ. Now, even if those people are 1 in fucking 5, right? And Jordy's numbers are completely wrong, that is enough to create the media storm necessary to at least make them back the fuck off when they need to win Democratic primaries, because they're transcendent right now. And so if it's convince them to change, if it's make them back off, if it's make them say nothing to candidates when they try to do candidate control come 2027, 28, 29, all that matters is making sure that there's not a problem from what's inside the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party has been the only consistent pro-Ukraine ally outside of, the certain actions of Barack
You understand
Obama.
the DSA as an organization, its goal is to subvert and parasite the Democratic Party. They don't want to win power for the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
they want
the
to
only
win power
way you do that is by getting
Party.
Democratic primary voters to vote for you. And they understand that, or they have to understand that, or they're going to sink. And then there's no problem.
Well, I think you should help them sink. And that will be less of a problem overall for.
Yeah, this seems like a big part of like what Kamala Harris's issue was in the last election, where she wasn't like putting all of her resources in one singular place and kind of spreading it all over the place, not being staunchly against the progressives or staunchly against the moderates. Like, she was kind of taking this measly mouthed, fence sitting positions all over the place and never being staunch in any direction. And I think that is like part of the bigger problems within the Democratic Party right now, is everybody's too friendly with the sides that are trying to destroy them. And it seems like, you have more goals than just
just real quick. I got to bow out.
If I spoke at a DSA convention and said all the things I wanted to say, I could get some like Bush style shoe throwing done at me. Okay. I don't think it's a question of, too mealy mouthed or too weak on the issue. I think I've said that DSA is evil on Ukraine. I didn't say, they're wrong. I said evil. So it's like, I think that you could do that and also just accept the momentum that DSA has and acknowledge that there are certain areas like Ukraine where they are so weak in stance, weak in their positions, unable to defend themselves when interacting with the press or other politicians on the issue, that it's just, the more it is an issue, the more it is a topic from inside and outside, the more they'll be confronted with it, and maybe not change, but the more they'll reel in. The more they'll, you know what, we're not going to tell AOC you have to vote against the Ukraine aid bill and make that the big splitting issue between us and Alexandria Cortez. We're not going to do that. In and of itself would be beneficial.
Okay, I gotta go. I love you. Thank you. Seriously, I really appreciate actually being a panelist. It's kind of fun, and I know we got a little bit of a little rowdy, but hopefully you made a lot of money, and all that. Just for your audience, my next panel is going to be Sunday. It's going to be non-political. We're doing the ethics of ERP. So we have some guests on to. We have Mooks coming on. We have Zugami. We have Susie. It should be fun. Tune in for that on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Thanks again for having me. I'll see you later. Bye.
Good. See you later.
Love you. Be careful.
Okay.
All right. Well, any other final thoughts, Tom or Dylan, or?
I guess to me, it's like, it's not a question of like, I'm looking at this, oh, is this person, you know, this, don't you know this person, this person, that. I have met such like indifference to the war and so many disgusting positions, and seen so many people embarrass themselves in public over the war in Ukraine, that I've kind of arrived to the position of like, I can assume that all these people believe this, but the more that they're put on the spot about it, the more they embarrass themselves. And the more they embarrass themselves, I think the better it is for those who know the truth about what's going on in Ukraine. And so I think that, I mean, the sunlight is the best disinfectant is kind of true here. And it's just, if there's somebody inside your party saying things or inside your organization saying things about how the organization needs to change, you can just make the microphone louder than if it was just those outside. When you say DSA member X, Y, and Z said this about their position, our position on Ukraine is evil, that in an article is going to speak with more strength. Maybe I don't need to be the one to do that, but I think that coordinating with the people who are already in there and want to do that, at the very least, would be beneficial.
We talked a lot about the distinctions between the charters and the national DSA. Is there a single charter that you know of that is considered pro-Ukraine, like openly pro-Ukraine?
No, nothing. There's caucuses that are pro-Ukraine, but
all of these, like the panel, they made such a big deal about how, like, and I agree, there's big differences between one charter and the other, but they kept wanting to like focus the conversation on like how big these differences are.
No, there's snakes. That Jody guy and all these people
worried
are
about it.
No, this is not true. There's like all this disagreement and none of them can speak to the national platform. Bullshit. This is stupid.
Yeah, when it comes to the issue that you're actually concerned on, it doesn't seem like there is a whole lot of disagreement there. It doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of people who are out of step with the national DSA on that one. And so it doesn't seem like there's
leadership.
There's even any point.
I think that the caucuses are diverse enough that it wouldn't be difficult to at least have a canary.
Okay, well, we wish you. Do you have like a marker for success or a marker for like abandon ship at some point where you're like, okay, fuck this, it's too much, or you're just kind of winging it, I guess?
I think I mean, for me, it's just general attention. I think if it brings more attention to it and it means that DSA has to talk about their position on Ukraine more in public, I think that's the first measure of success, but that leads to other things. I don't think that they ever feel comfortable talking about Ukraine. And I think that will be their downfall on it.
Okay. Well, I don't think it'll work, but I hope I'm wrong because I do support you. Thank you for everything. And yeah, cool. Well, good luck.
Very much. You all have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Have fun. Bye.
Whoa. Got these soft caramels. I like them. But I can only have a few because they're so sugary. Okay. Chat, what did you think about that? Looking at YouTube chat. Should be looking at site chat, but you know, I look at site chat too, just to make sure that They get the recognition. Windshield Wiper donated $50. Considering to start calling DSA call centers daily and ask them to clarify their Ukraine position. Ask how it's different than Trump's and why would that not help? And why they would not help a people facing genocide. That's a good thing to do. That's a good thing to do. And I know people who have called their local DSA chapters, and they just have to refer to the, the national position. And so, having more people have to consider that, calling up local chapters, like, hey, what's this chapter's position on Ukraine? Are they also do they also hold Trump's position? Dylan, hey Dylan, ever heard of Don Lots Bots? Union activist. I have not. I'll look into him though. $5. Really feel like both the left and right parties want to split. Probably should, TBH. You mean like we should have 4 parties? Wick has to go. That was interesting. Love the panel, Dylan. Glad you're back and safe. Yeah. I'll be heading back to Ukraine in October. Not a DSA member, but I am a socialist. To me, we ought to support Ukraine as they're struggling against an oppressor. Of course. Tell us how it goes, man. I'm super curious. Yeah, I'll see how the meeting goes. I still don't really know what I'll do. There was no answer at the end of the panel, in my head at least. I will not know until I know more about the local chapter. Thanks for a good debate, Dylan. And I don't see any usefulness in joining a chapter that isn't local. I think you're correct on your approach. People try to paint a moral brush in the association with DSA. It's just a pragmatic thing to do, whether to advocate from inside or outside. The guy who answers at DSA probably sounds like the one wishful lying guy. You're the modern day David to the world's Goliath. Just admit that you enjoy tough battles. I do like a challenge. I do like a challenge. That is true. Do whatever's best for the cause. Got to get people in power that will help create more of a two-party system. Take some Discord calls. What do you mean take some Discord calls? I don't think there is any Discord calls. Tons of donos if you switch to filter the fan funding. Don't. Yeah. Discord calls would be cool. I don't think there is anybody waiting to do Discord calls. Or there is Jola. I see he's in there waiting. And I see a C-SPAN caller. I don't know if they want to jump, if they wanted to get in here. I don't know if that was what they were looking for. Oh, I see that there are some. Fan funding is where I look. I don't know how to see that. Oh, there it is. Let me read all these donos. Ukraine needs as much support as it needs. If you can change minds, I say do it. Thank you, Ignis of the Flame. 2-tier sub from Lindex over. I can't get out of my head Soy Pill saying maybe Dylan can change DSA's position on Ukraine from within. Why bother changing their mind when that's arguably a lot harder than using the Dems? Tier 3, thank you for the 11th month. $2 Canadian from Johnny P. I assume you're leaving leaning away already, Dylan. Thank you for the $2. Honestly, I'm not. It's very hard. I feel like I have multiple ideas of how I would go about it, and so whatever path I end up taking, I think I have a solid plan. So that's why I'm keeping my mind open for the meeting until it happens. Thank you for the $20, Comrade Dylan. Welcome to the team from another American. W panel from Bluer. $5, and then there's a feasibility argument. How reachable are the goals for DSA versus the aim of the party? $10. Keep in mind, Democrats are in favor of a public option, meaning coverage for everyone. So think about the policies that separate the Dem Party from the DSA. You should join DSA if you want socialism. You should refrain from DSA if you don't. The whole change from within thing is a farce. You can influence them without being inside their org. I do feel like you could influence them more from both outside and inside, though. I still am of that feeling. Buy Pisco and Soy Pills Logic. And like, even if I don't join, I'm still going to work with people inside the org. It's just a question of whether or not I need to be in the organization and whether or not they're going to say, hey, Dylan, we're working on things when it comes to homeless people in Prince George's County and DC that we think you would be interested in. Then I'd be very interested because it's like, oh, they're doing stuff in the locale, in the Delmarva area, you know, in the DC area, in the Prince George's County area. You know, that would be of interest to me because, of course, I'm Maryland first. Dylan, joining with his perspective may actually mask the main body's dogshit opinion and give false support to DSA. He shouldn't join until they are palatable to a better view. That might be the way. The way might be to say, look, I agree with DSA on X, Y, and Z, and I disagree with them on D, and I cannot ever even compromise on DE, you know, E, which would be Ukraine. That would be something that could push. Future me will think of this conversation while I'm calling for a CAS on the DSA militia holding the ridgeline. Oh, Slava Ukraini, Yoram Slava. Hippy Dippy style blood sports. And a lot of donations. My goodness. Appreciate all of the donos. $20 from Numanax. $5. Let's My Listening Library, Schween, $5. Benjamin of PV saying, please God tell Wick the org is PV just to piss him off. Thank you for the $20. Benjamin, hope you're doing well. Tier 1 from Tinfoil Freak. I kind of sort of joined my local DSA. Am I in trouble? Very much. Thank you for the content, King. Min79, $10. Wick is delusional. He needs therapy. $5. Again from Benjamin. PV aligned. Am I the only one excited for the omniliberal response tweet to this gangbang? Well, you got it live. Thank you for the $10. You're welcome. $10 well spent. This panel would be better with Aaron instead of Pisco. $5. We were supposed to have Straighter 8 here, but again, voice problems. $4. Pisco is a diet tanky. Sermentos, tier 2. W. Wick from Opino. Also, shout out to a special someone trying to use all caps screaming to make up for their room temp IQ and failed political project. Love you, Dylan. Tall Skull 89 donated 10 Canadian. So you did Ukrainian Anna. That's Destiny's girl. Man, that's effed up. I hope you can salvage your relationship with Steven. I have no clue what that's in reference to. $5 from Philip to Script. Nonprofit grocery stores are an example of social programs. I'm for a balance. There needs to be an option, especially if someone is in need. Socialism isn't communism. A melancholic monkey. What good is a policy platform if its members get to disavow it when it seems too crazy? Why even have a policy platform at all? For melancholic monkey. $2. Hippy Dippy style Bloodsport. And I think that's all of them. I think that is all of them. Okay. Let's see if we can. I think if there's people waiting to do call-ins, we can bring in a few people. Why not? Why not? There's a few people. Let's bring in a C-SPAN caller first. Hello. Oh, now Joel is gone. Gonna bring him in. Oh well.
I don't think he's gone. He was there when I just popped out.
Yeah, well, he just dipped. He must have forgotten what he was gonna say.
Well, me and another and a DSA member were getting into conversation at that point in time. So he may have felt like he wasn't going to go anywhere with that conversation. But I'm sure if you give him a minute and tell him like, hey,
sure.
Joel, jump in.
I'll bring him in. I'll do people one at a time. But I do want to wrap up stream so I can go work on some Track Ukraine stuff. So what's up? Oh, Joel is now in here. Hello, you jumped in.
Well, Jim.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm muting myself.
Why are you muting yourself?
Probably because people want to hear Joel's perspective before mine.
No, I
want to know,
yours
buddy.
first, 'cause
I want to hear yours too.
There's order and structure in this. We're not a lawless land. I'm very tough on crime.
Fair enough. No, I don't want to bring anything into this. I'm not here to have the full discussion on the DSA. You just had that. I did want to comment on your bringing light or sunshine to a situation, the best disinfectant comment.
Mm-hmm.
My issue with that is that I feel like right now, us kind of bringing to light the DSA as a whole is the best disinfectant, not necessarily attacking each individual congressperson, because either one of two things are going to happen. One, they're either going to be AOC or one of the top members who kind of break away from things like the national DSA, where that just went to total shit for AOC, but I'm sure they're going to back her if she ever runs for president. Or two, they're going to be thrown out of the organization, not a party, organization altogether, in which case it's going to make zero difference. But they're still going to try to institute themselves within the Democratic Party. They're still going to try to push individuals in specific areas, and they're still going to undermine Democrats in any situation. That's important that we kind of bring daylight to that. So we do disinfect it from the party as a whole.
I mean, I think that, you know, bringing attention to the idea that they undermine Democrats, we just bring attention to that.
I think, well, first off, that they don't necessarily align with the Democrats on a grander scale in almost any regard. And yes, that they undermine Democrats wherever they have the chance. That's been pretty clear and present for me. I haven't seen anything that necessarily speaks against that, especially over the past 8 years.
I mean, I guess I would point to like primary voters that seem to be electing them in certain districts, in some cases, like pretty overwhelmingly. And there does seem to be something there, at least with some aligned candidates like Mondami, that seems to be catching public attention and expectations. And so, I mean, they exist. They're in the sphere now. They've made enough noise and ruckus in order to be into elected office. So don't we have to, like, why would my effort need to be focused on trying to like undermine DSA's image entirely, rather than just focusing on one thing that if I focus a magnifying glass on it, the sun might burn enough that they move their arm, they move away from it?
Their perspective there is that they're going to align themselves with Democrats. And my perspective is that we should cauterize the wound now, so that if there is popularity within the United States, like within a city, like New York, or within specific areas, that they can have their own spaces. They can try to undermine Democrats, but it shouldn't be as a part of the Democratic Party. They shouldn't get money from the Democrats once they reach as general, especially if they're willing to undermine almost all the values that most Democrats hold. Let them have their spaces. I mean, who are they going to negotiate with once they hold position? The Democrats or the Republicans?
Well, I don't know how much money they're going to be getting in the general in places like New York. I mean, I don't think that the party's.
Well, it's not necessary in places like New York, right? But it is necessary in other areas. It just depends on where they actually gain some kind of resonance. But that doesn't matter. Like, in the end, like, do you think these guys, if they do gain a position, that even after we exercise them from the party, that they're going to be able to even negotiate with the Republicans in any perspective?
That they're going to be able to negotiate with Republicans?
Yeah, when it comes to legislation, when it comes to them actually being enlisted within power. Like, if we're talking about whether or not
if they were in elected office after we ejected them and they were able to like win as an independent or something like that in these seats.
Yeah.
I think that they could be a spoiler on like important legislation. I mean, the question is whether or not you think the party whip could at all whip somebody in shape. For example, Ilhan Omar, as much as I don't like the vote that she made against sanctioning the Russians, she voted to bring she signed the discharge petition to bring the vote forward. So she was willing to work with the party whip, probably when told, to bring the legislation forward, but then voted against said legislation. So I do think that, I mean, it seems that the party whip does have influence on how these people vote, or at least how they act.
Yeah. Seen no evidence that it was the party whip that necessarily put her in the position that we actually discuss whether or not we're going to place sanctions on Russia.
Wait, do I think it was a party whip that put them in the... I think the party whip put them in the position where they had to sign a discharge petition, which if we didn't have Ilhan's signature on, we wouldn't have had enough. We wouldn't have had enough signatures to even have the vote in the first place.
Is that how that rolled out? My understanding was that she was for discussing it and for negotiating over it, but not necessarily
the discharge
for the position
petition.
that
In order to bring the legislation forward, you have to have a a majority of legislators signing a discharge petition to avoid the House Speaker. She signed it to bring it forward for a vote, but then voted against it. If she opposed any form of economic warfare, which is how she describes sanctioning a country, invading and causing the largest war in Europe since World War II, if that's how she describes it and that's how she voted, that's how she voted. But I find it hard to believe that she wouldn't have signed the discharge petition if it wasn't for, I mean, that she would have signed it if the party didn't have any influence. Like, would she just have signed it, like, for what reason?
This is one of the issues that I actually, okay. So even if we're putting forward the fact that like the Democrats actually hold this amount of power, then now I'm kind of going against all the individuals, and I do in the first place, that the Democrats are kind of failing when it comes to negotiating legislation in the long haul. Does that make sense? Like their actual enlistment to drive Democratic leadership together and actually push forward legislation, this far cry that we get from people like Kyle Klinsky or
I would like more passion on it. It's part of the reason why, like, Salam Bati, he was like a DSA aligned candidate in Virginia's first, who had very good positions on Ukraine, signed the Track Ukraine pledge, was willing to do that. He's also in Virginia's first district in the Delmarva area. I mean, Langley is right there. So I do think that maybe for some of these candidates, it might be circumstantial, but you can expand off of those circumstances. I think that, you know, there are candidates that we've been able to get to move on this. And I just don't know if, considering my size and what we're doing on a candidate by candidate basis with some of these DSA people, if it would be more efficacious for me to just say, they're all DSA aligned, so they're all saying this. Like, if I was to grade AOC worse on Ukraine from Track Ukraine's perspective, because she's a DSA member, even though she's voted all of the ways we would have wanted her to, including in support of sanctions, including in support of major aid packages, but the only votes she didn't make in favor were big Israel-Ukraine aid package like bundlings, which is to be expected. And so I think for me, like, it's just, I feel like I prefer the flexibility of being able to have pressure inside and outside, be able to blow a blowhorn on this inside and outside. I just feel that it allows more pressure, it allows more flexibility, it allows more maneuvering, it just gives me more options.
I fundamentally disagree with you there, but I definitely see your point, and I could easily be swayed on that. My second point would be that in this case, you don't feel like
you fundamentally disagree with me, but you could easily be swayed on that.
Well, in terms of, like, I would need some time to actually think about it. Does that make sense? Like, I get what you're saying. I understand your position.
To be clear, by the way, I don't know if I need to be the person in DSA in order to do all this, but there has to be people in DSA for us to have the most efficacious operation in trying to change people's minds or create a ruckus to begin with.
Fair enough. Well, that brings me to two separate points. One is, number one, which is, I believe, was brought up during the panel discussion, that aren't you fearful of the opening door policy for individuals within the DSA, you know, bringing in more members, you know, I'm saying, hey, we won here, we can win in other places, we're obviously for the people, this kind of thing. And number two, don't you fear the overall fundamental disorganization of the DSA and what that would actually bring to the Democratic Party?
Oh, like this, like I don't want a bunch of undergrads like running the Democratic Party, if that's your question, right?
Well, I mean,
despite their disorganization, despite their positions that are PR poison, with like saying things about like involuntary incarceration, or you know, previous positions or currently held position about abolition. Like, I can look at all these things, and despite all those, like, they're beating like the leader of the Latino caucus. Like, that's and like the worst, in my opinion, one of the worst candidates is the one beating the Latino leader of the Latino caucus. Now, I would say not even one of the more competent candidates. And so what does that say about the state of the Democratic Party, besides the fact that this is a significant enough faction that we at least need to exist with the idea that it's here, and I can't just work under the assumption that, oh, it's going to be swept away, especially when there's certain.
That's That's not what anybody's saying. No one's trying to sweep it away. No one's trying to like dissuade. Like there are Democratic members who are like, hey, if I just don't say anything, maybe I'll get away with it. I'm in a safe enough district. No one's saying that. We're saying like quite literally, like in part of the, bring light for disinfectant in that situation. We're saying like, hey, bring light to these people. Let people know what these guys actually stand for and whether or not you actually want them to represent any part of the Democratic Party. And when I say disorganization, I'm not talking about this specific legislation. I'm talking about the separated parties that exist within the DSA. That's where fundamentally the disorganization comes from. These voting measures that you see consistently, where they vote on the perspective of the border, where they vote on the perspective of healthcare, where they vote on these different things. All of these comes from different factions within the DSA. The international one is insane. When you start to look at some of the things that they want, these are the guys that, when you're talking about like their indifference to Ukraine, really what they're doing is they're battling those individuals, saying that even though, the DSA, based on these individuals within, the international perspective of the DSA, they don't want any war, they want to back out all funding, but still they're like, okay, there is this faction within us, but we're all kind of equal. We all have our own perspective. This is kind of weird, but we'll figure it out. This is the disorganization I'm talking about. Like it is fun. Like these guys drop from, insane to borderline okay and everything in between. And they can't decide as to where their actual stance lies. And when
To be
you're
fair,
bringing that into
caller, just when you, how do you consider that with knowing that Zoran and AOC are two of the most popular Democrats in the country with the Democratic Party? How do you square that, like with their influence, and if you think that can go away, or what do you think about that?
What do I think about them being the most popular? Like that's fine.
Yeah, being
I have
proud
no issue.
DSA members. If they're going to carry DSA, that probably means DSA is going to be around a while. AOC and Zoran are
I had a lot of
It's not
I've
going to
had
go
a
away,
lot of
right?
shifting perspectives on AOC, right? Like at one point in time, like when it came to AOC, when she came out with the Green New Deal, when she was arguing with every single individual, I was like, yeah, great. AOC is a lot of problems. But then when she actually falls in line, when she actually talks and tries to discuss with leadership, and when she brings money to the Democratic Party, then I'm like, yeah, that's okay.
So then
now
if you...
now that we've kind of debated it, and now that we've kind of gotten into this situation where a number of individuals within the DSA are literally trying to do, like I said, during the 2010s within the Labour Party within England, where they're trying to get on the lower portions and build themselves up in order to basically, dismantle the Democratic Party from the ground floor. Now I start to worry.
But when you see AOC's transition, and she went from somebody who you probably would not like, who falls more in line with DSA, and now she's
it's a constant transition. It's not like good, bad. Like I've seen her also.
But are you saying it's not possible if she's going to re-up with the DSA, which she just became a member again? It's not possible for the DSA to take a similar path with her leadership.
It's not possible for the DSA to take a similar path with their leadership.
Yeah, in moderation. Because you said
no. Like that like that's part of the disorganization that I was talking about. Like they're entirely separated amongst their movement. I have talked to a whole swath of different DSA members. I've been in a room with like 5 different ones on a few different Discord calls where they all get into fights constantly on international affairs, on healthcare, and a number of different issues. If they're going to back her, it's going to be the most, out of control measure of backing you've ever seen. You're going to see half the members putting her down, half the members speaking her up, because she's going to be asked hard questions on that campaign trail. And they're going to say, what do you think about this? And they're going to hit her. And if she doesn't answer.
And this is the big point, right? And this is the big point that, like, I'm sorry, you've been going for a while. Okay, this is the big point here. When that split happens, which I agree it will occur, that big split when it comes to the political reality, which we see it happen very quickly with Zoran and, Jessica Tisch and AOC and her political pragmatism. When that shift happens, is it better to have people like Dylan to be an off-ramp to the, better members of the DSA that are going to support AOC in those moments when she takes a stance that's pro-Taiwan and pro-Ukraine? Or is it better if we cede all the ground to the crazies and just say, oh, they're all like, it's like trying to give us the KKK to like black people, like Destiny said.
This is a different conversation. You're talking about how are we going to handle DSA members if we're in power, or how are we going to handle DSA members if they're trying to gain power? And right now I'm talking about whether or not we want them to
What did I just say? I said when AOC, you just said when AOC takes these positions, there's going to be internal fighting in the DSA. I want the DSA side that's logical, that supports AOC and her moderation to win the DSA to, you know, change chapter by chapter around the country, if that's possible. When
that's not how they operate. It's not possible.
Yeah, it's not how they
you've
operate.
already their perspective of how they operate doesn't allow that to occur. It is the point. That's just what you tried to make it a point of being. The fact that they're incapable of actually aligning on anything is the point here. You can look
that's
at
what Dylan is saying. If he can cause flashpoints and point a microscope or point the bright lights on this issue, on these issues of Ukraine, the big flashpoints that they just ignore and they just refuse to talk about
for individual representatives.
Yeah, and
I don't think that's good enough. Like in those situations, those guys are going to align. Like they're still going to be a part of the Democratic Party, and we're going to be dealing with it again next time. This is the same problem we're going to keep seeing over and over again. If your thing here is like, let's test, let's have a test.
Can I just throw out there quickly though,
like
for what I care about here, like we say next time, Darliza, like Claire Valdez, Chris Raab, Mila Kiros. Fucking a lot of these people are going to be in the next House session. It's not like a question about like, well, if I bring some attention, now they'll now know these people are getting elected. Some of them are voted green. Some of them are not as good as Ukraine. So from my position, they're going to be in office. The war could last another 2-3 years. Who knows how long, but I want to have as soon of action as possible. And recognizing that, we need to find an avenue to make sure that there is a way for a majority to pass Ukraine support with their votes. And that means having a means to push them. Whether that is people inside DSA doing it or outside of DSA doing it. I can't wait 5 years for everybody to oh, well, I think that this was too populist and sloppulist. And I can't, the war is happening now. These are the people who are winning.
It's a single issue voter situation for you, Dylan.
It's not a single issue. It's not just a single issue. There's many.
That's how you're arguing it, though. That's literally how he's arguing that.
I'm not a single issue voter, but I organize on an issue, right? I vote on other things. It's just I imagine not everybody's oh yes, I have an organization that does housing. I have an organization that does Ukraine. I have an organization that does Palestine. I can only do so much from the front. But this is what I can organize. But I'm not a single issue voter. It's just something that matters a lot to me. And it's something they're very bad on.
If any of these individuals try to bring forward any kind of negotiation over what they actually want within Congress, and Ukraine is off the table for them when the rest of the Democratic Party seems to be all for that funding, they're going to be blackballed immediately. And they're not going to get anything done.
Yeah, that's good.
But that's not the point. We don't need them to be Democrats for us to hold that power over them. That's very clear.
But it's not a question of even if they are or are not Democrats. It's just a question of they exist, they have power, and I think it would be easier to move them on Ukraine than it would be to move some of the MAGA people that'd be necessary for the votes. There's a few Republicans that voted for the Ukraine Support Act, but a lot of them like Mike Lawler. Or that last Republican who went independent in order to get the discharge petition over the line in California, they might lose their seats this session. And a lot of them, the biggest champions on the Republican side, a lot of them are retiring this year. And so I can't just rely on the idea that there's going to be a cadre of hawkish conservatives who remember the good old days of pushing back against. I just can't rely.
I'm not talking about the Republicans. I'm not saying to rely on that specifically. I'm telling you that
I have to get around the fact that these people are going to be in office, and we might have to get their vote on Ukraine. No.
Yes, but we hold power over them in the first place. They're not going to be able to get any issue put forward or negotiate any issue with the Democrats in the first place. Do you remember when Bernie dropped out against Biden?
Yes.
Clearly you do. Yeah. And you remember what the contingency was for that?
Yeah, there was supposed to be some policy concessions. I can't tell you off the top of my head of what they were supposed to be, but the idea is that they were supposed to have policy meetings.
Some of them fell through. Some of them he pushed forward. Two of the biggest ones, I believe, if I remember correctly, were the concession on the minimum wage for national level, and then the forgiveness for student debt. Those are just a few. There were a squad rate of other concessions as well that Biden did try to push and move forward and worked with Biden on. Worked with Bernie on. It's the same situation in this regard. If they're put into a position where they know the only ones who are even likely to vote with them are Democrats, they're held into a position where they have to actually concede on a number of measures. Just because, like you were talking about, Ilhan Omar or these other individuals are part of the Democratic Party, the reasoning that is put forward for them, the reason the whip actually enlists them to vote along with the Democratic Party is on the basis that they are negotiating for those positions. It's on the basis that, hey, you're part of the Democratic, get it straight, right?
I agree that a lot of how this will work is like, oh, you don't want to vote with us, fine, and none of your bills will be brought to the floor. Good luck telling your constituents that you're doing a good job.
That's literally what the whip tells them.
Yeah,
That's literally how the whip operates.
That's why I said it. I said it because that is what the whip says. I agree that that's what the whip does. But I believe that the negotiations you said will be in a better grounding, have a better foundation, a better battlefield, if you will. To let my mind slip back into the trenches. It'll be a better battlefield. It'll be better, geography if the social pressure exists. If when these people open up their socials, they see that their replies are filled with people who are saying like, "Oh, you don't want to fight fascism, really? Oh, you just pick and choose your genocides." Like this type of outrage, I think, is going to work more effectively on left-wing activists than MAGA conservatives, and so they are the ones that have to be more movable. And because we have that combined with the party whip, I want to give the party whip the best chance.
I disagree. Again, this is again we're trying to seek into the minds of how the party whip operates and how the rest of the Democratic Party operates when it comes to negotiating these perspectives. I don't think we're really going to get anywhere on that, and that's fine. Before I go, because I do need to get rolling, Dylan, thanks heaps for all the work that you're doing in Ukraine. I am following it constantly, as well as a number of other Ukrainian YouTubers. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on that. Please stay safe and that stuff because it looks effing terrifying. Also, I had a question for you, off the cuff kind of question. Did you see? Do you know the show Lioness?
I don't believe so. No.
There's this clip in there where they have like a number of the drones coming at them. They're in Ukraine for some stupid made-up reason.
Close the door at the end of it. And is it like anti-drone? They're all like shooting at the drones, and they fucking magically shoot them all down. Yeah, half of them would be dead.
Yeah, which is bullshit. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. But is that like the reality of the situation? Like when those drones are incoming, is that what it's like?
I mean, there is a hail of bullets, but it's like you have like
not the shooting it down part. I mean, just the overall abundance of drones coming on either side. Is that what it's like?
It's not usually that all at once, but when I was in Druskivka, I mean, we had like 8, 9, 10 drones in the area within like a span of 5-6 minutes. That were like some of coming very, very close trying to kill us. And so it can be a lot in a very short period. But as it stands right now, there was a bit of dramatic effect.
No. Okay, that's my assumption as well. But I just imagine like just the overall fear of those drones coming at you. Like if I had to shoot them down, even if I were in Call of Duty and I'd spent the last 2 years leveling up, I can't imagine myself hitting any number of those that would have stopped me from dying. Jesus Christ!
You just throw really whatever you can at it.
True. Yeah. Fuck, man. Just be safe. Okay. Take care of yourself.
I appreciate it. You have a good one, man.
You too, man.
Bye-bye. Jola, my friend.
Hey, sir. How's it going?
It's going okay. It's been a long night. But I mean that means there was many things to say. Did you watch it?
I saw, I want to say 30% of it. I saw the beginning. It became a Hassan Bad conversation, Fox News conversation. It wasn't really about the question you were asking.
Talk about Hassan much. I think
hopefully it pivoted back to the real question. So did you get back to the main productive point that you were asking?
Like the idea of like, can you change it from inside the organization? Like,
yeah, I took some notes. So just like, and as far as like working with the DSA, so some things that we know are true. Its members are going to be pretty active, typically, if you're going to be dues paying members to anything. They are very young and hopefully persuadable. Some are very ingrained in their beliefs. I do believe that political orgs like that can change if you can slowly change their membership. It might not be the job for you necessarily, but I would recommend, if you have viewers, or if I have viewers, or anyone that can go and join their local DSA and sort of inject these thoughts there, it'd be great. And also, are there any consequences is another question I have when discussing this. Typically, if we abandon these spaces, is that just ceding it to the worst voices inside the organization and having them face no internal opposition? And then overall, the question I kept asking myself based on the conversation was, can your engagement, if you're making your personal decision, because you framed it like should you join the DSA, you're going to have that meeting soon. Can your engagement move a meaningful number of people to be worth your time? Right. I feel like, was that your core question?
I think it was really, however, I just really was the idea, is it politically efficacious? So it could be through attention grabbing. It could be actually moving the organization. It could be, supporting like-minded allies within DSA. It could be, any of these could be potential reasons. I wanted to leave it open-ended. For me, it's a question of the best case scenario, of course, would be changing the organization. The much more likely scenario is making a lot of noise, bringing a lot of attention, hopefully dealing with some local issues that I care about as well, because I do care a lot about my state and locality. But ultimately, bringing so much attention to it where they feel that they either have to, hey, it's not worth it to ask any candidate to stick out their neck and sacrifice themselves to abandon the Ukrainians, or that they might actually have to adjust in some manner. And even the slightest of adjustment would send a signal in a way that could possibly reverberate back to candidates and make it a lot easier for us to move them in the right direction. Not to mention the fact that the more that Ukraine is talked about, period, the more people talk about the atrocities, the more people talk about the human safari, the more people talk about Russian propagandists talking about that their hope is famine, their hope is starvation and famine. I think that the more that happens, the better. It's better. It's going to contribute to our successes.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And I keep on hearing everyone go back to this conversation about in 10 years, there might be enough DSA members to be deciding votes in the House. And I'm I see Josiah Pondering Politics arguing about this and what he considers to be an ally in the moment. And it's we view many of these issues as existential. So if it's existential for definitely Ukraine, you can't just wait 10 election cycles, obviously. But even for election denialism, the Supreme Court, Trump immunity, presidential immunity for trans people, for a lack of abortion care, Palantir, artificial intelligence. There's so many reasons why we would want to possibly look into all these avenues and not cut them off completely if we can squeeze more influence out of it. And I mean, have you seen... I guess I was more curious about your process with convincing the PV folks to take a more pro-Ukraine position. Was there a lot of pushback from that?
I just want to say, Derek, thank you for the $5. I'm a rank and file DSA member, and I support their domestic policy. But whenever I hear them talk about foreign policy, it hurts. In union organizing, there is salting when they join a workplace. Salting. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate that. Hope more DSA members make noise about it. And make as much noise about it as possible, and make noise about it as a thing that hey, are we really gonna? Is it worth it so much to abandon Ukraine that we're gonna undermine our ability to organize unions and get healthcare and piss off the party whip and scare off Democratic Party primary voters? If you don't even think about it from the morality of it, something to think about. Thank you for the $5. Sorry, you were asking about PV. I just wanted to respond.
Yeah, and I do want to have a longer convo with you that's more prepared sometime next week, if that's possible. And we do have in the waiting room this wife Nave guy. He did say he's an actual dues-paying DSA member, so it might be useful to go bounce off him for right now. And we could do that conversation a different time, maybe, if you're down.
Sure. If you had a question you wanted to open with on the PV thing right here, I'm fine answering it. But if you want to have a general conversation about how the PV thing went, we can schedule that for next week, like Tuesday or something.
Yeah, my question right now was just what pushback you faced, and then just in general, it'd be nice to have some reporting in these different DSA chapters around the country to know what they're talking about, how they're talking about it. If some infiltration would be kind of nice. But yeah, just any pushback you got, what kind of pushback you got, and how you eventually made the case to get them to take a more pro-Ukraine stance, and then we can pick it up next week.
In my mind, I thought about how I should go about it, and the conclusion I came to is I need to go there already having established a position and making it a discussion in some manner, so that it's not something that somebody could say, well, have a private discussion with him and tell him that next year. So that's part of the reason why during the Rage Against the War Machine event, I made such a big push on the morality of supporting Ukraine, how it's an anti-Ukraine position, an anti-war position, and that it's immoral to have put them in this position to some extent and then abandon them. And I then bounced off of that to then put pressure on PV for the fact that they were supporting candidates at that event, organizing money at an anti-war event for candidates that would not give a clear position on Ukraine or dedicate to supporting Ukraine's defense to help end the war sooner, as in making it so the Russians can't more easily kill and slaughter Ukrainians. And when that became the public discussion on streams, on social media, on Twitter, when they saw that it was attached now to a formalized organization, Track Ukraine has a social media, Track Ukraine has a website, Track Ukraine has volunteers. They're putting out materials on candidates already. They have graphics, they have a video productions team, they have Ukrainians, refugees that want to talk to candidates. Now they're talking to candidates. Like, all of this kind of built so quickly and moved so fast, and they knew that their membership base was already so supportive of Ukraine. That's part of the reason why I started with PV, that they had to kind of engage within 24 hours of me. I don't know what word to use besides giving an opening salvo, I guess is the way I would put it. And so they engaged very quickly in talks. And along the way, I kept having to push them to say, no, it's not enough just to have a statement, and it's not enough to work next year. We need to have something as soon as possible, and we need to have something that, because the war is happening now, it's a natural disaster. It's like a natural disaster. You don't say, can we get the firefighters next week? Can we get the firefighters next month? People are dying now. People are getting elected now, and there could be Ukraine legislation next session. So you need to increase the standards now. Now, there was some concerns about taking such a public stance and whether that could alienate creators or others who are not as big on Ukraine. Some people might think, oh, well, what will Hassan think? Or, oh, what will these candidates that have already agreed to our other stuff but haven't agreed to Ukraine, what will they think? There was some pushback on that. But I think that the fear of undermining the general membership base's values that supported Ukraine, because PV, unlike DSA, is a largely socialist organization that is supportive of Ukraine. And so, at least when it comes to its membership base, the people in leadership positions, and so they didn't want to anger the people that make the organization work. So I think part of it was that they didn't want people to leave the organization, because they're like, oh no, PV is another one of them now too. They're a lost cause as well. So I think part of that was a fear of consequences. Part of that was it all happening so fast and wanting to deal with it before it got out of their control. And I think part of it was the genuineness at which we approached it, and the willingness of us to work with them to say, hey, we can help, give you information on candidates. You can come to us and you can ask us this information. We can provide you with materials. We can help you work on these new standards for candidates, which we did. The standards that they made for candidates when it comes to resupplying the Ukrainians, that came from Track Ukraine. And so it was a multi-pronged effort, which is part of the reason why it affected, or this is what affected my strategy when thinking about other organizations, that you can't just go at it from one angle, and you can't just have one motivating factor. There has to be multiple things pushing them in the right direction, both positive reinforcement, negative reinforcement, offers of cooperation, and offers of both internal and external issues if they do not find a moral position to deal with the war in Ukraine as a supposedly anti-war organization.
Yeah, that was great. Okay, so yeah, having the different levers of action at your side and being able to actually build that foundation and then use that to pressure them, really great, especially that official front. I think those like graphics scare people definitely, so it's really nice to have that and a real litmus test that is a part of like reality. And I know that we get drowned out in these internet conversations, but most people I know in DSA who have joined it, they're pretty good people, but they have weird mental blockages, or their content creators talk about issues in a weird way. And I've had success like anecdotally just talking to them. And even after this election cycle, I used to make a lot more content talking about how some of these people, hey, you were tricked by friggin' Jill Stein when she's playing footsies with
Tulsi
Michael
Gabbard
Flynn and
is
Vladimir
another
Putin,
one. If you want to talk about
and Gabbard,
progressives that tricked some of the like anti-war, more progressive base, Tulsi Gabbard and Jill Stein. I mean, Tulsi Gabbard, I think, got more people as a card-carrying Democrat than Jill Stein did in recent memory.
Yeah, definitely, and she was a member, and people blame like all of the issue for Gabbard on Bernie, but she was a member. She was like vice chair of the DNC for a few years. She was a rising star in the party for a while, and she was able to integrate and infect our coalition. So I think that's a big thing to pay attention to. Maybe being
part of a cult prepares you for being part of a political party.
It really, really does. Anyways, I am curious to hear from this DSA guy. Like I said, I'll continue the other conversation. I took some notes for when we talk next week. But yeah, Wife Nave, I think their name was. Deuce Payne DSA member.
There they are. I'll bring them in. And just send me a DM about what time works for you. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I usually start streaming. So anything after that would be good. Because I need like an hour to do headlines and such.
That sounds good. You good if I chill for a minute?
Yeah, sure. I'll bring him in. You can chill.
All right, cool.
I wouldn't prefer it if you panicked. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, hello. Hi, Dylan. Am I on stream?
Yes, you were on stream.
Okay. Hi, Dylan. I am a member of my local DSA chapter, and I wanted to chat with you a bit about your vision for turning DSA pro-Ukraine, or just making this a priority issue amongst
the
DSA.
way I would phrase it is pushing, influencing them in a pro-Ukraine direction. That's the way I'd phrase it.
I can't speak for every chapter in the nation. There's a lot of them, and it's a growing org. It's the fastest growing grassroots organization in the country. Like, it's motivating a lot of young people to turn out to vote. Motivating a lot of canvassers who knock on doors, and a lot of the stuff at least my DSA chapter is doing isn't even just for DSA. There's like ballot initiatives going on. There's like state senators that are going on. We're canvassing for Angie Nixon currently. She's a member of the DSA, but she doesn't call herself a socialist. But speaking back to Ukraine, I would say that DSA is probably very receptive to it, at least with the base of the DSA. And I think why it hasn't become a bigger topic is just because local issues have taken priority. And the NPC was elected before Mamdani was elected. I think Mamdani and the rest of the new DSA electeds are actually going to have a moderating effect on the DSA in terms of what they do. For instance, like they've already been able to Mamdani, at least in his chapter, has already been able to exercise control, or not control, but influence DSA. Like Chiase was going to run against Mamdani, and Mamdani not run against Jeffries, and Mamdani said that's not a good idea, and so they didn't, and they voted not to endorse Chiase, and he had to end his bid for that. What do you think about that?
I think that. I think there is support for Ukraine in the base. The majority of Russophilia in this country is on the American right, and the existent remnants of it on the left comes from Soviet nostalgia. Like romanticizing what is now a corpse when it comes to it's not, the Soviet Union's gone. Even if you wanted to romanticize it, it no longer exists. And so I think that in the base of of the DSA, there is support for Ukraine. I also know the media consumption of the average DSA member, and know that some of that media intake includes information that would, I would say, not be accurate, and that also and probably is less pro-Ukraine compared to the average Democratic Party voter. I mean, we're talking 95% when we talk about the Democratic Party in support of Ukraine. Those margins do not exist within DSA, or there would be no statements like they put out. Megan Romer would not be saying what she did, and if she did say it in an organization that had those beliefs, then she would have already issued a correction. She would have already, done something like, hey, we're working on something, and they didn't. And so while I do think that there is support in the base, that support has not been able to organize itself effectively enough, caucus-wise, in order to have any influence when it comes to national policy or the international committee, or something that actually is put before a vote when they have the yearly meeting. And so I will say, yeah, there's people within DSA that have these beliefs, but much like there are people within the Democratic Party base that want Medicare for all and want certain progressive policies, if the elected members, if those who are members of the different caucuses are not the ones that bring the legislation forward, if it's not a priority and leadership of the organization doesn't want to bring it forward, then it simply will not be brought forward. The caucuses need to change. The leadership needs to change. And that's just something that I haven't seen happen. And so it puts me in this awkward position where, just both due to my personal involvement and the fact that I feel that I can do a lot of good work in my community around housing and poverty and homelessness. I care a lot about homelessness in DC. Like, I can do that outside of DSA and not have this huge moral dilemma around Ukraine. So I think that for me at the moment, there is support within DSA for Ukraine, but that base of support has not cared enough or been invested enough to make it an issue, and the leadership does not feel that they need to really address it. And so I would hope that that would change, either with national attention on it or somebody standing up internally and saying, wait a second, this both will not work politically, and it's also immoral. But that requires both internal and external pressure. And as a TU representative, I can help with some external pressure, but I can't do internal.
Nate, one clarification too when you talk about Ukraine support. Make sure you think, like, do they support Ukraine as in they'll say, wow, this is a terrible tragedy, or do they support Ukraine as in they'll be willing to support aid being sent to Ukraine, and they won't just say like, oh, we're funding the American war machine if we do that. We can send aid to like help civilians, but not the missile interceptors or whatever. So that's a big difference in what they mean by like supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, it's something where I would see like. Oh, Darlisa, Claire, oh yeah, they support Ukraine. They said that they don't like what Russia did. It's like, okay, that's fantastic. I mean, it's but if there's you can't say like you support a rape victim, but then like don't really care that much about her getting justice. Like that means that means nothing to me.
You were able to push Oliver Larkin, for example, to provide like offensive and defensive aid to Ukraine. Sure, Larkin didn't win his election, but you were able to put, or not you, but I think Progressive Victory, the organization, was able to like get guarantees from him that he'd vote a certain way. Correct?
Yeah, they were able to get him to give us a statement after talking about what our organization does and how we're going to be grading both him and Mauskowitz. They were able to, under those conditions, get him to change, but only under the idea of like, hey, there's going to be a conversation about it. There are people who's going to force the conversation. That's only when the conversation happened. And even then, even the candidates that have been better, questions like sanctions, like kind of get left out, or when you get asked follow-ups, it can be like, well, I don't really want to answer. So it's a longer conversation that I think has to happen from within before it becomes external. That there has to be people in DSA whispering some things to these people before they even get to an organization like Track Ukraine, before they get to a party whip. Because then if the question becomes electability, holding office, getting healthcare, getting change versus what the IC says, I think almost all candidates are going to choose the former.
Can I butt in for a second? I would say like I would say that most of my chapter like is like Democrats that are socialists. You know what I mean? We're not like hardcore like communist tankies. We don't want, you know, well, we do want worker ownership of the means of production. We don't want like Stalinism. We don't want anything like that. We're democratic socialists. And what I was gonna say was that I'm sorry, stage fright. Was that they just need to organize. We need like some initial starting point because most of the organization is locally like orientated, and it's kind of hard to approach like a national issue when you're talking about, hey, we need this guy on city council, we need this guy not to be sheriff or a comptroller or overseer of elections, and it's kind of hard to like in the general meetings like are like maybe like once a month, and they're like 1 or 2 hours long, and then we stack on top of that for like events. So it's kind of hard to find somewhere in there to be like, we stand for Ukraine. We need to make this an utmost priority. And I imagine that's a similar situation for other chapters across the country.
Here would be my question. I would say that there are a lot of like right now, it could be a record-breaking rocket attack. It could be the fact that the Russians are attempting to attack Ukraine's food supply and shelves are starting to go empty. After Russian propagandists talked about they put their hope in famine. You know, there's any number of like potential lightning rods, the ethnic cleansing that has been documented, the human safari, potential lightning rods that can spark the conversation. And then somebody can come and say, because of our internationalist, anti-imperialist views, we have no choice but to support the Ukrainian people against Russian occupation. Like, I think that if 1 or 2 chapters started to come out and different caucus, maybe even a caucus, maybe even an entire caucus came out and started to make these statements, it would be a good way to test the temperature. It'd be a good way to see the type of reaction it's going to get, to start the conversation and see where it's going to move and what type of things you're going to hear, as well as make the organization realize, hopefully, that the more attention this gets and they hold that position, the worse attention it is for DSA. And they'd much rather take a real anti-imperialist position that speaks to the American spirit. Because you can't say, I am an anti-imperialist and as an American, I stand for freedom, and that's why I support the freedom of Palestine. But when it comes to Ukrainians, fuck them, right? That's not going to play well to anybody who really cares in the Democratic Party, the party they're trying to gain more and more influence in, about foreign policy. So I'm hoping that something like that could occur.
That sounds like a plan. I would say that sounds like a plan. My thoughts on DSA are that like as the organization grows, it's going to get more serious because at least initially, like this is my view on it, it was a countercultural organization born off of like Bernie's failed campaigns for president, and there was a whole bunch of organizational capacity around that. At least like not in New York. New York is its own other thing and other major chapter, but like the chapters that are sprouting around the country are like art as a more countercultural thing. We don't like the democratic establishment representing us type thing, and then turns into a more serious organization. I feel like as time grows and as the organization gains like actual power, they'll be able to do politics better. They won't just be this counterculture virtue signaling bullshit we have now. And I feel like most DSA members want a more serious organization in general like that.
Yeah, I mean they want to be able to advertise outside of like the theory and the struggle sessions is not going to work in Ohio, right? Like there are environments where you're going to have to appeal to people that disagree with some of the aesthetics of the organization, and I think that like getting rid of like some of the weights and anchors, ideological weights and anchors that kind of hurt the organization. I think that would be good. As for like whether or not this is going to be doable or this is achievable, I really don't know if you could ever get DSA to take a pro-Ukraine position. I don't think you can do it before the end of the war, unless we have some really bad news about how long this war is going to go.
I don't think you can do it but maybe at the start of the next war. I feel like there's going to be a next war eventually, and I think a lot of Russians and Ukrainians.
Does it require a third
that.
invasion for DSA to be like, well, maybe Russia is an empire and
I
Marx
hope not.
wasn't lying?
I hope not. But
even without that, though, I still think there's a usefulness to make the organization think, well, we're not going to invest any time into telling them not to vote for the legislation because it's going to create a media frenzy, and it's much of our base doesn't agree with that. That alone, I think, is something to be achieved, something to be striven for in the interim.
There are socialists that exist in Ukraine. There are people that have been occupied by both Ukraine and Israel that I've seen, like that you've had on your stream. And I was thinking, like, maybe if there's some way to like organize them, maybe find sympathetic people in local chapters that bring this issue, like, hey, we have a foreign delegation from Ukraine that would like to speak, or something like that. I feel like that could be a way to grow the conversation.
Track Ukraine, and maybe this is something we can follow up. My email is DylanBurnsTV@gmail.com. We track Ukraine at gmail.com. Either of those work. But I track Ukraine, and I was very adamant about this. Should have conversations between elected officials and people directly affected by the war. We have people who have been displaced by the Israelis and the Russians speak to candidates. We have people who have lost family members speak to candidates. We have people who are draft dodgers speak to candidates. We have people who are in the armed services speak to candidates. We have people who are critics of Zelensky, pro-Zelensky, people who are pro the labor move, who are involved in the labor movement. Hell, even one person that is technically a communist. So people like complete mosaic of Ukrainian civil society. And we do have them talk to candidates, but those are candidates, not chapters of an organization. So it would take a little bit of shifting of how those meetings work and exactly what the goal and the ask would be from those meetings. But I do think that at least if the hammer works here, the hammer should work there too.
Also, one more thing. You since this was about should you join the DSA, you were a Bernie guy. You joined.
I was a Bernie bro, and then I was a Gravel kid.
And Gravel, you were a Gravel kid. Also, I think you have great credentials as a person that joined the. Also, you've made like a documentary about a slumlord. I think you're like the perfect image of like what a DSA person or organizer should be. Honestly, you have the credentials. You're an anti-imperialist. You hate poverty. If you identify yourself with democratic socialism. I'm pro-gun too. That's honestly, I live in the South, so DSA might have a different position. But so what was the point I was making? Oh yeah. So if you were to join your local chapter, I'm sure they'd be inviting, especially if it's a smaller one. Maryland's not an extremely big state. I don't think it is. Metro DSA is one of the top 10 biggest DSA chapters in the country. It's got thousands of members. Does it?
But PG, which is supposed to be, I think it's part of Metro DSA, like a county that's like a part. But I think that one's smaller, and that is the area I'd be more interested in, since that's my home county, born and raised. But it is a pretty big DSA chapter, and I hear different things about the culture of Metro DSA. Part of the reason why I wanted to have this call this weekend.
The culture of my DSA is we have Bernie crats. We have some communists, but it's mostly mutual aid anarchists. Just people that were excited by Bernie's 2020 campaign and tacked onto there, and who canvass for local ballot initiatives and knock on doors and host food drives and stuff like that. It's not like we're not like the PSL. But I really hope you can do good in your local area, especially with DSA. I hope they'd be more than accepting, especially with someone has your credentials as a Gravel kid and a organizer for Bernie's 2020 campaign. That's all my comments were.
I hope so. I wonder how, I'm hoping that it's all going to go well. But I also wonder exactly, I'm also very open about the fact that, hey, I'm joining an organization and I disagree with X, Y, and Z, very much, and I very clearly want it to change, and I believe it's evil. Saying that DSA's position is evil, saying things like that these are inflammatory statements, and I do wonder, even though it's true and I believe it, like I wonder if that will be an issue, because a lot of politics is so parasocial, and I think that being a streamer just like doubles that.
It must be awkward to be like, I mean, there's a reason like Vosh didn't join his Seattle DSA. It's got to be awkward to be or Hassan isn't even a part of his LA DSA. It's got to be like a very weird position to simultaneously be like a parasocial figure while also being like a local community organizer.
Yeah, because like the thing is like most of the time, if I ever get like confronted, quote unquote, in public, like flipped off or something, it's always like something I don't even remember. It's always like something I said apparently that I don't even fucking remember, or it's like you said this about this streamer, and it's more that they like that stream. It's very strange because it's just completely what matters to you and what you think matters is very different than what everybody watches the screen thinks matters. And but I mean, like politics is parasocial. I can't be a streamer and then like complain about the logical consequences.
That makes sense. But I really hope you're able to do good for both your community and for, the DSA's position on Ukraine with your activism. I'm sure like if you become a dues paying member and like, will it just be like solely focused? You focus on poverty. You're very focused on poverty. You made a documentary about slumlords in your area, right? Didn't you do that?
Yeah, I made a movie about how lead paint inspectors were getting given kickbacks in order to allow lead paint like poisoning to happen to children in exchange for not having to do the repairs. So it was like and regulations that is being proposed by Councilwoman Ramos that actually just passed committee that is now going towards, I think, a full floor vote. So that legislation might actually become a law. So we've made that film, thankfully, but we'll have to see if it does. Still might not. Who knows?
My point is like you have great credentials if you do decide to join the DSA, and it's going to be like, oh, you said to this person who exposed all that to fuck off. Are you seriously an organization that cares about a war on poverty? At least I hope that's the case.
I mean, like I was born and raised in the Delmarva area. My mother was a homeless resident in DC. I think that I was born and raised in this area. I have a localized claim to join a chapter in this area. It wouldn't be the first time I was actually in DSA technically, because when I went to Canvas for Bernie in 2020 in South Carolina, I actually signed up to be a DSA member, but I only was a DSA member for a month. I didn't renew because I didn't want to pay the money because I was a cheap bastard. But either way, like I think that if people are reasonable, I don't think it would be any issue. But I also don't know, because I know people who called their local DSA chapter and was like, asked them about Ukraine, and they just deferred to national policy. So who knows?
I don't think you have to do that. At least not that I'm aware. You can you can release statements on your own. I'm not sure. It was a statement from the International Committee. It wasn't a binding resolution, as far as I'm aware, about Ukraine. Like, as far as I'm aware, our local chapters can just tell the International Committee to fuck off.
Yeah, as far as I know, they can, and there's nothing that can be done. And I mean, whether they talk about, hell, if they haven't got candidate control done yet, then they certainly don't have caucus control or chapter control outside of if they did something completely like out of left field.
But if you do decide to like make an announcement on Twitter, like, hey, I joined the DSA, just prepared for like fucking a mic from PA or some shit to be in your comments. But that doesn't matter because you'd be focusing on community organizing.
If Mike from PA, he doesn't like me because he's fucking stupid, but that doesn't matter, right?
What's a
if
tiff?
People are joining DSA, he should be happy that they're in a situation where someone like me should feel compelled, right? But if you're going to be fighting your own success the entire time, like, I mean, I don't know, throw the anchor overboard now.
Politics is about inclusion, not exclusion. But yeah, that's all I really wanted. That's really all I wanted to say. But solidarity, be safe in Ukraine. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, there's other people. I'll bring them in quickly, see if they want anything to say. They want to say anything. Yo, did you want to ask a question?
Oh, hey. Hi. What's up?
I just wanted to see if you're waiting or you just chatting in general.
Oh, I was listening to these guys that had the conversation. They were talking about like faction formation in the party and so on and so forth, and it's kind of interesting. But maybe I do actually have a question. Based on the interactions that you had with the people thus far, do you still feel confident that you can use the Dems to like kind of like encourage and or threaten them with the DSA potentially like taking seats or something in order to get more pro-Ukraine movement going? Or
if I can use the Dems to what? Sorry.
Use the DSA to get the Dems to be more hard in the paint for Ukraine.
If I can use the, there are certain candidates that if they would, like if Elijah Manley would have won, he's not DSA, but he was so pro-Ukraine and so progressive, and he seemed to care about it enough that like going out there and pushing Democrats from the left on Ukraine would be so different to have that wine drinking moderate care so much and the progressive care so much that if you are anti-war and within the DSA and you want to end a war as soon as possible, they are in a unique position to push the Democratic Party to take actions that can change the fundamental math on the battlefield to more likely end the war. Because doing nothing has obviously not worked. The Russians continue. And so I would hope that if there were a few good, like really strong progressives, like, no, we're going to have a vote on this session because we have to, because there's a war, I think that it would, I think the party would be more likely to do it. I also think that if more people were calling their representatives, talking about Ukraine, bringing more attention to it, it would also lead to more. Because like the things I hear about, like the amount of calls offices get over issues, Ukraine is not high on that priorities list. If more Democrats got calls from their constituents and they started to feel that heat from the left even slightly, I think it could do a lot.
All right, I'll mull it over. I still feel a little bit lacking in confidence towards that direction. I feel like that there's a potential, maybe a small one, I'm not sure, of them using this as an opportunity to potentially even hamstring it in order to fulfill their more core guiding principle, I guess, with regards to the anti-war stance. That's going to be a difficult thing to square for them, I think. But I guess we'll see. I'll wait. But thank you.
No worries, man. I appreciate you calling in, and you have a good one.
Slava Ukraine.
Heroam Slava. Okay. Last, I think there's one more person. Yoink. Hello, how's it going?
Oh, is this Dylan?
Yep, that's Dylan.
Hey, man. Good to speak with you. Big fan of your work covering Ukraine. There's not enough people that do it, and my family is actually originally from outside of Kiev. Most of them, at least. So
one of the villages outside of the city.
Yeah, I mean they're Jewish, so so the relationship kind of just with Eastern Europe was complicated, right? But it meant something to them, you know. It when the invasion started, all this really started back in 2014. But when the big invasion happened,
full scale
in 22, it did hit pretty hard.
Is there any questions you wanted to ask?
I really just wanted to talk to you about so my background is I do work in politics. Really got my start in organizing, and I wanted to talk to you about your reasoning behind your considering of joining DSA, right? Yeah. It seemed to repeat back, I think what you've been saying is you think that you can, or theoretically you think you can move them from within, and you can have an impact from within, move them from within, ultimately influence not only their membership, but also the candidates that they elect in their leadership. Is that kind of the gist?
I think I'll try to describe it in the way I would. Number one, I could do local issues where I'm not really in any specific political organization in the United States because I'm overseas so much. And if that's not an issue, having something where if I come back and I call up and it's hey, is there any food bank stuff in like Washington D.C. for the home. Like having that would be good. But a bigger thing is, yes, having that impact on bringing more attention to the largest war ongoing on the planet. If that could be through moving them to a better position or just by creating noise, I think either is beneficial.
Yeah, I understand your thought process. I disagree with that thought process. The reason I disagree with that thought process is I think if you want to move, if you want to move elected officials, you are better off, in my experience, organizing and like talking directly to voters within the district and persuading them and moving them to move the elected officials, because that's ultimately what does it, than like outright just like joining an organization like that. Because their organization is going to be distributed across like multiple districts because they have multiple candidates across multiple districts. You can't necessarily guarantee that everyone in that organization is going to be concentrated enough in one district to persuade them.
I 100% agree with you. Wait a second. I can just preempt all this. I 100% agree. Part of the reason I started Track Ukraine in the first place, but I want multiple prongs. Like I don't want it just to be, because I also am interested in having people like go to events and Q&As with candidates and like forcing the question. I'm also interested in talking to people about who their local representatives are so they can go as a constituent. We always include the state and district and, you know, have the graphic of the state because we want people who are from the communities to be the ones who are most likely to stop scrolling, be like, oh, I just saw the outline of my state. What's this? Oh, it's a graphic on my representative's Ukraine policy. I've never heard of this. And so all of this is kind of accustomed towards the idea of like, they'd hate if this went viral in some local Facebook group, right? Yeah. There's a certain amount of that I'm already accustoming myself to. I also now want it to be where whatever room they enter, they hear the same, look, it's going to be a problem if you don't support Ukraine, whether that be politically, ideologically aligned organizations, local organizations, or party infrastructure.
I hear you. I think there's like the other drawback that I was like moving into with like joining the DSA, which is like, how do you create influence as a member of a political party within that political party? And like typically how you do that is you prove that you are valuable to them, which means that they are more likely to listen to you. And for a political party, that value comes with either like raising money or being very involved in like leading events, all of which is to the objective of electing their candidates. And I worry with DSA right now that if that is the path you want to go to create that value within yourself, like that's going to mean that you are going to elect candidates that are going to be pretty anti-Ukraine, because that's just the national platform of the DSA. I actually checked this before I hopped on because one of the people on the panel said he was from Portland DSA. So I checked Portland DSA's position on the Ukraine war, and it seems like they're just in line with the national DSA's position on the Ukraine war. So I understand wanting to like work within the organization. My worry in your position is that working within the organization means helping to elect their candidates who are, as of right now, just generally non-interventionist to the point of abandoning Ukraine.
I think it will depend on what they would want of me, because on one hand, I have a different political apparatus. I have Track Ukraine, which is doing stuff irrespective of any membership of any organization. And so I do think that having that period is a certain amount of either possible positive or negative value that could be applied for candidates. As for like operating inside the organization, I would mostly want to focus on local initiatives outside of actually going out there and getting candidates elected unless they aligned with my values. But a lot of this is going to be local, like DC City Council or like local offices that will likely not touch on the issue of Ukraine. So I also think that will give me more maneuverability. If they ask me to go and canvass for a congressman or a senator who doesn't support Ukraine, that will not happen. If they, if there is ever a kerfluffle over the issue of Ukraine, I will be loud, proud, and annoying. And I think that annoyingness might have more value than the amount of money that I would be giving to, the national and, any potential boost I could be potentially making in a negative direction.
I hear that. I don't think I necessarily I understand where you're coming from with that. I feel like if that's the path you want to go, it does feel like you are imposing a ceiling on your ability to influence with them, because ultimately the people that they are going to listen to the most within their organization, if they're a responsible political party, are those involved with the organization who are most involved with electing their candidates, because electing the candidates are how they gain the most power.
I live in Maryland. There's no DSA Congress people.
Yeah, I know.
There's no. It's like I'm so I am the Maryland. I don't want to say I'm the Maryland left I control, but when it comes to Maryland left wingers, I'm very left for Maryland, and so I would imagine that. I mean, Salam Bati, DSA nominee in Virginia's first district. He was a DSA candidate. He's pro-Ukraine, signs the track Ukraine pledge. I think in Maryland, a lot of these candidates might end up, if they're running for federal office, end up being supportive of Ukraine too, because it's what people tend to support in this part of the country. So I think it's for me, honestly, knowing where representatives stand in Maryland and knowing that I find it very unlikely that they're gonna and if they did run an anti-Ukraine candidate in Maryland, being the DSA member who is there to say, hey, wait a second, this is not a good idea. One who has connections to the press, one who has connections to his own apparatus, one who knows how to operate in at least Maryland or this area of politics. I think that is a potential either stopgap or a potential safety switch for, hey, it would probably be bad if instead of us talking about healthcare, you now had to defend your position as not being for Russian Empire for the next fucking 6 months. I think that is something that might be efficacious.
I hear that. I guess my counter to that would be, if it's a case of there's just no Maryland DSA, then why bother being, I guess, the Maryland.
Well, there's Metro DSA, but in DC, there's no federal representation. Metro DSA is actually quite influential. I don't know how quite influential, but it's influential. But it's just that DC doesn't have federal representatives, and so their people are on the city council, and they're not making Ukraine votes. I mean, there can be a sister city thing, I imagine. And I don't have any reason to believe that they would necessarily even oppose something like that. But yeah, I guess this actually puts me in a unique position as being a DC area activist. If I wanted to, kind of think of and experiment with this, I feel like Metro DSA might actually be one of the best cases, not because necessarily they support Ukraine, but because of where they're located, because DC is technically federal land.
Maybe I feel then I would just pivot to the argument, one of the arguments Wick made, which is that I feel for your specific objective, you are better putting most of your focus into other avenues of raising support for Ukraine rather than trying to convince the DC DSA, who are only going to be affecting local positions, to move towards a position in which they are going to have a very limited effect on, because their focus is going to be on.
I don't know how much it is going to be about. I mean, I'd like to move DC DSA. I think it's more about being within the organization. Therefore, your words will be taken differently, and then being able to work with different caucuses and that. It would be easier in that avenue. As for moving Metro DSA, it's not I guess I wouldn't try or I'd be against the idea of trying. But I don't know if that's even my primary objective.
Well, I guess what would be your primary objective?
My primary objective would be my most achievable objective would be creating a bunch of noise about this and making it an issue. And I don't think I need to move DC or Metro DSA specifically in order to make the conversation happen. Let's talk about the largest war on the planet. Okay. I think that is something that could be achieved by just working with sympathetic caucuses. Much of the base, which does support Ukraine, or at least would be sympathetic to this conversation happening, as well as those who are outside of the organization who will then, put a magnifying glass to some degree on it, which would be good, I think.
So I think I hear this is the thing on the panel that they were saying that I feel like gets ignored when they're saying oh, most of the membership actually is aligned with you on the position of Ukraine.
I would say plurality is probably closer to realistic.
Okay, that's fair. Even if that is the case, even if it is the case that most members of the DSA don't support, aren't totally aligned with the platform or totally aligned with the leadership, they are voting for that platform and they are voting for that leadership.
The caucuses are, but not everybody who's a DSA dues-paying member is within a caucus. Yeah. And the base that is and the ones that are in caucuses, a lot of that Ukraine support is spread between the caucuses, where you have 10 or 15% in each caucus. Mountain Caucus, maybe you're going to find some of the more higher percentage, 70%, 80% support. But it's spread out in a way where it can't really be organized effectively, especially when there's nobody trying to steam forward ahead on this issue.
I think that's on purpose. But let me ask you a question. I don't know, specifically the average person's thoughts about the Ukraine war in Maryland. I'm not in DC. I live in New York City. So my only experience with the Ukrainian diaspora or people who are very into that is either here in New York City or in my home state of New Jersey, where I'm originally from. Do you think the effort that it would take for you to organize or try to work within the DSA would be more efficient and effective than trying to be more focused within the community? So if I was in here in New York, and I was trying to organize a group to persuade voters to really pressure the representatives.
Hey, could I take a pause for a second? I've been holding, I need to use the bathroom.
That's fair.
Thank you very much.
No worries.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah. Well, welcome back. Glad you were able to relieve yourself. I guess where was I leaving off? I think where I left off was do you think it would be more efficient or more effective of your time to try to organize within the DSA, this organization that broadly is kind of opposed to the current Western-backed position on foreign policy, or working within the community? So I was saying within New York, if I was trying to organize voters to pressure their representatives to be substantially more supportive of Ukraine, there are certain areas I would reach out to, right? So in New York, we have probably the most famous Ukrainian restaurant in the country called Veselka, where the staff is entirely Ukrainian and very connected with supporting their home. There's entire communities in New York that are, Ukrainian, because New York is a pretty self-segregated city. So if I was doing that in New York City, I would be reaching out to those communities and organizing them and organizing canvases and phone banks and trying to persuade voters. And that's very time intensive, but probably in my mind yields significantly better results than trying to persuade a very ultimately DSA is ultimately a very niche political party. That's my it's the Wick argument of what's the most effective use of time. And I don't know the equivalent of that in the DC or area or Maryland. So like maybe there isn't, but like I'm curious your thought.
Well, I mean, I think when it comes to Ukraine, like activism at like the Ukraine House in DC, or like figuring out what they're involved in is like one way to do it. But I think that it's more just a question of you have to be in the club in order to have the microphone. And I think that if other people can pick up that microphone from with inside, and I can, that they're able to perform that role, they're able to create that prong from inside, and it's not necessary for me to join, then they would need to offer me a lot more local stuff to actually get me inclined into joining. Uh, but I don't view it just as, oh, I could put my time. The vast majority of my time is not going to be spent in DSA. Like the vast majority of my time is going to be spent on the front line, or it's going to be spent like doing like other stuff that I think is more immediately pressing for what I care about. But that card means that if I do step in that room and I do make noise, it's DSA membership noise. And that makes the coverage about it, the attention brought to it, and the weight in which the words are considered different. And it doesn't have to be me. Maybe it can be someone else, and I can operate entirely on the outside on issues that I would agree and not agree with with DSA. But I still think that that role is useful. That's not to say that there isn't anything else that could be more useful that one could do. I'm just saying that when we're talking about this specific momentum and making sure that every Dem vote is in favor of Ukraine aid next House session, or as many as possible, that this is something that should at least be considered and a prong that could be useful.
Okay. I appreciate where you're coming from. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, I think I align with Wick, where it feels like I don't think these people are necessarily going to move. I think the best way to persuade is like by talking like directly to voters. I generally just think that like membership in and of itself of an organization doesn't lend as much legitimacy as sometimes people think it does. But like, I understand where you're coming from, and I support whatever you are trying to do in order to, be on the right side of history on this, because it's ridiculous right now. Like this, it's a huge moral failing where we're at with the Ukraine war, and also, like, I really do admire what you are doing when you go over there to document things, because no one's really doing it. So I really appreciate you, man.
I appreciate it, and I mean, I'm considering your words. I want my time well used, and I'd like to be somewhere where I feel like my time and effort would be respected. And so it's something that I'm just considering purely from a utilitarian perspective. I'm just purely thinking about how could I make it so that my words and actions have the most impact in helping to end the war. And I'm considering every scenario as more people are entering the Congress. And I'm worried about whether or not Democrats will prioritize this, because I've talked to the vice chair of the Democratic Party and asked them specifically if this would be a priority, and all they could tell me is they hope so. And so whether it
which
becomes which vice chair?
Which vice chair?
I would have I'd have to go back. It's
Is it Kenyatta?
I would have to go back and look at it. If you look up, if you go to my DylanBurnsLIVE channel and look up vice chair, maybe it'll come up and you'll see it. Because I released it only as like a recorded interview, and then you'll figure out who it was. I can't remember who it was, but point is though, it's just I don't know if they're going to make it a priority, and so the last thing we need is somebody in a meeting saying, "Well, do we even have the votes? Well, these people are over here going to be a problem." I would just like to make sure everything goes as smoothly as possible to end the war. That's my main focus.
Yeah. I think that's a worthy goal. Anyway, man, I don't want to take up too much of your time. It was good talking, and good luck with everything.
Thank you very much. I will drop you back in the channel with everybody else so you can continue with your talk you're having.
Appreciate you. Take care.
Take care. Okay, there is one last person. I'll give him a minute. Hello. I want to go to... I got to go soon, so we got to make it quick. You're the last person. What question you got?
Yeah, hold up. I was watching the live stream.
No worries.
Okay. So I'm just gonna say, like, I don't exactly trust the DSA positions on like most of what they say when it comes to foreign policy. At least when it comes to domestic policy, I honestly don't really give a shit. They don't have a lot of seats. Their ambitions seem too high for what they're going to get. But definitely when it comes to foreign policy, I do not trust anything that they say. They will either claim to say that we need more, communication between countries, or like we need to work towards like a future in which like we can kind of stop the war between Russia and Ukraine. But like, I don't believe what these people are saying. Like their party platform is basically just anti-American at this point. And it's pretty much, if you take what they say on their platform, or you just imagine what their platform is, you can already guess what they're going to say. It's going to be something that is going to be probably on the verge of, we need to not work to support Ukraine. We should stop supporting Taiwan because that would be kind of inflammatory. And we need to stop doing that. So like their platform is almost entirely just abandon our allies. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think that their position on Taiwan would probably be terrible. But I also think that this isn't a discussion that has been really held with any interest towards what is best for the Taiwanese, what the Taiwanese want. But I also acknowledge that that war's not happening right now. So I think my main focus is the war that is happening. That's the largest in the world and is displacing millions of people in Ukraine. And so when I focus on that, national policy is still bad on it. And when I say national, I don't just mean the international committee. I mean the co-chairs. I mean like the prescribed positions that they put on their website, the working groups that they've done. Like they haven't produced anything that's good on Ukraine. And if anything, their position has retracted to a point where it might, at this point, you could say that it's worse than Trump's. And so I think that that reality is shocking enough that the most attention that can be brought to it, the better. And there's some things that I agree with DSA on. I'm gonna be more supportive of, fighting back against ICE. I'm gonna be more supportive of like worker cooperatives. I'm gonna be more supportive of, certain like local initiatives. So there's gonna be stuff that I agree with them on, and I see an avenue that I so virulently disagree with them on that I don't see why making noise there could not be beneficial. Now, maybe I'm not the one that needs to do it, but I think the noise makes them uncomfortable. I think it's a position that they hold but cannot defend, cannot stand on, and do not understand. And every single interview where that is shown, I think is one step closer to them either backing off, dropping it entirely, or changing their position, with the first two being much more likely. And we just need to at least provide an environment that will make it most likely that bills will pass that will help end the war, and that the United States will be supportive of Ukraine's survival, both during this war for its existence and after this war for its existence. And as long as DSA is going to be a major force, when I say major force, I mean a force that could have an impact on that change, i.e. they have enough Congress people to stop a bill, then I think that it is worth the engagement, especially when they're in such, in my opinion, a bad position on it, an indefensible position, trying to take a party where everyone disagrees with them. So I just see it as like almost too open. Like the bullseye is too glaring and glowing for me to ignore it.
Right. So you remember that panel that you were on like
Shit, this was
Of course.
months ago.
Of course.
With
Yeah, that
like,
bad.
was it Crystal Ball that was like the moderator between the panels?
You mean the Rage Against the War Machine event? That
Yeah, Rage. Yeah, and it was like several sections, and
no,
like
not
you
Rage
came
Against the
in
War
like
Machine. It was Choose Your Fighter. Rage Against Your War Machine was
choose your fighter. That's the one. So you came in and like you kind of like toppled like a lot of what a lot of people were saying there. Like, we just need to stop wars. And you're like, no, we need to support Ukraine because Ukraine is being attacked by imperialistic powers, and if everybody's like against imperialist powers, like, we need to support Ukraine against Russia. And like, I feel like that should have been a shockwave to them, but it really wasn't. And
I was told
one
that
of the things with the foreign policy of the DSA that I disagree with.
And I would not be surprised if there was even like an increased amount of like donation interaction during that particular, I can't say much, but like that particular, like during that moment. And I like all the people who saw it that were even slightly aligned seemed to be very sympathetic to it. I mean, there were people who disagreed, of course, because it was being rebroadcasted on like, you know, breaking points and shit, for example. But at the end of the day, I think like me being there was better than me not being there. And I think the noise I created from it was helpful, not harmful.
It definitely was good.
And it eventually
for you to
led to TU. It eventually led to Track Ukraine.
Yeah, and I think that's like, that is actually like super impactful if it gets like a large following, like the Track Ukraine thing. Like, which of these representatives are in support of Ukraine and which of them aren't? And like right now, I see that there are some people that would align with DSA that would not be aligned with Ukraine. Okay, as an aside, I see, I mean, this was like almost 40 minutes ago, Mercado did say he wants to get in, but...
Oh, fuck. Did he? I didn't see him. If you would have sent me a DM, let me...
I didn't see him in the waiting room, but if he's still watching, like I'll give up my spot and give Mercado the spot. But
I'll send him a message if he still wants on. But
yeah,
I really need to wrap up because my editors are going to kill me because it's already too long of a stream.
Yeah, I didn't want to be too long, anyways. But like, I do see the DSA as like a subversive element in the Democratic Party. But like, at least on their domestic policies, I do not disagree with them. It's almost entirely on foreign policy that I disagree with them. So that's my take.
Yeah, I mean, it's foreign policy makes up the vast majority of what I disagree with them about too. But I mean, like, if they're subversive, I can also be subversive.
I mean, I gotta hear that. Take over the party that's trying to take over the party.
it's like one of those Russian nesting dolls.
Yes, the what the fuck do they call them?
Nesting dolls.
I actually knew the Russian term not too long ago, but it's whatever.
Worries. Thank you so much for coming on. Is there anything else?
Occurred is occurred.
No, that's pretty much it. Nice to see you back.
They said the same thing about.
Holy shit! Like, there was like at least 2 months where I was like, "Where the fuck is Dylan?" But nice to see you back, man.
Yeah, I was busy on the front. I went straight from the Ukrainian front to the Lebanon front, and so I needed some time. And like I back in the day, back in 22, 23, fucking craziest fucking years. I would stream like nearly on the front, and it was just ridiculous. Like 12 hours of on the front work, and then like 4 hours of stream. It was just like physically impossible. So I have to like kind of take out sections to stream, take out sections to work. It's difficult. It's hard to try to keep this as a full-time job while also doing journalism. But I mean, it's worth it.
Was the fix for your mic just a new cable?
No, the fix to my mic was I now have it in a position where it just doesn't move, so the cable cannot wiggle out. That was the cheaper fix.
Have you tried getting a new cable, or
It's
did
not
you
the
do that and
cable.
it didn't
I think
work?
it's the. We would have to like unscrew. It's like it's the attachment. I take the mic so many places it eventually gets just banged up in the bag.
Oh shit.
It happens. You know, I've lost a lot of gear over the last few years. All the stuff in the house fire, some stuff on the front. Like it's just, you know, gear gets used until it isn't usable.
All right. If you need a new mic, I'll be a bit pissed because I that's the one I bought you.
Hey, look, it works for now. It works for now.
Yeah, it's working. I did say, hey, instead of holding it, get a boom for it. But you know
You
what?
mean like
it's working now.
Stand, not a boom.
Rick
it has
the
a boom.
Ukrainian and his
Stand or a boom, either one.
Well, no, the stand is.
Hey, the entire time that it was like going out, like you were like hand holding it the whole time. So I was like, maybe it's the connection, or maybe it's the cable itself is fucked up.
It's like
I hope to see you
the
more in
hole
the space
itself
again, if you
is
can.
like a little like slightly deeper into like it, so it only like the wire's like 80-90% connected. It's very slight and annoying. Also, thank you everybody for the donations. I'm noticing them right now. I'll just quickly acknowledge them. Derek, thank you for the $5. DSA North Star Caucus has good foreign policy positions, though I'm not sure how much the caucus actually matters. Not very much, sadly. Rick the Ukrainian, and Aziza, goats. I do like them. Very nice people. Thanks for the panel earlier. I hope to see you in the space again if you can. Well, thank you. Well, I've never left this space. I just went to war. Anything else you wanted to touch on, good sir?
No, that's just about it. Glad to see you back.
Thank you very much. You have a good one, and appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, you too, Dylan. See you.
See you. Okay, and with that, we've officially done like fucking 5-6 hours of streaming. I think we're gonna wrap it up. Thank you all for tuning in today. If you want to support the stream financially, I am preparing to go back to Ukraine in about a little over a month, and so we're trying to build up funds so that we can have a better microphone on my camera, so we can maybe, you know, some of the pixels are dying on my camera, so, you know, trying to, you know, do a little shimmy here, a little shimmy there, try to get all the equipment I need in order to do the job to the best of our ability, cover the travel expenses, cover gasoline, cover fixer costs, cover editing costs, cover translation costs, cover music production, cover everything necessary to make the films that we're making. If you want to support that effort, every donation you make at DylanBurns.tv/donate goes towards that effort. It is the film fund. And so if you want to donate to the film fund, go to DylanBurns.tv/donate and donate what you can. You can also support us at Dylan Burns TV on Patreon. And if you have Amazon Prime, you can connect it to your Twitch account, drop it, and be like DD or any of these other fantastic people in there, and at zero cost at all, support the channel, getting us some Twitch bucks. You know, I appreciate it all, of course. Besides that, if you want to reach out to me for anything, you can email me at DylanBurnsTV@gmail.com. If you want to support the work that Track Ukraine is doing and volunteer, you can email us at WeTrackUkraine@gmail.com. That is WeTrackUkraine@gmail.com. WeTrackUkraine@gmail.com. Reach out and ask how you want to help. We need graphics people. We need research people. We need people. Besides that, you can follow me on social media, Dylan Burns TV on Instagram, Dylan Burns TV on Blue Sky, Dylan Burns TV on Twitter for official updates, and Dylan Burns 1776 for my personal account. If you want to read any of my written work, it's at offbeatresearch.com. I'm happy with all the articles I've written there. I know many of you haven't checked them out before, and tonight might be the night to check them out, or maybe tomorrow. If you want to watch my films, Dylan Burns TV on YouTube. Remember to hit the notification bell so you know the next time I go live. Good night and good luck, everyone. Hope you have a fantastic one. Stay safe.
A curd is a curd.
Oh. And the last $2 donations. Dylan, I need footage of fiber pollution. Oh, you mean like optic fiber? I mean, email me, DylanBurnsTV, maybe at gmail.com. There's a ton of footage online that's better than mine, but I have a few clips of fiber optic stuff that I've taken. None of it in the not a lot in the fields, but some stuff in trees and such. Good night, everybody. Have a good one. Enjoy your weekend.